find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to... This is it! A 12 Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any tree. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players be able
This is it! A 12-MT7!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A 12
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to
This is it! A 12
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to
This is it! A 12-12.
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
A squad of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the inaugural Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. We have 8 of the best Clash Squad teams ready to fight for the very first title of Clash Masters. Now, before we introduce them, we have to introduce ourselves. My name is AJ, I am the Mustachio, and this is my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and we are your casters here for day number 1. How are you feeling, Neptune?
I'm really excited to see a tournament of its own for Clash Squad. And you know I'm a fan of Clash Squad. I've played so much and I want to see more of that. Now the focus would be just in one mode and no distraction from Battle Royale. And I'm loving this tournament overall, AJ.
Yeah, it's not like Battle Royale is a bad distraction. We love Battle Royale. We absolutely love Battle Royale. But yeah, you're right. We've been waiting for this day. And I like the fact that Garena is not one to rush into things, right? They let this one sit. We had the preseason last year. This time, we have got a very own brand for Clash Squad. We have the Clash Masters. But of course, on the big stage, we also saw it at the global finals. We had some Clash Squad there as well. You, sir, casted the grand finals. I mean, we saw some magic there, Neptune. And I am expecting to see even more magic out here today, bro.
Exactly. I mean, I'm really loving how the teams has adapted already from beginning of last year up until, well, we're beginning the year right now with different with different tournaments. So it's just so fast. It seems like a breeze right now, and we're seeing Clash Master, a Clash Squad mode right now in Clash Master, and I'm loving how the teams are adapting. Now there's a few surprises as well because the meta might have shifted already, especially with the introduction of some of the active skills as well as how the teams has been using it so far. So month after month, tournament after tournament, we are always surprised by all the teams. But let's check out what the tournament format is right now. I'm going to carry it over to you, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, tournament format, please bear with us. We know there's a lot of words on the screen. So group stage, we've got 8 teams. How did we select these 8 teams? We just looked into the best of the best Clash Squad teams in Southeast Asia based off of their regional qualifiers. We took the 8 of them and we randomly split them up into 2 groups. So you've got 4 teams in each group. Every single team in their groups, in their respective groups, will play a single round robin, and this will run through the next 3 days. Today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow, 6 to 8, and they will only play best of 3 matches. The top 2 teams will be seeded into the upper bracket. The bottom 2 teams, the 3rd and 4th teams, will be seeded into the lower bracket. And in week 2, we play the elimination stage. Now, you see double elimination bracket there? That's only for the top 2 teams. Technically, if you are the 3rd and the 4th team, you will be playing a single elimination bracket. So even if we have sort of a group stage that has no elimination, it is still high stakes here at the group stage. No teams can throw their match just to look weaker before they get to the finals.
Exactly. I mean, I couldn't say it's much better because you did mention that group stages, there could have been a chance for some of the teams to let it go. But who's going to let go of this amount? When it comes to the prize pool, champions will get $30,000 US right there off the bat. I'm really loving it. It goes down, though. It's half of what the second place goes, and it's still for the 8 or 7 and 8 plays, a little bit of cash for them with $2,500. But I'm loving that this amount would motivate the team even further to do excellent in Clash Squad.
I think motivate the team is an understatement. This is a lot of money on the table. I mean, mind you guys, when we played preseason last year, I forgot exactly how, I think we had about 50,000 USD overall, and we divided that between so many teams. I think 18 teams. Now we have got even more money divided by just 8 teams, 30K for the winners. That's ridiculous, man. It's going to be all the way hustle. And of course, we've got the map selection explainer here for you guys as well. We're going to have a map pool that only consists of 4 maps: Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera, as well as Solara. We will have a random pick, okay? Basically, we toss a coin and we pick a winner. They have got no play in this, no role to play in this whatsoever. The team that wins the draw gets to choose map 1 and map 3. The loser only chooses map 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, more advantage for those who are lucky enough to be picked by that random selector. So this is where they need to be proficient in all the maps overall. But we will find out later on what the strategy would be for the teams. But speaking of teams right now, these are the groupings of our teams. And you're seeing champions against champions, world champions against world champions, as well as Clash Squad champions together with Clash Squad champions in the same group. So let's start with Group A. Buriram United Esports Global Finals champion, Evos Divine EWC champs, B Esports and Heavy. I mean, excellent pick for
champions
teams,
in our
especially
hearts.
coming from in our hearts. I mean, champion potential, I would say.
Yes, amen, amen. But yeah, AG Global. Sorry for cutting you up, brother.
No, that's all right. It's all right.
AG Globals as well. Who can forget them, right? We had our Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025 Clash Squad champions. And of course, the previous EWC champions, RRQ Kazu, the winners of our preseason Clash Squad last year. And WAG, once again, one of the most threatening Vietnamese Clash Squad teams out there. We promised you this. It's going to be power-packed, all-out action, end-to-end. This is that one Clash Squad competition where you are not going to be able to say, okay, I'm going to skip this game and come back, because every single match is going to be absolutely insane. You know, we've always been talking about how Vietnam has improved so much. I want to see if or not that has been one of those things that has continued to happen, right? PE versus Heavy will kind of show us exactly which one is the better side of Vietnam this time around. Later on, WAG takes on RRQ in the final match. But the first match that we have to talk about, Mr. Neptune, is the winners. Okay, I would love to call them the three-time world champs, but more importantly, they are the champions of the most recent global finals that we had for FFWS. And then you have their opponents, Evos, who technically didn't do so well in Battle Royale. Thank God this is Clash Squad.
Well, let's see though. Let's see. So far right now, we're going to see how they are going into the battle. But right now, we assume, we played in our mind what the teams would be given out in this game. So you went 2-1, favoring Evos Divine, and I'll be going for Buriram United 2-0.
Yeah, okay. You see, I'll tell you why. Okay, there are many reasons why I predicted 2-1. First of all, if I predict Buriram, everybody's going to cry in the chat. Oh, Mustachio, he's biased to Buriram. It's like, you can't help hype, all right? Buriram is pure hype. They've got it, man. In Clash Squad, I don't know, because they haven't showed us, right? Because in the global finals, Clash Squad, both teams did not qualify to play CS. Or some may say both teams decided not to focus on CS and just put in every single bit of their manifestation into BR. But clearly one team managed to manifest that a little bit better than the other. but we get to see. We get to see both of them in action for the first game, bro. And of course, second reason, I just want Evos to get back into winning ways.
Let's see if they can win right now. And let's head over to who's going to play for the side of Buriram United. None other than Moshi, Jonah, Wasada, and Get High. I mean, champions, the global champions, here to prove themselves after losing out on the global finals. Clash Squad, hopefully they come back a little bit stronger in this mode.
Yeah, these boys know how to get high, get low, get all around and whoop you into good shape. I mean, they dominated the global finals. They showed everyone exactly who's boss. And you know, no other team, no other brand, no other set of players can come forth and say they are playing with a brand that has technically touched that world title 3 times. This is the most successful team, most successful squad, most successful captain in the world of Free Fire. And their opponents are ones who showed that when you truly believe and you truly hustle, and you've got a super sniper named Rasia, you can become champions as well. The EWC 25 champions, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, everybody lost their minds. Even Falcons with a fan base there could not overtake these guys who couldn't even fly.
Yeah, I really love it. If tigers can fly, that would be Evos Divine. And let's see if Rasia can bring the team up once again, or will the dependency will be away from Russia and the teams would be giving out their all? Because again, we called out so many times in Clash Squad mode, they have to move forward. The frontliners need to be a little bit more aggressive, giving more chances to Russia to make his play. But let's take a look at the map order right now. And the pick for Buriram United would be Bermuda, and then Kalahari for Evos. And then if we go to the third round or third map, it would be Nextera.
Yeah, amen, brother. If we go to a game number 3, says Evos. But of course, looking forward to seeing exactly how they play this one out. Like you pointed out earlier, rightfully, there may be a new meta afoot, and what better way to learn what that new meta is off of what could be argued as the best region when it comes to Free Fire competitive. Let's see if or not the Asians can show us, exactly how it's done. And time and time again, we have definitely learned a lot from these squads, right? But there's been this one small little, bone that I have to pick with Evos Divine. Ever since becoming EWC champs, they have not shown us that fire. They have not shown us the exact same hunger. But of course, we want to hear them explain why they picked a certain map. So let's check that out, and we'll be back with you in a bit.
มันอาจจะเป็นแผนที่ที่เล่นง่ายครับแล้วก็มันเหมาะกับทีมผมแล้วก็ทีมอื่นไม่น่ามีใครไหวครับเพราะว่าแผนที่มันเล็กครับไม่ต้องไปไล่ฝั่งตรงข้ามเยอะครับเจอหน้าก็ใส่กันเลย
And there you have it. I mean, hearing from Jonah, they know that it's easy for them to take any team.
Of course.
When it comes to Bermuda.
Duh. So we're very comfortable here. We get to chase our opponents down. They don't get to run very far. That sounds very, very threatening, okay? See, Jonah is just pure confidence, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Jonah, he is the essence of aura. The guy doesn't laugh, he doesn't smile like the Mustachio and Neptune. No, he's just got the most serious face, and he tells you the most serious things, and he acts like it doesn't matter at all. And then you've got the rest of the guys on the side of Buriram who are on an absolute test, super aggressive usually with their approach, right? I really wonder if or not the team of Evos is going to be able to slow the pace down and depend on Russia first to get those initial frags. Because, of course, if they don't, I think they're going to get overwhelmed by the speed of Buriram. But, of course, it's also going to be dependent on the drafts to see what their pacing or strategy is going to be like, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, this is where we see how they are going to approach each game. And as the first one, we might be expecting a little bit of mix and match right here, because we know the aggression from Buriram United, and then Evos Divine have that long range capability. But Koda being taken out, I'm not quite sure though. I'm looking forward to a Tatsuya being banned. Just nerf Wasana just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need to do that, but you need to take the information it'll play out first and force your opponents to depend on just purely their visuals, their eyes, right? And of course, I expect a clue ban as a response to that Coda, because if they don't do that, there's a potential that, they just want to take their front line out of the equation. No glue wall smashing for you, if that's the case, says Buriram.
Now let's see though. We have Oscar already being taken out. We have Koda. In terms of glue wall smashing, we still have potentially, or not really smashing, but denial. We have Nero that's available. But Orion, the moment this has been introduced, there's a big question mark in our brains. But after they've shown us how clutch it can be, it's not a team game anymore. You can go solo, especially if you tie it up with a Miguel. You can be that impenetrable factor for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to Crimson Crush your way out of a sticky situation, allowing the rushes on the side of Evos to do a lot of damage. So obviously, I don't expect Russia to be using this Orion unless, of course, he's choosing to get up close and personal with the boys on the side of Buriram, which I would not put past Russia, right? Because there's been many times where he had stayed behind and they have still gotten punished. And usually he's the final survivor on the side of Evos. Maybe they're trying to switch up their strategy and get all 4 men to move on front. But of course, we know how dangerous it is to hold a sniper and run up front. But Wasana pulls in the Zane for the side of Buriram. If Evos is going to run at us, then we're going to have enough shields to deal with this situation. And also, you got to think about this, man, because we've also got the plushie, we've got the narrow. We can preemptively throw that plushie out to make sure you don't bring out any of those glue walls. And sometimes just those few seconds of disruption, Neptune, is more than enough to shake teams.
Let's see if they can shake it up right now. Ignis being brought in by the side of Evos Divine. A little bit of cover as they approach their entry point. Let's see if this is something that they can utilize quite well. But I would say for the most instances that Evos Divine has used the Ignis, it's not that much of... it's not too effective, I would say. You can bring in a little bit of damage. Yes, you can deny vision, but it doesn't give them that opportunity to really go against teams, especially when we're talking about Buriram United. But Aim God has yet to pick another one. Hopefully, they will be choosing Tetsuya so that they can deny that from Buriram. I'm sorry, I'm really trying to nerf Buriram United right now, but no, Santino definitely a Rasia pick.
Yeah, so definitely Rasia is not going to be playing that Orion now. He's going to be on that Sentino, and you can throw that Orion into the hands of your rushes. Also allowing Sentino, or Rasia, I have to say, to get deep into these battles as well. You know, so it doesn't really change, but he gets to beam himself back up to a decent enough sniper's nest to take out the rest of the Buriram players who might have been pulled out of position. But it's a very risky play, if you ask me. And a little bit on that Ignis, Neptune, we also have to remember the cyber points are extremely crucial, especially on such high level play in the world of Free Fire Esports. Clash Squad, you want to open up that cyber store. You want to get to those strong West, you know, a strong gun to decimate your opponents. But of course, Buriram will definitely be pulling that Iris to the side of Moshi. And if you do pull up some glue wall by escaping that narrow, then Moshi's just still going to shoot through those glue walls.
Let's see that. Let's see. I mean, you did mention about cyber points, and we're talking about Bermuda. And one thing about this map is they have specific cyber airdrop that is available. So we have Flash Furies, as well as the Steffi skills, as well as the Raiden, and even level 4 vest. So I'm loving that they can. They have the ideation to focus on that so that they can increase their, I would say their their weapons. Stop using big words, AJ.
It's confusing. It's not confusing big words. We have not casted for a while, so these lips have not gotten that warm up. All right, get your mind out of the gutter. Okay, so these lips have not gotten that warm up. It's gonna slip and slide here and there. Bear with us. All right. We do apologize for taking the drafts off of the screen. We are not keeping it as suspense for you. We don't do that here at Clash Squad. There seems to be a potential where they might need to redo that. So we're going to give them some time, sort that out in the background. But in the meantime, you guys let us know. I have not opened up my YouTube chat. Usually we open up the YouTube chat. So if you want to join the conversation as well, just hop on over to Free Fire Esports Official, if I'm not mistaken, the YouTube channel, and drop your comments there. Neptune and I will take a look at them. I haven't opened it up yet, Neptune, so if you see any, let me know.
I've been looking at it from the countdown up until today, and they're welcoming us. I mean, they're loving that we are back on screen, and we're loving it. So I appreciate that so much. Beginning of the year. I mean, it's the beginning of the year of esports for us, especially in Free Fire, and I'm really loving how everyone is welcoming this kind of mode, this kind of tournament. And who wouldn't? We just witnessed who is going to take the first battle, the first match. Buriram United, Evos Divine, though, we did already throw out the question if they will perform, but this is where everyone will find out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, everybody will find out. And by the way, guys, thank you so much for welcoming us back. We are so happy to be back. I felt jobless for the past 2 months, all right? When there's no Free Fire Esports, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing in my life, all right? Now that it's back, I've got a life again. I know that sounds sad, but it's not sad. I look forward to it, okay? Free Fire is life.
Exactly. I mean, Free Fire is life. There's a lot of things that Free Fire has given us already, and it will be given for the viewers out there as well. So hopefully this is something, this will, I'm sure that this will fill up all expectation that the survivors out there has set for Free Fire, because you know how it is. Free Fire doesn't stop.
Oh no, it does not stop. It just keeps coming back bigger, better, and you cannot guess what they are gonna be up to next, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because every time I think that the Garena team, okay, you know what, these people have outdone themselves. They come back another season and they outdo the outdoing of themselves. You gotta you gotta love it, bro. You know what? Now that I've said it, Garena reminds me of Buriram. Every time you think they've hit their ceiling, they just come rolling back in bigger and better. There was one point of time, again, we thought Jonah was just, maybe he's too rich. Maybe he's got too many diamonds, gold, money in the bank, for picking up multiple titles, locally, regionally, globally, after, 2 world champs and a couple of runner-ups under his belt. You would think that maybe he's slacking off, but that was just like maybe 1.5 season, and they just jumped right back, and he has become again one of the most lethal players out there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talk about lethality, especially as leading the team. He's still performing, and we don't see that quite often for a captain. Most of the time, you're so focused on leading the team wherein your performance is subsiding, but not Jonah. And this is what I love about Buriram United. I mean, all the hype will be Buriram United because they deserve that hype. I did mention this most of the time. They're always in fighting on who would be better between the teams. It's not the fighting that degrade their morale. It's more of a motivation for the team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that's what you love about them, right? And there was a point of time where we had a situation, where we were thinking maybe Wasana is going to be that big problem for Buriram to overcome. But instead, they just acquired the guy. But of course, speaking of, brilliant captainship, once again, the question that we asked Jonah earlier on what was the reasoning behind choosing Bermuda as your first option? And Jonah said, it might be an easy map to play and it suits my team well. I don't think any other team would be able to handle us. You see, this guy, he's just low-blowing the team, okay? First of all, he says it might be an easy map to play. It might be, as if he has never played the map before. I doubt myself. And it suits my team well. And I don't think any other team will be able to handle the confidence. But if you're Buriram, I think you deserve to be a little confident.
Let's see you go. I mean, there's another question that has been thrown in there, and he answered. So, what advantage does this map give your team compared to your opponent? And the answer would be because the map is small. So, we're talking about Clash Squad. They know it like the back of their hands. There's no need to chase down the opposing side extensively. We just fight each other when we see each other. And this is the forte of Buriram United. They see you, they gun you down. And there's no way out when it comes to Clash Squad.
And he's still insulting the other team as he is answering this question, okay? There's no need to chase down the opposing side. As if everybody runs away from them, which is technically the truth, okay? And we can just fight each other when we see each other. Because, and he's basically telling the opponents, Evos Divine, don't waste our time. Just shoot when you see me. Don't hide. Don't bother using your glue balls. Let's just see who can aim faster and better. You gotta love Jonah, man. A dose of Jonah every day keeps the madhouse away.
A little bit of reality check that is being knocked in by Captain Jonah right there. I'm really loving that. Now, I sure hope that this is something that would really motivate Evos Divine to bring their A game, because at some point there are a few maps wherein it would be favorable for Buriram United. But let's head over back to the draft right now. So we continue where we left off. And it's a side Buriram United after Moshi has picked Cassie and Tatsuya. Now, I have a little bit of a question here because I'm looking at the numbers and I know this from the past tournaments, but the Tatsuya same combination only wins 10%. So yeah, hopefully that changed this time around.
See, you take your numbers, you throw it out of the window, Neptune, okay? This is 2026. This is a brand new season. We are on the journey, okay? All the way to the global finals yet again. And that's all the way at the end of the year. We've kicked off 2026 in a fresh new manner. So you don't be bringing in the 10% negativity into our conversation. But of course, I agree with you, man. I mean, win rate-wise, not very high. You look at the draft of Buriram, I'm in love with it. You've got the ability to stop those glue walls. You've got the ability to absorb more damage through that Zane as well as that Cassie's electrotherapy. And who's being beamed up by this electrotherapy? It's either Zane or Tatsuya. Both of these rushes can be very troublesome on those front lines. And of course, you've got Moshi holding that narrow. So as the sniper of the squad, you know, carefully aiming where that plushie should go, this is a dreadful lineup to go up against. They can play this slow, they can play it fast, but they can play it on their pacing. And then you look at Evos. I definitely do have my questions as to whether or not they should be going up close and personal very quickly, because that's the kind of setup that they've got, right? They've got the Ignis to block out the vision. They've got Chrono to back them up if at all they start to get shot out of the open, and they've got the Orion to get swiftly into the battle and mix themselves into some gruesome, you know, gunfights back and forth. But my question mark sits on that Rasia play of Sentino. It's not that it is impossible, but you need to run scrims over and over and over again to figure out exactly where this clone is going to be sent in order to be able to get the advantage. But how do you know where Buriram is going to go?
That's the thing. I mean, they have the speed, they have a little bit of buff, especially with the Zane, and then even more with that Cassie. And when you get hit by Moshi's plushie, there's a little bit of panic that you would feel because you have to decide: will you look into the direction as to where it came from, or gun it down so that you don't receive that much damage? And that's where the meta of the Nero has been brought in, especially in Clash Squad mode.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And we're not even seeing Morse. I'm curious to see how Morse would function out there. And if anything, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think I would like Rasia being on the Morse. I might like one of the attackers on the side. Okay, maybe I don't know, because Evos kind of can use the extra layer of damage as well as the extra capability to defend from some of the damage. So, you know, you definitely need the Orion on their side sometimes. You know, if anything, you needed that Zane on the side of Evos as well, right? But that's not how the cookie crumbles. Once the opponent picks it, you can't pick the same skill. So I love that extra layer of difficulty that these players have to face out there as well.
Yeah, I mean, did mention Morse already, and I'm really loving that Morse is really suited for a sniper. As you pointed out, it can be used by Evo's Divine. It's just that delay, because you know it's for a fact that there's already a delay in pulling out a marksman or a sniper rifle before you shoot it, but that cancel of that stealth bite really bites. You have to wait for it. You have to click on it before you pull your gun, and it's just difficult to make that move. So that might be something that they can work out, because I've seen a lot of gameplays where in the Morse has been used quite well in sniper. Reposition wise, it's on the same level with Santino. You don't have to switch, but you are invisible and you have a view of where you came from or where your path is. So you can identify where the opponent would be coming from much better than a Santino.
Yeah, I'm not a pro player, but I would rather take a bet on Morse rather than that Sentino for the efficacy of usage out there, right? Because when you place that Sentino, you've got the clone out there already. You're running out in the open. You might just get shot down. Or you might lose your mannequin as well. And that's just a wasted opportunity. As opposed to using Morse very early on in the game. Because from such a distance in Clash Squad, although the smallest compound in Clash Squad, can, just like Jonah said, the opponents can't run away, but it's still kind of far away. You shouldn't be able to detect the moss so easily. You know, it's going to allow the sniper, in this particular case, Russia, to get into a better or a more prime sniping spot to take their opponents out. But maybe these players have spotted a weakness with the moss that we just definitely haven't, with our noob jumping around, you know, trying our best to. Thank God there's rank protection.
I mean, amen, brother. Amen. I mean, at some point, and it's more on me because I feel like there's some games wherein I'm quite good. There's some games where, and more often not,
yeah,
I'm so bad, always at bottom of that leaderboard. So I'm really happy that I can be carried as well as rank up without losing that much points. And well, a little bit of flex. I just reached master just this morning, so yeah, let's go.
Rank protection.
Rank protection. Looking out the window.
You, of course, you know, this is a situation where we just gotta chill and wait a little bit more before the match kicks off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So do bear with this. We are trying to get this one going in a little bit. You tell me, Neptune, whose draft do you like better? The Zane Tatsuya Nero Cassie or Evos' Orion Chrono Ignis Sentino?
I would say, I mean, for me, it's 50-50. If I'm leaving the data behind based on past performance, I'm loving what Buriram United has picked out. With the Zane Tatsuya, that's a best combination in front line, together with Cassie. So that's 3 in the front already. And then Nero with especially Moshi on the sniper from behind. So you have that ability to deny them of the glue walls and still add a little bit more damage. And if you have that Moko, it just tags the opponent. So it's more viable and it's a more dynamic approach for the side Buriram United. For Evos Divine though, there's a little bit of aggression. If you have that Orion and Corona in the front line, you can have that Time Turner as a backup before that Crimson Charge has been pulled out. And Homer would be that I would say the initial factor that would tag up your opponent that is a straggler. So you can help with the team right now with the 3-1 formation, similar to what we've seen in Buriram. But the difference is with Santino, you can quickly switch to a 4-man strong on that, after using the skill from Santino.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I totally agree with you. And I think the formation of play on the side of Evos as well is going to be really important, right? I'm hoping to see that Ignis protected by the Chrono. I mean, Orion should be able to hold his own out there. But when that Ignis and Chrono go out together, there is going to be a greater viability for Ray to survive a couple of those encounters as the Ignis player. Because technically, you know, you throw your Flame Rush out and then from then on, there's nothing else that's special about it.
Well, let's see though. Let's see as we see the fight already. Super Bonfire prepared by both Buriram United and Evos Divine was done already in the rush. But the only question is, will they be able to make those shots? Because M500 doesn't work quite well, especially if your opponent is moving quite fast, like what Evos Divine is showing right now.
Well, Rastia said, no, they can move all they want. I'll still get them. Rastia, fantastic shot. Takes Jonah down and out of the equation. Ain't got a good shield, though. Will be finished off. Ain't got a sliver of health left on him. Ray could not get away. The double revolver still shuts him down. Wasana with the perfect response.
Yeah, I mean, USB2 right now plus Wasana threatening to slice and dice. And that's the reason why they moved away from that compound. Even when you see that basic therapy connecting your opponent, that's already a threat for the side of Evos Divine. So it's just more of that strong presence that Buriram United is bringing into the table. But that's just pistol round. Let's see on how they go in onto round number 2.
I was actually quite surprised with the way Evos took a little bit of a rushed approach in that fight, because you had so many of those M500s on their side. They could have just played things a little bit slower, right? Yeah. And on the side of Buriram, on the other hand, they knew exactly what they were doing. Again, they had the kind of active skills to get right up into your face and win out those CQCs. Wasana, deadly position up here with a mini Uzi in his hands. Should be able to pull a quick bait and switch. And Rastia does exactly that with the mannequin. A life-saving play on that split. off of the Centino, and Evos all grouped up together.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's deadly right now. And Nade is available for hands off. Get high. Does tag up one, but unfortunately, no knockdown. Now, let's see if they can follow up. We have Wasana already bringing in the backstab. And with the mini Uzi plus that plushy combination, they are really gutting to leave Evos Divine with 0 points.
Yeah, they're doing exactly that, man. This is a beautiful play positionally from the side of Buriram. Trying to take that high ground advantage first, and Wasana giving them exactly that. Now, 2 rounds, Evos has been bled out. They don't have a lot of money on their side. Not a lot of money also means not a lot of resources. But you're going to see the force buy coming through from the side of Russia here. Trying to fish out a couple of players with it. Kingfisher, Mini Uzi in the hands of Ray. They've got those vests and helmets. Definitely the more important factor in here. With just 2 of their players with the weapons, they're going to try to sneak off something from the cyber drop for sure, Neptune.
Let's see what they can pull off right now, as the teams are really all set up. But up front is Aim God with a smoke covering their approach. Rasia has been taken down. A pickup is needed right now, but it's unfortunate Moshi already have him on point. 3v4 situation, and Coach Hill is down.
Wow. This is just a brutal approach by Buriram. Slice it and dice it, dropping the boys all down. Wasana getting a double with the scythe. And this is what you want out there if you are Buriram. And Evos, even on that force buy, could not pull this off perfectly. And it is not their fault. They were one-pointed. They rushed to that cyber drop. They were trying to get a couple of weapons for their own boys. But the positioning of Moshi, that backstab with that powerhouse was deadly, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing that you will need to watch out for. But even more so, if you have 2 MP5 in the hands of Wasana and Get High, that will be a deadly frontliner already. So let's see on how this will be approached by Evos Divine. Coach Hill already in one corner. Ray has set up on the other side, but there's no help. If in case Jonah push in or he gets spotted, Rasia is not yet in position.
Let's see how Ray gets out of the sticky situation. Flamer Raj sent out. Russia keeping an eye on them. Beautiful connection. Wasana, a sliver of health left on him. Ray could have gone in there for the finisher, but the boys just don't know that Wasana is low. Jonah on for the hunt. Mini Uzi tags up Ray, who's now in a sticky situation. Coach Hill spotted out as well. Get high with the deep freeze. Doesn't tag the boy up just yet. And unfortunately, we'll have to let Aim God go.
Coach Hill, Crimson Crush already triggered. Does he have a time to back away? But no! A little bit too quick for the hands of Jonah. And that is another flawless victory coming from Buriram United. And I guess they're saying true to their words. It seems like it is an easy map.
Yeah, both of us groaned no at the same time because that Crimson Crush was so off-timed. And he just could not survive that encounter. And expired out in the open, got sprayed down way too easy. But this time, Russia, AWMY in hand. But you look on the side of Buriram, they're just going to run through the boys on the side of Evos this time round. If those positioning is not done right. Now we go in here with the flip sides. Russia tagged up early, can't get involved in the battle. Wasana, Moshi from up top doing a hell lot of damage.
Moshi, let's see if he can make a shot right now. Just save Captain Jonah, who is low on health, but no! There goes Coach Hill, MP5. Here comes up close and personal Wasana, and still connected with that basic therapy. And unfortunate for them, Moshi is just standing by. No need to move forward. And that is a 4-0.
Oh, this is looking fairly one-sided, I would say. And again, if you look at the lineup of Buriram, you've got the active skills, perfect for rushing, perfect for not having to worry much about what could go wrong. And you've got the backup off of that narrow, off of Moshi, high ground advantage, AWMY in their hands now. It's so difficult. But thankfully, this compound serves up a little extra walls for those defenses. So fingers crossed these boys chart their path well here to avoid Moshi.
Yeah, I don't know. This is questionable on having all
done.
three players that has snipers. So they don't have that much open right now. It's a good thing that they still have that MP5 available for them. Go Chill, a little bit too close. Wasana might be tagged up, but it's depending on the timing. Here comes Go Chill and quickly
Nicely done.
triggering that Crimson Crush to go in for a knockdown.
Beautifully done by Coach Heel. Swung around the pillar just in the nick of time. Pulled out the Crimson Crush to survive. But Jonah and Wasana instantaneously proved that it is not enough. Leaving Rasya all alone. AWMY in hand. But he can't seem to shut down the boys on the side of Buriram just yet. Wasana hopping up and down. MP5 level 3 in hand. Wasana does lose his team member, but he does not lose his footing as Buriram flatten Evos in this first game.
I'm really devastated on what Evos was showing in that play. I mean, they have an opportunity earlier, but they are just not seeing the whole picture just yet for how Buriram United is placing themselves, and they're just bashing their heads through the wall in most of those engagements. So hope a little bit better.
Of course, there was a lot in the execution, but I feel like the match was initially won out in the drafts themselves because you just had all of the strong picks on the side of Buriram. And what's more important than just a strong pick of an active skill is just understanding how those skills very well work with each other, right? How they mingle with each other. And you could clearly see a pattern from the picks on the side of Buriram. I couldn't really figure out what Evos was doing with their drafts, and it didn't really translate in their gameplay as well. I mean, they were rushing into those battles when they shouldn't be rushing into those battles. We saw a couple of missed clicks there with the Orion as well. Those Crimson Crush didn't really help him out all that too much. But let's just take that as first game jitters, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. Again, the threat that Buriram United has brought in, especially with the skills that they have put in that draft, and also we did show that the rush of Buriram United is still prestige, especially the final game happened in peak, wherein that's just a drop spot of Buriram United. They know exactly how to move in that area of Bermuda, and it's just unfortunate that it has to end there. Otherwise, it could have been extended for Evos Divine.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think, of course, it didn't help out Evos Divine that they lost the first 3 rounds, and that was going to keep them very low economically. They couldn't really buy the guns and buy the kind of defenses they wanted. They wanted to aim down for some of these cyber drops, and then they very quickly realized that, oh crap, this is quite pointless, because they were putting themselves into a little barrel and making it so easy for Buriram just to shoot down this barrel, right? It was just counterintuitive, and at the very end when they started walking away from the cyber drops, which they shouldn't have, they should have just continued pushing forward because they just didn't have those good guns. Buriram said, you know what, we'll just wipe you out and we'll take it away for ourselves. And towards the end of the game, it was just one-sided, Neptune. We saw maybe moments of brilliance that one time in that round where Kochil used his Crimson Crush perfectly off of the Orion, but it just wasn't enough to really save the game for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of identifying as well. If you are an Orion, identifying how many opponents would be in front of you. But let's see, we identified our MVP as Moshi with elimination, 2571 on damage, and 10 assists. Imagine bringing 8 down and helping with 10. That is what Moshi had to do. And even in distance, he's always part of the group. With that Nero, with that plushie, together with the Rocky, Nikita, Otho, and Moko. This is great to be used, especially when in Clash Squad mode, where in Otho, mist would slow down your opponent, and then the information gameplay with that Moko.
And okay, this guy is a true support, right? And first of all, this is just brilliant. He brought one plushie in to make sure he can use another plushie more often. And he uses one. So great thinking. You got to love that Rocky, just so that you can reduce the cooldown time for your active skill. But what's more brilliant than that is the fact that I like the validation from the Southeast Asian players. They are clearly telling the world the enhanced hammer finally can be used for you to win out your matches. But of course, just don't queue for matches solo, okay? you got to know the rest of your team members. You got to know exactly which weapon to buff up. Speaking of buff up, look at the damage contribution here from the side of Rasya. Once again, the super buff for his squad. 41% damage contribution, but only one elimination for the side of Rasya. The boys on the side of Evos definitely got trashed this time round. And you look at the numbers on the side of Buriram. 8 for the side of Boshi, 8 for the side of Wasada. My goodness.
and that's the thing. Even in a close or long range, Buriram United as a team can bring so much damage on your opponent. And that's more of the communication as well, with the time that they've spent playing all of those games in Battle Royale, translating it to Clash Squad, again, proving themselves that the Global Finals Clash Squad mode is just a fluke. And this is where they will recover. So let's take a look at the match summary. Take a little bit more of numbers, and you can see, bro, I mean, 18, 13, 15, and 11 in the KDA. That is so much from Buriram United.
Yeah, but look at Wasana. 6 rounds, not a single death. Get high. He was the support player. He still got eliminations and he did not go down. That's fine. But Wasana was in the thick of the action, and this man was like a walking tank. And he was not slowing down on the damage as well. Has the highest damage in comparison to the rest of the players out here. But once again, I really do pity Rasya. Look at the effort off of this kid. 2,223 on the damage, but there was just barely any follow-up from the rest of his team members, right? And again, I gotta push it aside to the fact that it's just first game jitters, because it did not seem like the usual Evos. But technically speaking, they have lost that fire ever since EWC. I really hope they get it back. And what better way to get it back at a desert? Because we've got Kalahari coming up next, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Kalahari, it's a different site. We are going to see a little bit more in terms of maps like Refinery. We're also, there's more distance that can be covered by the team like Evos Divine. Santa Catarina is another sniper's nest that, well, let's not take away that Moshi is also on the other side, but Rasya can take this as an advantage as a sniper for a team of Evos Divine. So I guess this map, and probably we'll hear it later once we get the information, they chose this because of just that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you play something to your strength, but your opponents are stronger in that area. Now, what do you do? I really want to know, what do you do, right? So, like you rightfully pointed out, as you are talking about the distance, and then you got to realize that Moshi is playing on the opposite side, and he was playing his position so well in this first Bermuda game, and it's technically a disadvantageous map for Moshi because there's not a lot of space between the two teams, right? And now you are going to allow him to be comfortable. And if the draft on the side of Buriram once again allows a very strong front line, where you've got the Zane for the extra defense, where you've got, the electrotherapy backup off of Get High, who's also a Slayer. Yeah, man, you're going to get toasted up there on the front. And Jonah on the Tatsuya, in the current meta, in the current way, in the current state of Free Fire Esports, you can't ban one character and expect to win the game. And there are too many valuable characters out there.
Well, exactly. And speaking of banning, I mean, I'm just questioning right now, what would be the decision of Evos Divine on which to ban? Because it's just with that logic that regardless of what you take out, there's always a backup for Buriram United. And like just taking away mechanical skills, there's always a plan for BRU. So I still don't know how that's going to play up in draft right now. But for Evos Divine, they need to fix that. They need to find something that would fit their, I'll say their role, their play style in terms of their draft, and then this is the head hurter right now to counter what Buriram United has to offer in the game.
Yeah. So the disadvantage is you can't ban more than one character. The advantage is you can steal characters away from your opponents, and we've got the unique active skill running, right? So again, this drafting phase is extremely important. You got to ban something out of Buriram, and we got to look at what were the most effective skills on the side of Buriram. I would say there was 3. The Tatsuya, we can ignore it because Jonah without Tatsuya, he's still too quick. Okay, the guy is a mechanical god, right? So we're gonna leave Jonah alone. We've got the Nero. Would I ban that Nero out? No, I would want to use that Nero if you had the chance. But it depends on what's your priority pick as well. So since Rasia is on this side, I would say let the Nero go. You ban the Nero so that your opponents cannot use that Nero. But you definitely need to steal either that Zane or the Electrotherapy Cassie away from the side of Buriram. Very dangerous skills to allow their front lines to have it. But of course, by some grace of the Free Fire gods, if you can have the Orion still on your side, it would be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. But the only question is who's going to use it for the side of Buriram United if in case they steal it. For Evos Divine, I guess it's clear cut that Coach Hill can use it to his advantage, but it's more of how is it going to play in this draft. So I guess we're going to proceed right now, getting ready for our match number 2 in this game, as the teams will be shown right now on your screen. As you can see, get high. Get high, a little bit wacky at this point.
Yeah, wacky indeed, my friend. Not too sure exactly why anybody would not want to throw in their best up against Buriram in that very first game itself. But you can understand that even when you are throwing your best against Buriram in all of your games, it's very easy to get overwhelmed by the squad.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if what preparation Evos Divine has made after losing that first round, and hopefully Kalahari, as what we talked about, will be their advantage. Talking about talking about how they played in Kalahari in the previous games that we've seen them. It seems like the skills as well has been, or there's a little bit of a change up in terms of skills that they have been using. So Homer has been used most of the time, and that's giving them a 50% win rate. But they need to deny Buriram United of that Tatsuya. So if they can take that and replace Homer, then that would nerf a little bit of the speed for side of Buriram United. They can use Oscar if it's not banned, but at least there's no refresh after that knockdown that we often see from Buriram United. So Evos Divine can take advantage of that, and then the help on the front line is really needed. So if they can steal that Cassie as well, and I know we're teaching Evos Divine to steal those active skills because they definitely need to take it away from Buriram.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. They definitely need to take those skills away. And I don't think I saw the chrono really effective on the side of Evos earlier, right? In fact, did you see any time tennis?
I did, but it's just very brief because the chrono user was taken down. And that's one thing. I mean, even if you are going for a support for your teammates, and I think it was in peak in the final game wherein that time turner has been pulled out, but your teammate who you're trying to protect or you're trying to use that with is an Orion. So there's a chance that there will be a push that would be happening, not giving you any time to really plan it out with the second that is with that time turner being pulled out. So it's still questionable on how the tandem works when a chrono is used for Evos Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed this time round as well, because the chrono is usually a lifesaver. But if the life of the user keeps getting taken away, then it's not going to be saving any lives out there. That definitely makes sense. So not just picking of the right active skills, but more importantly, Neptune, it is the execution of those active skills out there that I think Evos needs to step it up a little bit on. But we are heading into a map which is their pick. They don't get, and Evos gets the first ban pick as well, right? So this is, I think, a great start for them. They do have the advantage. They do have the momentum here.
Let's see though. Let's see if they can take this advantage to their side, and let's see though on what they can bring to the table when it comes to those bans and picks as well. We're going to have a little bit of interview similar to what we've seen in Buriram United. This time it's Evos Divine. So let's see what their thoughts about when picking this map. So let's bring it on.
Ya, itu karena persetujuan kita bersama, karena kita ngerasa kita di Kalahari better dari map-map yang lain. Mungkin ya karena kita udah ngafalin semua map di Kalahari, mungkin map-mapnya maksudnya di drop zone-nya kita udah tahu setupnya gitu. Jadi ya kita lebih confident aja milih Kalahari.
The confidence, Neptune, is definitely there, but I'm not seeing the smiles. I'm not really I see him trying to show us that the confidence is there, right? I don't actually see it beaming through his eyes.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing that we really love about Rasia right there, because there's so much pressure being the younger kid, being the wonder kid in Free Fire Southeast Asia, and you can see that smile coming from him. But this time around, hopefully that change, hopefully with a potential of a win in Kalahari, based on how he answered that, they really understand this map, similar to what we've seen in Buriram United's answer from Jonah as well. They will be able to recover that joy that they often bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And that fire is more important at the end of the day, right? Because I don't think they have won anything as far as Clash Squad is concerned on the Southeast Asian level and whatnot. RRQ in the pre-season the last year has managed to step it up for Indonesia. But of course, let's take a look at the drafts here as well. With Evos Divine getting the first ban, who do you think should be the first ban here, Nep?
I think the first ban for Evos Divine, they need to take out either Cassie or that Tatsuya. So I'm guessing, hopefully that is the mindset of Evos Divine right now. And again, they still have, there you have it, Cassie. And they know how deadly Get High is with that Cassie.
Yeah, absolutely. Get High without the Cassie is deadly. Get High with the Cassie is deadly, and he's enabling someone who's to be super deadly. So that's just unfortunate. Buriram with the permaban on the Oscar by the looks of things, and Evos now have their first opportunity to steal away a skill from the side of Buriram, and I want that to be the Zane or the Narrow.
Let's see though. I mean, it's a good chance if they can steal it for a side of from Buriram United, but I'm still not seeing the picture of how they are approaching this, because earlier it failed, and most of the teams that has a fixed ban, especially in Clash Squad mode, only change a couple, if not only one of their characters, because unless active skills, unless it has been banned or stolen. So Santino, still a favorable pick for side of Evos Divine, definitely a Rasia thing. But for Buriram United, I won't be surprised if Tatsuya or Zane will be there.
My mind is blown. I mean, I think Santino can definitely be picked, but for Santino to be your first pick is like telling everyone, you watch what I'm going to do. But yeah, we've been watching. We've been watching. But I like the fact that we're going back to player camps and we're not continuously seeing the draft, because that could have been a technical display error. It could have been that they picked and locked in a different character, and that's why I got my brain shocked out of my skull.
And again, when we talk about like pro players like this, and also a new season, a new year for Clash Squad mode, there's a lot of changes. I know I can throw in a lot of numbers, plenty of past picks, past bans, but they played, and you did mention a 2 months of rest for us as casters. So it's the same for them in the esports scene. Plenty of time for them to try different things, especially if Clash Master is on the radar already when that off time began. So they could bring something different to the table right now from both sides. But hopefully Evos Divine are the ones who can adapt quite quickly, recover from the loss that they have earlier to make it even more interesting against Buriram United.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, when you look at the whole draft of Evos Divine earlier with the Orion, Santino, Ignis, Chrono, I don't know about you, but I expected them to play it slowly, right? Which I didn't see happening. And then later I tried to justify it by saying that, okay, they want to go for the cyber drop. And things didn't really change after that all too much. Granted, you can't play too slow, but it would definitely help to slow the pace down enough for at least the Sentino to get into position first, because there were a couple of situations where I think we saw Russia trying to get in position, but he fails because it's just a mad scramble out there.
Exactly. I mean, it's tough, really. I mean, there's huge decision that needs to be done by a Sentino user. It's a time as well, because yes, you triggered that Sentino, and then you lose time, especially if your teammate is not in position, because you don't have the liberty of moving around, especially how quick Buriram United has been treating all these matches. So that's where the decision making needs to be pristine, or just I couldn't say play it safe, but make sure that wherever you place your mannequins would be in a safe spot wherein you can still recover regardless of how the front line is ensuing some failures.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you, right? And then of course we have to also look at the fact that maybe this is the draft that Evos is very, very comfortable with. So we got to figure out exactly how Buriram then, makes sure that this continues to be the case, because they've pulled in all of the strong characters, and we saw a teaser of the bans earlier, right? And the very first character to get banned out of the equation was that electrotherapy, and I do expect that to be the same ban when we come back shortly to the drafts. So, and that first pick though, I think is still a big question mark, right? I don't think it was the Sentino. Who do you think before we go back to the drafts?
I think they would still stick with that Sentino. They want to retain that unless
Nani?
Wrong. And all right. So Zane. So 2 denials already, and I'm loving this. I'm loving this approach being brought in by Evos. And well, what would you expect from Buriram United? They denied them of a riot as well.
Yeah, you gotta love that off of Buriram. The instant response is, I'm gonna pull that Orion in here, and since you haven't taken out our informational gameplay, Coda is super meta. You must use that Coda, and obviously that's dragged in as the second skill. Evos is going to steal another one of those active skills off of Buriram. This time, they take away the narrow from the side of Moshi. I don't know. Nani? What? Okay. I don't know how to respond to this, man. You've got the Iris, you've got the Narrow. There's a potential that Russia still plays that Narrow, right? and yes, we've seen Evos go with a double snipe setup before.
But it's counterintuitive right now for side of Iris and Nero. You have one that denies glue walls, and you have one that relies on glue walls. So I don't know what the plan is right now for Evo's divide. But Buriram United, I mean, you want to steal? We're going to steal from you, and that's what they did with Santino.
Yeah, okay, so you gotta hope and pray that Evos now just plays a split push. But I don't like it when Evos plays a split push. That's the only way they can ensure that the Nero and Iris don't, counter interact and put them in a little bit of a pickle out there. And this time Buriram is just going for a big brain play, right? They know it's a big place to play in Kalahari. Those compounds are quite spaced out. So the Sentino is going to come in clutch here. They've got the Orion so that if they go and split up, the Crimson Crush can save them. They've got the Coda to also get information of where their opponents are scrambling in the open area out there. And of course, you've got the Ignis as well. That Flamer Rush should help them sneak away a couple of those extra cyber points on their side. And Evos, on the other hand, is going to lock in a Steffi, expecting super nades off of Buriram. Your thoughts on the draft off of Evos?
All right, the Steffi is, I would say it's smart, because if you have Jonah on a Coda, you have that Aurora vision, he know exactly where to lock those grenades. So if you're up close and you like, the Aurora vision does trigger the opponents if it has been activated. So you can just put that Steffi in, especially if you're in front line, and then just let your Zane do the job. Nero can help as well, because once you get that information or hear those footsteps, you can just throw those plushie in, and you have a great front liner. The only thing that I'm worried about right now is how are they going to approach that Orion that Wasana has in right here, because he can get away from all of that.
And the focus of bringing in the Steffi clearly shows that they're gonna either pair up or they're gonna move together as a squad. And I kind of like that, right? We could also potentially see a CQC Iris being pulled out here by the side of Evos. So that's gonna be fairly interesting to see exactly how they managed to nail this one. I do expect the Nero to stay a little bit far away from the boys on the side of Buriram, because you don't want to lose your plushie too early. You definitely want to use it at a timely manner. So your Nero player has to take that high ground. This one is definitely a head scratcher from me on the side of Evos Divine. But on the side of Buriram, I kind of see, again, exactly where their head is at.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really hoping that this plan is going to work for them, because so far there's not so much of a loss. If in case they lose this, they will not have the opportunity to move even higher or even in a better place when it comes to elimination match or an elimination stage. So I would love to see Evos Divine just really give Buriram United the fight and probably wake Moshi up in this moment, because it seems like Moshi is not feeling that threat from Evos Divine right now.
No. He's just sleepy, man. He's like, let's just get this one done and dusted with. Another 6-0. We're going to make this one snappy, completed in 10 minutes, record-breaking stuff. But of course, at the end of the day, we do understand, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a little bit of a delay on this broadcast. We do understand we are stretching it out a little bit. Do bear with us. The casters do not have the power to start the game, okay? But obviously, if the production could start the game, we would have started the game, okay? Yeah. Nobody wants to hear Neptune and I speak for so long. But unfortunately, there's a little bit of a technical difficulty, so do bear with us. And we don't want to start any games when we are going through any technical difficulty. Yeah. We want the boys out there to have the best environment possible to go out and dominate their opponents. And obviously, dominate is what Buriram once again did in that game number 1, Bermuda, their pick. We saw exactly why there was so much of confidence in the face of Jonah, because they absolutely smashed that map. Only 2 eliminations in total from the side of Evos by the end of it.
It's tough though. It's tough, especially with those numbers. You don't bring in that much coins to help you with your opponents, and you're very limited in terms of eco. The only chance that you can get, I would say, more for your side is once you get round 3 or 4, but that would be a huge lead in terms of economy already for the side of the winning team. So hopefully it would be a back and forth this time around. Again, map advantage is what we're looking into for the side of Evos Divine, plus the opportunity to use what they pulled in on the draft in this game against Buriram United. And again, surprise of Buriram United if they can pull off what Evos Divine haven't from the earlier round, then I guess this is something that Evos Divine can learn as well. But I'm really looking forward to a 1-1 scoreline after Kalahari.
Well, looks like we're about to hop on into the match. Kalahari, the pick of Evos Divine. Neptune, it's gonna go down here. Do we see a 2-1 scoreline? Do we see the map number 3 come into play at all? Or will Buriram just swiftly finish this game here for us so that we can check out series number 2 as well?
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, this is the maze right now, and it's not the first time that we're going. This is a one time that we're going to see this, because later on in the second round, this is just a switch up position. But Wasana already getting all that information. Well, not connected to the Cassie. There's no restraint on where he can go, so he can go anywhere. The only thing that would slow him down is if he needs backup from Get High. But for Ray and Razia, they're already on the high ground, Blue closing in, and everyone's in a waiting game, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what we wanted to see out of Evos. Slow the pace down, secure those eliminations first, let Razia do his job, and then try your luck. And that patience serves up well. Beautiful stuff off of that headshot. Jonah down, split up from the rest of his team members. A save is not going to be possible, as Wasana now tries to get that backstab. in position, sight in hand, looking for Rasia. Spots him out. Rasia responds, but it's the Orion. Run, baby Crimson, crush. And the reconnection has his head shot down.
Perfect timing with the blue closing in, plus the pressure from the Crimson Crush. And there goes Get High already on the ground. A 3v2 situation. Wasana not topping up the HP. And Moshi, the same story goes. And let's see if he can clutch this up close and personal. Here comes Ray. Here comes another. And there you have it. Evos Divine. First point in this match. And I'm really loving the fact as well that they don't have, if I'm not mistaken, they don't have meds readily available in each round, or in the first round specifically. And that makes it difficult for Buriram United to really get back up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and especially because they've underestimated Evos already off of that first game. The draft this time around is a little bit more stronger. Again, you've got the aim god Zane. You've got Ray on. Wait, was Ray on the narrow earlier? I thought it was Rasia. But either way, it looks like the boys are understanding the pacing a little bit better here. And it looks like Buriram at the same breath is a tad bit uncomfortable with the size of the map.
Yeah, it is Ray on the Nero right now, and Razi is still focusing on Iris, but it's a good weapon to use as well with VSS. We know how it is, tied with a great passive. The fire rate would be exponential, but they will need to change the fact that they're 1 to 3, and no pickup might be happening. And Deagle domination for a side of Moshi from Buriram United.
Yeah, Moshi just deagled that round to Kingdom Come. This boy with the Sentino barely needed to shape split whatever. It's just run and gun and deagle fun. Wasana, on the other hand, with the G36, you know, in those situations, he was just tagging up players from afar. Moshi with a sniper or no sniper, still equally as deadly. And now it's the round of the VSS. It's about to rain down.
Let's see though. Let's see as we head into a different part of Kalahari. Again, distance would be favorable even more for Evos Divine. Go chill. A little bit too fast and heading before the glue wall has been set up. It's a good thing it's perfect timing that they have, but unfortunately Aim God goes down first.
Oh, Moshi. Beautiful strike. Rasia has the VSS to respond. Jonah struck down. It's a 2v4 still here. Jonah still can't get picked up. They do have the team boosters on their side, but a instant expiry as Rasia makes sure he takes the player out. Wasana, a sliver of health left here, but Get High and the backup from afar gets the player down on his knees. Rasia pushed out of the equation by Moshi as well, and Buriram very quickly taking control of this situation now with the lead.
Yeah, it's really tough right now. I mean, VSS in hands of these teams, especially if you have that enhanced hammer, you will be able to buff this up. A little bit more of speed, and the accuracy is on point. And that is what both teams have taken advantage of. But unfortunately, Buriram United has better position in that final moment where Rasia was just stuck in one corner. But Santa Catarina, another opportunity for Evos Divine to grab a point, because once they lose, or if they win or lose one of this round, there's still a swap that will be happening later on.
And now we see 8 VSSs. Safe to say it's a popular gun. You gotta love the rate of fire. You gotta love the damage. You gotta love the accuracy off of the VSS. Jonah spots one, but Ray managing to get away from that violently quick rate of fire. Grenade well placed here by Jonah. Flame Mirage! Tossed one out by Get High as well. Coach Hill moving on in. Gets this shut down. Wasana expires. And it's all left to 3 players on the side of Buriram.
Ray might have his plushie already available, and he can put that in onto the ones above this ship. But Get High, trying to protect himself. A pickup has been done for side of Buriram United, but Rasia might be in trouble. Ice grenade being thrown, and he's still up. But let's see what will be done by Buriram United to go against them. And there goes the shot by Jonah. Make sure that it's an even battlefield between them. And no more even battlefield.
God.
The ship has sunk for Evos Divine quite quickly right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you wanted to say ship has sailed, but
No,
that
it's
ship don't look like it can sail. Ship has definitely sunk there. And Moshi is on fire. Don't tell me the boys about to wrap up a double MVP. 3 rounds in a row. Buriram showing that first round was definitely a fluke. AWMY in the hands of Rasid this time round with the Iris. I expect them to slow the round down. But there is also a possibility here where they try to get to the very top of the shipwreck. Rain. Oh, chill out in the open, and Jonah is unforgiving with the VSS.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, he gets a position right now with that Aurora vision, and there's no getting away from him. Aim God already taken down, Ray's already out, and 2 players. And there's not movement that can be done by Rasia right here. All I have to do is take a look and probably protect Kochil, but Jonah is already on point, taking him out.
You gotta appreciate what Rasia tried to do there in that situation. Quick fingers, but just could not get the accuracy perfect, as the Buriram players are so difficult to spot. And Jonah just tossing out those lanes quickly, ducking behind cover, coming right back out to torture them. Just such pacing, such brilliance off of Buriram. And you gotta say that when the moment they figured out that, okay, Evos might want to play this a little slow, let's just take our positions and shut them down from afar. The solution to a big map is the VSS.
And that's one thing. Kalahari is one of the 4 maps that we have that can carry, or where you can buy that VSS. Another one is Solara. So we might be seeing the rise of VSS if that shows up in these games. But Refinery right now, great visibility for those above, but unfortunately Aim God has been brought down a little too quick as expected by Evos.
So to some of you guys who are wondering, wait, why is the VSS only available on certain maps? It's because we're playing different shops on different games. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys don't know each and every single shop. So we're going to leave that out of the equation for now. But whenever we do arrive at a shop that's very valuable, people let you know. Rasia sprayed down. Jonah again with the VSS. You gotta love the gun. I love the gun.
I mean, definitely. I mean, who wouldn't? Great fire rate. Plus, if you can buff it up with an enhanced hammer, it is even greater. So,
man.
Passives is also helpful. If you have that Nikita on you, increase your fire rate. That would be even deadlier. I mean, it's mind-blowing right now on how they can use it. But I guess the only team that's being mind-blown is Evos Divine on how Buriram United is bringing those points into the table. But hopefully that 1 point will add up, especially in this part of Kalahari.
Let's see how that adds up by the end of this round. 1 cyber point each. So they're definitely able to get their hands on a little bit of a better weapon. AWMY in the hands of Rasia Wasana. The aggression! The bravado, because he has the Crimson Crush. Now looking for the double crush, Wasana. Lethal on the Orion plays. Jonah finds one for himself as well. And Rasia just could not stand the test of Buriram.
Well, there you have it. A taste of Buriram United right there. 2 games, 2 matches, and they won it with a sweep. Well, no, almost a sweep for a second round, but it still looks like it. But I'm hoping that Evos Divine can fix that. Study what Buriram United has brought in, because there's a lot of potential win points that you can get if you can find out how Buriram is playing it from draft to the game.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was just so beautiful. And just when you would think that, okay, is it because they got all of the prime active skills available on their side? They say, hey, you know what? No, not really. We can also use the Sentino.
Yeah.
We'll show you how to really use the Orion. We'll show you that even with Ignis on our side, we're still going to get the dub, right? And I think they won this out. The majority part of it was purely with the mechanical skills, Neptune, because the VSS was just going the rate of fire off of the gun, and especially when you have got your accuracy locked down, it is unbelievably good on a decently large compound like this, right? So you got to appreciate exactly how Buriram executed that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, execution plus planning on the draft as well. On the second round, second match, I doubt that it's an actual plan by Buriram United. It's more of a counter response, but regardless of which, they plan their approach as if they're using their prime active skills, and I'm loving that right now. And like the mazes and in Santa Catarina and how they started off earlier, I'm really loving how Evos Divine adapts quite well to some of the movements being brought in. Buriram United adapts to some of the movements and has brought in by Evos Divine, despite of losing the first game or the pistol round.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Moshi bringing in the enhanced hammer. I wonder what gun they enhanced.
VSS?
If it wasn't obvious, right? Brilliantly decent gun. Just pumped up a tad bit more with the enhanced hammer. Maybe in the past seasons we told you guys don't bother, but this one you gotta walk on in with it, but just make sure you don't get into a solo queue. Yeah, it's just not fun. I've tried it before. Yeah, I try to help out my squad, thinking the moment I buff up one gun, nobody buys the gun, and I don't understand why. They're like, this gun is cursed.
Bro, I mean, it's all communication. One thing that I've witnessed on ranked games is when they request, it's not necessarily that they're requesting you to buy the weapon. It's if they know you have an enhanced hammer, they're requesting for you to buff it up. And I learned it the hard way.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. But of course, the super aggressive approach by Wastana on this match point round to get that final shutdown. Orion, Crimson Crush, just knew exactly where to find his opponent on prime spots, is exactly where he went hunting, and he got exactly what he was looking for. Once again, rocking the Rocky so that he can use more of those shape splitters out there with the enhanced hammer. This guy is your MVP once again. The super sniper out of Buriram. The one and only Moshi. 7 eliminations, 10 assists, Neptune, with the prime VSS in his hands.
KDA's only less by 1 because it was 8 eliminations they had earlier. The skills though the active skill has changed, the rest has still stayed the same, especially with VSS enhanced hammer. Definitely he's the one who buffed up his own weapon before giving it to the rest of the team. So I'm really loving how teams Buriram United is showing up despite of the counter attempted by Evos Divine. They're still on top.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and check out exactly what the performance was like here. Moshi only had 30% damage contribution. You might think that's a bad thing, but it's actually a great thing because it only means that the rest of the team members on the side of Buriram was all throwing in some piece of their effort for that action. And then, of course, on the flip side, you look at Evos. Coach Hill walking away with 5 eliminations this time around. The rest of his team members, though, not doing as well as him. Rasia and AIM got 1 apiece. Ray did not get a single elimination this time around, and 2 out of the 4 players on the side of Evos had less than 1,000 damage, Nep.
Ooh, it's tough, really. I mean, being taken down a little bit early before you get in all those damage and before you get in all those shots in. But that's the threat that Buriram United has brought in this game from even for first match. So it's tough. I guess it's tough to swallow this for Evos Divine right now, losing out on 2 when they thought that they had that opportunity earlier on the first round in Kalahari. But what can I say? It's mechanical skills versus strategy, and Buriram United has more capability in that regards.
17 KD average. Moshi. And this time he was the player that got taken down the least number of time in comparison to everybody else that played out there. You gotta love it. Moshi is on a roll. First 2 games up against Evos, double MVP, 2-0 scoreline. By the way, congratulations. You got your prediction.
Yeah, well, again, 2-0 right now. I expect a little bit of fight just to go against prediction, but this is the result of how that ended up. Now, as this is the first match that we are going to complete, the winners will get a total of 3 points and the losers will get zilch, nothing in that round. So that shows already that Evos Divine is a little bit closer and ending up in a lower bracket onto the next stage.
Yeah, again, just to reiterate exactly how this works. If you win the game, if you win the series, you get 3 points. If you lose, if you're the loser, you get no points. Even if you lose 2 2-1, all right, you still get no points at all when you lose the game. We have a few tiebreakers, but we'll walk you through the tiebreakers closer towards Sunday and re-emphasize exactly how we pull the split between these players on each of these groupings. But of course, again, that was the first game off of Group A. We have got another one coming up for you guys in a little bit. Heavy and PE Sports will take each other on, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that is a little bit of civil rivalry that we keep seeing overall. But in terms of Clash Squad, Heavy seems like a stronger team. But we know that PE Sports has that potential of surprise. And that's one thing. They surprise us so much that we expect them to win, but they lose. They expect them to lose, that they win. So that's what PE Sports is offering. Hopefully that changed, though.
I feel you, okay? I feel you. Every time we all get excited that PE is doing good and then they just suddenly don't show up when you are not expecting them at all. And that's exactly when they say like, oh, how dare you give up on us, right? And then they embarrass your predictions. But of course, at FFMAI, we did see a few of the Vietnamese teams in participation. We saw PE Sports, a couple of others there as well. But of course, we're going to be taking a quick short break, and we come back. Of course, we continue on that conversation. Don't go anywhere.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
This is it! A swarm of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And this is round number 2 or match number 2 of Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. Back on the cat desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, Mustachio AJ. And up next, we're going to see a battle between Vietnam teams, PE Sports, and Heavy. And who's not excited to see this, AJ?
Nah, I am definitely excited to see this one. We saw how far PE Sports could go in the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. Not very far, but far enough, right? And then later on, they got beaten down by a team that lost to, you know, a B-tier Thai team. So it's not very good in terms of overall performance, but that was, again, in the past, right?
Yeah.
We got to look at them as to how they are right now. We got to see exactly how much polished their drafting situation has come through this time around, right? Because I think we saw a few mistakes made in the past, which we don't want to see again this time around. And, you know, even with Evos, they had a certain play style that they try to force up against Buriram, Neptune. And I feel like you can't just go in with what you're comfortable with, right? You gotta figure out exactly what your opponent has and try to play a counter to that somehow, which we didn't see out of Evos, but hopefully we see between the teams of PE and Heavy.
Yeah, and most of the times, like once you go against your own region, there's plenty of scrims that has been happening, and that's where the off-season time is going for teams like these, like BB Sports and Heavy. But in a bit, we have played the matches in our mind once again, and we have a little bit of predictions on our side. And again, I'm going for a 2-0 sweep, and AJ is going for a 2-1. But the only difference is we're rooting for the same team, which is Heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Heavy's, you know, probably going to pull this one away from PE Sports, but I don't think PE is going to just give it away, right? You know, you've got a lot of talent on the side of PE Sports, and you got to respect the talent on the side of PE Sports for one good reason, because the moment you underestimate them, that is exactly when they run away with the game, right? You've got Nolan, you've got LBT on the squad, but you also have a couple of names that I have not seen in the past. So I can't wait to see exactly, you know, what their roster is going to be like in a little bit. Do you think PE Sports might stand some odd chance of turning this around, since both of us think they're going to lose, Neptune?
Well, we're going to go with that, and then we give them the element of surprise of turning things around. Right?
Yeah.
PE Sports, I'm going to stick with that. Heavy is going to win, and hopefully, again, I don't want to jinx it, but hopefully it gets turned around by PE Sports. But there's the new players, the new roster, as well as their unpredictability, not just in winning and losing, but how they approach each game. And we know for a fact that with their coach and manager as well, who has brought in so much in the previous games, especially when they were the first representative of their region on the one of the biggest stage, then hopefully that's what they carry in on Clash Master.
Yeah, absolutely right. I totally forgot about that point. PE Esports first inspired the whole of Vietnam, and then, we haven't really seen the best of them ever since. But of course, let's take a look at the lineup here out of PE Esports. Again, you have got LBT, but you also have Wang Shi, Zeref, as well as Situan on the side of their squad.
Yeah, I mean, PE Sports, again, they inspired a lot of Vietnamese teams until they expired in performing. So that's a tough journey, and hopefully they can recover. And if I'm not mistaken, even in the global finals, when we saw some of the teams, we had a little bit of feedback on how their mindset is. There's a lot of things that's been going on, not just against their opponents, Clash Squad and Battle Royale, but also within the team. And hopefully it has, like with off-season, that's the first thing that they might have corrected. But let's see on how they will go against these set of players from Heavy. I mean, we know their performance. We have Alan, Don't Cry, Mufasa, and Bully, and these lot just don't go down that easily.
No, they most definitely don't. And you are absolutely right. We do know the players on the side are heavy, and they are really tough to take down out there within the Vietnamese circuit as a whole. And, since PE Sports is going to have a question mark when it comes to their chemistry, whether or not it's going to be a well-oiled machine working out there, or it's going to be struggling to keep up with each other, maybe of some of what we saw within the Evos, if you kind of get a similar play style like that where it doesn't seem as fluid, then there's a high probability you and I both get our predictions on the money here. Heavy obviously looking like the more well-oiled machine as far as the chemistry of the squad is concerned.
I mean, it's either well-oiled or well-powdered. So if I'm not mistaken, that's powder on the table. But that's, guys, for those of you who don't know, haven't played that much of Free Fire, this is one of the key factors that change the game. If your screen is perfectly peppered with powder, then you will move quite swiftly. But PE Sports, let's see. I mean, it looks as if PE Sports is playing away from each other compared to Heavy. That gives them even more advantage in terms of communication.
I swear to God, I've never tried powder on my iPad before. And I don't know if I want to try the powder, man. But I'll think about it. Let's take a look and see.
Better than finger sleeves.
What, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try it out. I'm convinced now. At least to try it once. Bermuda Nextera Solara, PE Sports with the first and the third pick. Of course, we start things off at Bermuda once again. And like Jonah put it earlier, the opponents don't get anywhere to run. So PE Sports better watch out. And for the very first pick, obviously it's PE Sports. So we're probably going to get an interview segment shortly to see exactly why PE Sports pulled this map out, Neptune.
Yeah, hopefully we find that confidence as well. To counter everything that we mentioned about PE Sports. And with that confidence, we can see that they might be able to get this dub in this fight. So let's wait no longer. Let's bring it over to PE Sports and check out why they picked this map.
Lý do tại sao thì mình chọn quân sự là map đầu tiên thì bọn mình những ngày qua bọn mình đã luyện tập rất là nhiều và chuẩn bị rất là nhiều cho cái map quân sự này, nên là bọn mình tự tin cái map quân sự này mình phớt bích nó. Cái map quân sự này thì mình tự tin là ở đây cái map này nó có cái lũ khói thì nó giúp cho bọn mình kiểm soát với lại giao tranh trong khói với chiếm thính nó sẽ dễ dàng hơn và tự tin trước Heavy.
And of course, the confidence there, Neptune. They know the map really well. The confidence is coming because they just didn't bump into the map one day. They visited that map every single day, multiple times, just to make sure they obtain full mastery of it. And if you're not going that far, you probably wouldn't get too far in the competition as well.
Exactly, and for those who's wondering, because if I'm thinking from the past when we play Clash Squad, the order of the area is randomly selected. Now we have a fixed order. So we start off with Sentosa, and we've seen that in the previous match as well. Sentosa, and then we go to a switch on round number 2, and then we go to Clock Tower, and then Observatory for 2 rounds, Peak, Mill, Hangar, and Shipyard. Those are the orders, so don't be surprised why it is the same. But let's head over to the draft right now and see how the strategy would work for the side of both Heavy and PE Sports, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, obviously, first bans on both sides. We get to see roughly what the teams do not want to deal with. You know, Oscars are a problem. A124s are a problem. Cassie's definitely a big problem. You might want to take that Zane out of the front lines if you want to go in there for a rush. But then, of course, if you are getting first picks, you don't want to be removing those kills because you want to swipe them for yourself. And since PE Sports was the first one to pull in the map, it will be a ban from the side of Heavy, and they take the tank Orion off of the arsenal from PE Sports.
Yeah, I mean, again, just repeating myself, the moment that Orion has been introduced, we were questioning how well it worked. Because so far, when Clash Squad mode on a competitive scene has been introduced, it's more of a team game. What active skill can you use that would benefit the team? But Orion right now, especially with the rushers that we have in the team, it's just giving them so much of promise in clutch moments. And then the rest will just give a follow-up based on what active skill or what position they're taking. But on the other side, PE Sports banning Ignis. Not quite sure if this is
meta enough.
Good meta enough ban, because I don't think that much player are using this active skill.
Not just that not many players are using this active skill, I don't really see it as a very troublesome skill, right? In terms of damage, there's nothing much that you get off of that Ignis. Yeah, it does help you get towards the cyber drop, but yeah, still not a bannable character in my list. But of course, let's see how PE Sports plays this out as Heavy brings Oscar into play. Yeah, that Oscar would have been a good one to ban.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the potential to go in a rush and knock down your opponent. But on the other side, just to respond against the Oscar, they're going to bring in Zane. And there's no other player that can use that Zane if not LBT, because he can move around. And then there goes that Nero. So we know, I believe it's Heavy as well who used that at best advantage for the last time we saw them in Clash Squad. So I guess that's something that PE Sports has studied against this opponent, so that they want to deny that Nero use.
Yeah, so it's a good pick so far from the side of PE Sports. They're not a big fan of the ban, but bringing Zane and Nero in shows us roughly what they're thinking with the pacing. But they still don't have informational play, which is what Heavy now obtains on their side. They bring Coda in for the play, so the Aurora Vision can help them spot out exactly what the pacing and positioning of PE Sports is going to be like. But with Zane having such a great front line and Cassie still being available, Neptune, this could just be the third pick.
Let's see though. I mean, if Cassie can be brought in, Zane would really be more buffed up. But I think with what Heavy has picked already, they can go with a little bit of speed. So won't be surprised if Tatsuya would be part of the mix. A good combination of Zane and Tatsuya in the front line. I know I questioned that on Buriram United, but for PE Sports, I think that's a combination that might work.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, they could just, just go out on a limb and try to bring that Iris in, because they don't have a setup for their secondary sniper just yet. But like you said, Tatsuya is just going to be the option here. And PE Sports gets to choose their final character to close this off. Still a viability for the electrotherapy, because they technically are looking really strong already. But the same Devil Tatsuya, very aggressive setup. Chrono could be brought in just as the backup skill. But when you've got the electrotherapy, why would you not use it? Looking at the fact that they've got a triple rusher, single sniper on their setup.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and the sniper can work as well, but great I would say this is a great counter as well, so that they can use that against that Aurora Vision. So tracing steps. Good plan. Initially, you can trigger that. You know exactly where your opponent will be positioned, and then you can lead your Tatsuya and Zane already there. Even throw at the plushie just to make sure that that is confirmed and add a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Boy is going to say thank you so much for allowing us to take the electrotherapy. I mean, they brand out the Orion, right? And if they get the electrotherapy on their side as well after banning out the Orion, then it's like, phew, we escaped that one. Imagine you ban the Orion and then PE Esports sneaks away the Cassie and they're now left wondering, what do you do? Cassie plus Zane on the side of PE Esports would have been absolutely deadly. But I understand as well that counter pick of Clue to make sure the Aurora Vision and the information play on the side of Heavy does not really put them at a very big disadvantage. So I like this. PE Esports, they have thought this one through. Great lineup on both sides. I don't see a lot of weaknesses on the side of Heavy. Of course, there is a coin toss of a pick here on the Sentino. I still have not... It's not like Sentino's not a good player. It's just I haven't seen many great Sentino players on this level. And when you're not amazing at your Sentino play at this level of esports, it's a waste of a pick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's just a lot of conditions wherein that Santino can be used quite efficiently. And for some, because of the hustle and bustle that has been happening, especially in Clash Squad, it doesn't give you that much time to either trigger or to set it up. But reposition-wise, it's good if you want to go in front line, like switch a 3-1 to a 3-1 to a 4-man strong, or a 2-2 to a 3-1. And that's one of the best advantages you can do without being spotted. You can switch it up and surprise Milhold, you're already in a different position.
Yeah, absolutely. And like what we saw Russia do earlier. So, great switch, but did it help him survive for much longer? Absolutely not, right? So it's really a coin toss out there. You could be a great sniper, but your timing on that Sentino is a whole other gameplay altogether. And it's too much dependent on the positioning of your opponents to decide if or not it's going to be a success playing your active skill, as opposed to a backup skill like a Steffi, that electrotherapy. Sorry, not Steffi, Cassie with the electrotherapy. You know that it's all about you and your timing, not really reliant on what the opponent's going to do, where the opponent's going to be. It's somewhat like just bringing that Flame Mirage in here. In fact, the Flame Mirage in certain circumstances might have been much better than the Sentino. So I'm not anti-Sentino just because I can't use him, okay?
Well, at least that's one point. It's tough though. I mean, it's very difficult. And probably that's one reason why, like, pro teams, even if they are considered as pro teams, they bring in the Sentino, there's still some misses because it's not an easy active skill to bring into the table. It's not there's a lot of learning curves you need to go through before you can use that Santino. And most of the instances, it's coming from the snipers. And you know how the snipers are quite well in adapting. And Santino can be something that they can use just to flex, that they can use it, that they can utilize it to the best advantage. So let's see though if this is something that they can bring into the table quite well. And again, you're expecting a 2-1. Hopefully that changed from my prediction, because a 2-0, yes, I know it's a little bit brutal, but I want to be surprised by PE Sports.
Yeah, I do agree with you. A little bit of a surprise would not hurt any one of us. Earlier the game, the series ended way too early between Evos and Buriram. And we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for a little bit of a delay here before we kick off this second game. It's just day one jitters for us here as well, okay? So bear with us. We'll get the games running in a little bit and you will be entertained. The matchup between PE Sports and Heavy, the civil war of the Vietnamese squads. And then later on, we have got AG Global, the current world champions for Clash Squad, taking on the EWC 24 champions in Falcons. And of course, to wrap the day up, we have got the champions of the pre-season Clash Squad from last year, RRQ out of Indonesia, fighting up against WAG, one of the most lethal teams to come out of Vietnam. So the action is going to be continuous. We're going to go all the way today, Nep.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward for the full stretch of all those games. And again, the storylines is just something that I'm looking forward to be changed. I know we're seeing already like champions against champions, and one has been falling already. AG Global and Team Falcons, that's one thing I'm looking forward to. The two-time Clash Squad champion for Southeast Asia against the Clash Squad champion of Global Finals, going to meet up against each other, and that will only show if Team Falcons has lost their touch in Clash Squad mode, or that was just similar to what we mentioned for Buriram United, a fluke out of CS, wherein they just didn't focus that much. They just focused on where they are best, which is Battle Royale.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it pays to understand exactly where your strengths are and to avoid what, probably is not going to be the best use of your time. And in that situation, you're exactly right. You just figure out exactly whether or not VAR or CS is your pick and then just go all in for it, right? But as far as teams like Heavy and Fire Esports are concerned, they're going to try for everything because a little bit of the prize pool from here, a little bit of the prize pool from there makes for a good earning in a year of esports. So that's exactly what Fire Esports is looking for. That's exactly what Heavy is looking for, because although they have improved tremendously within the Vietnam circuit up against the rest of Southeast Asia, some say the world, they still haven't shown us championship quality, World Series quality just yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just for Fire Esports and Heavy, I could say this Free Fire Clash Master is another way of finding out where they're best at. Because in Battle Royale, it's an on and off. And so it's an on and off. We don't know exactly what they're going to bring in, though. Like, when they are hype, they are hype. But Clash Squad mode, there's very little data and numbers that they can bring into the table right now. So this is where they start the year off a little bit better, a little bit wiser, I would say. And hopefully they will win on those games. But again, Fire Esports Heavy, at some point towards whether it's a second or a third match, someone's going to lose.
What a great assessment, Mr. Analyst. Somebody's about to lose for sure. And if it was up against a team like Buriram earlier on, it would be a swift loss. I mean, just a single round pulled away by Evos and 12 wins on the side of Buriram. That is just ridiculous, right? It was a 12-1 scoreline across two matches between the two, and I expected a little bit of fight. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you saw my prediction, man. I expected big fights.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, I know I base it from past games, and I was looking forward to Evos Divine really bringing in something to the table. We've seen that on the draft. We've seen that, though there are some questions, but we've seen there's potential because on the game style, we can read already that it does match their picks. But unfortunately, it doesn't go quite well with going against like a team like Buriram United, who adapted quite quickly. When they made it fast, they really rushed it. When Evos Divine slowed it down, like, okay, you want to play slow, we're going to play it slow and then switch it up on a hype. And that's where Buriram United is quite best. Like switching it up, switching the tempo on a slow pace and then on a fast pace, surprising even their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, and to be able to communicate the switch of pace very clearly and to execute it together as a squad, I think is one that takes a lot of practice, right? A lot of rinse and repeat over and over again, which is exactly what I think is needed to really master the Centino. That shape split is no joke. But, unlike the Centino mastery, it's not fully dependent on how your opponents react, right? I mean, to a certain degree, it does. But you, at the very least, get to switch it up round after round through that communication. And teams who just have better comms usually get the better end of the stick. Again, guys, we do apologize. We definitely want to start the games for you. We're not delaying it on purpose. Bear with us. There's just a little bit of stuff that's in the background that we need to sort out first before we start the second series for PE Esports as well as Heavy.
Yeah, and just set the expectation, what we witnessed in the draft earlier, that might not be a final just yet. So there will be a little bit of change up on that draft. So again, whatever we said some would stick, but it's a good surprise as well if they'll be able to pull off something out of the combination that they have an active skill that would work even better as a counter to their opponents. Whether it's PE Sports or Heavy, we don't have the details just yet, but we'll give you all those insight. And that's what we've been doing so far, AJ. I mean, giving them insight on the active skills, the history of the teams, and a lot more. We have all of that for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do exactly like what Neptune said as well, right? The main reason for the delay is because I think there was a little bit of an error in terms of the drafts. So as we come back in here with a brand new set of drafts, I don't expect a lot of the active skills to change. I think for a majority of it, still going to stay the same. Maybe one or two skills might be a little different. So I'm not too sure about that. We'll have to take a look at it and see and go through that whole cycle once again of assessing exactly what they have brought in here. But at the end of the day, I think only because we haven't seen them play in the recent times, a good, decent Clash squad up against each other, there's just nothing to bounce off of at this point of time, right? Just historical data between PE Esports as well as Heavy. And PE was the team that we saw more recently in FFMEI. They were not too bad. They walked away with the 4th spot, and I think that's great at the end of the day then.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can get those wins as well, it gives you more confidence, gives you a boost to focus more on how Clash Squad, like the competitive scene of Clash Squad mode really works. And hopefully that's something that they have picked up from that tournament onto this standalone Clash Squad mode tournament, which is Clash Master. But here's the thing. I mean, I want to reach out to the viewers out there because I know we haven't seen the new characters, Morse. I want to go back at that. And I want to ask this question to the survivors out there. How often do you use Morse and how effective is it? I know it's two questions, but you can just merge it up. Just give us an answer so that we will get a gauge on if this is something that the pros can use, or is this something that might need to wait a little bit longer, same as what we've seen from Nero?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, well, I hope we don't have to wait too long for Morse to get buffed because, the way the character was created, I expect Morse to be an absolute disaster to encounter in Battle Royale. On the EWC stage or on the global final stage, I don't want to encounter that trouble just in Southeast Asia, okay? I think it'll be more fun on a stage like that because of the unpredictable environment the Morse can put you in. You grow invisible, you try to kind of traverse across the battlefield. You could do that defensively as you try to run away from your opponents. You could do it offensively as you try to get into position. You've got the jump pad and, the interaction between the different elements within the game plus invisibility is going to be really, really, really exciting when you look at the drama part of the competition.
Exactly. I mean, it's also, though it's not literally like full invisibility, there's still a hint of where the opponent is. Once it is triggered, you just need to focus more on your surroundings. But how?
Yeah.
You did mention Battle Royale. Teams from Battle Royale doesn't just stay, look in one side and then focus there. They move around, try to search their opponents, and up close and personal, that's where they will be surprised by the skill of Morse, the stealth bite. So definitely that bites for the opponent. So let's see if that's something that they can use. Hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers that someone will utilize that in this Clash Master.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we are not going to be taking a break just yet. You're still going to hear Mustachio and Neptune blabber quite a little bit as we set up this next game. We've got a total of 4 series to play through today. We've just ended a series between Buriram and Evos in the most swift manner possible. That series took just roughly about an hour to conclude. And then for the rest of it, we have been setting this one up. So I'm absolutely eager to see who is going to get me excited as we head on into the matchup between PE Sports and Heavy. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break before we do come back in here with that matchup. Make sure you don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's PE Sports taking on Heavy.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
2 players be able. This is it! A Swam MD7!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring, and we are set to prepare for our next matchup. This is a battle between PE Sports and Heavy, and once again, we apologize for a little bit of delay. We're going to start off with the next draft that would be happening between these two teams. So AJ, I'm really looking forward to how they're going to, I would say, adapt to what the teams has offered in this matchup.
Absolutely, man. So the bans are going to stay the same. The first initial 2 picks of each squad, they're going to stay the same. And then from there on, we will continue with the drafts. So exactly what the problem was one of the players had flagged to say that, an incorrect pick had been made. I think one of the referees there didn't really hear the player, so we had to redo the whole thing once again. Of course, again, we don't want to be forcing the players to start off that match when they're not comfortable and those are not their intended picks. With the Sentino in the side of Mufasa, Cassie dragged in here by Zarif. C1 brings in the clue, and this is pretty much looking like a solid stack on the side of PE Sports.
I mean, it's quite similar to what we've seen earlier. Let's see though. Steffi will be brought in. Okay, so this is quite a surprise. We've seen this happen earlier, and there's, I would say, little less efficiency when Evos Divine pulled this off. So let's see if this is something that Heavy can be, will be able to utilize much better.
Let's see if or not we will be able to see the Steffi pop into action this time around, because trying to avoid the grenades earlier on wasn't really a big problem for Evos because there were barely any grenades played in that matchup. So we have to see the efficacy of that Steffi being used. But of course, it's not just about the grenades at the end of the day. It's about the defenses as well. So there is a situation where that Painted Refuge can do some magic here for the side of Heavy. But they do have the Oscar, the Coda, enabling them to go in for the rush, not really thinking much about their safety. And obviously, Mufasa is going to be purely depending on his mechanical skills, which he definitely has on his side to get the dominant run. But my personal favorite is the active skills pick on the side of PE Sports, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have a frontliner with the name of Zane and Cassie for Zarif and LBT, and then you have information as well as for your snipers, you would have that Nero. So let's see though on how that's going to turn up. But I want to go back because before we go through break, we threw a question about Morse, and I'm loving this feedback coming from Divyan Kumar, wherein if the Morse fire mechanism would be like the Wukong, it would start dominating. And just to point it out, if you can cancel your invisibility, your stealth bites quite quickly, and or if you get hit and it gets canceled, then you can respond quite easily with your gun. So I do agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's, of course, will make it a little bit too OP, I think. Because you gotta have a good balance, right? Obviously, some skills need to be good, but if they're too good, imagine if you can be invisible, just sneak up on your opponents and instantly be able to shoot them down. I think that's a broken skill to have in the game. With a certain limitation on that invisibility as you try to traverse the open grounds, try to remain undetected, get into a better spot spot before you start sniping for your squad, or get into a better spot so that you can flank as your opponents push in from the front, I think it would be a golden opportunity for many teams to show us, just a little bit of exciting gameplay out there in terms of strategy. But yeah, you break the skill and we're gonna see the skill nerfed anyway.
Well, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of skills out there that has been changed. It's a buff, a nerf, or a rework. We've seen that because that's what I love about Garena right here, because they are looking into stats not on those just the meta, but also those who has the potential to be on the meta, and they are showing up once those changes has been applied. So I'm really loving if some of the skills will be used by the players. It gives more information for Garena to look into, and then we're going to party when it comes to those skills, whether it's active or passive skills.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. In a situation where you have to really keep up with the meta, make sure you know exactly what kind of active, passive skills are going to be the most effective out there to pull the win to your side. At the same time, keep focused on your mechanical skills. It's a lot, right? And that's why some of the more established esports squads do a little better in competitions like this, because they have got a clear separation of roles. The players just need to play. You've got the analyst, you've got the coach on the sidelines, just telling them, all right, use this, do this, keep focusing. And from the side of the coach and the analyst as well, they clearly need to understand the game, first of all, and also understand how their players are on the battlefield so that they can make sure the right skill sets are applied to each and every single player. So I think that's, not the easiest balance to achieve. But teams that do achieve that fantastic balance get to walk away with a lot of payment by the end of the day, because these prize pools are crazy now.
Yeah, I mean, it starts and it's growing and growing, and I'm loving that players and teams are given that opportunity as well, and that gives more prestige to every tournament that we have when it comes to Free Fire. So let's see if this is where either PE Sports or Heavy can bring prestige to their side, because here we go. We're going to start it off in Bermuda once again for the battle between the same regions of Vietnam. We have PE Sports against Heavy. Let's see who's going to pop off from the beginning.
Yeah, let's see who gets to do exactly that. We got the Super Bonfire set up from both sides already. And looking like PE Sports is laying out their bonfire out in the open. Doesn't serve them well at all. Can't get to the bonfire. Allen straight to the head of Seraph. And Heavy starts this off perfectly. Allen on the double. Allen on the triple. And goes in for the shutdown mercilessly as he helps out Don't Cry with the other two eliminations. And Heavy seeing a one-sided round there up against PE Sports.
Yeah, I mean, no long-range weapon, no M500. All of them has USP2s on them. So we are expecting a steamroll coming from Heavy. And heavy damage indeed they brought in. So let's see on what would be brought in by PE Sports in terms of weaponry. We're seeing a Deagle, we're seeing a Uzi. Hopefully they're not taking it back. But for Mufasa, it does have a sight. So just need to get it close for that slice and dice.
Again, a potential misplaced Super Bonfire there on the side of PE Sports that could have caused a little bit of a mess. Mufasa this time sprayed down. The Deagle on the opposite. And Allen tried to sneak away from the situation, but that Oscar had no glue walls to bust down and had no wind to hop through. Shiryu, the final player. Heavy this time will meet their end as the mini Uzi and Deagle gets it done for PE.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving this. Now, that placement of that Super Bonfire was pristine. They know exactly where to go, and probably the Super Bonfire can be used to bait out your opponent. You put it in the view of your opponents, you like assume, or they would assume that that's where you're heading, and then you go for the backstab. So multiple tack market coming from players is good, but at least they should have one with an enhanced hammer that would help them on a pinch.
Now you see those MP5's coming out, the level 2 MP5 on the side of Helen. So, Heavy with a slight advantage here. Do have the Thompson's Powerful Mini Uzi on the side of PE Esports. Not like they don't have any guns on their side. Allen down on the ground. Sarah finding him on the head. Turns around, finds another. Don't cry this time. Shut down. And Heavy being overwhelmed by PE Sports. And maybe this is that time. This is that version of PE Sports that just turns the whole world around. Just when you don't expect them to dominate, they step it up.
All right, so for them to continue this, I'm still not expecting them to win. I'm still not expecting them to win. They continue with this role without any expectation. And I guess that's how you live life, right? You go on, give it all without any expectation of something in return, and that's how PE Sports is winning. But as we look, it seems like they're already pulling out powerhouse, AC-80 if I'm not mistaken, and with the economy that PE Sports has, they will have full armor. Level 3 armors on their side. Now, let's see, and the position would be better for them, but Heavy receives a lot more damage than expected.
Damage sustained. Allen out. Could not take him and pull him right back up. Mufasa sprayed down as well. Heavy facing heavy damage here as PE Sports finds their rhythm, finds the kind of guns they want to use to annihilate Heavy. And 3 rounds in a row. Neptune. PE Sports is on a roll.
Go ahead, PE Sports, say it in our faces. This is not what we expect them, but this is how they deliver. PE Sports right now, great performance overall. We still have economy to make this work. Again, no VSS in this specific map, but MP5s, the Thompsons will be there as well as a Powerhouse. So I believe that would still be the same weapon that they will have right now, together with a bunch of glue walls, some medkits, and nades would be a factor as well. But I'm only seeing 2 from PE Sports and Nando for side of Heavy. So that Steffi will still not be usable at this point.
Not just yet. 1 down. Narrow. No longer on the side of PE Sports. They have to slow this pace down. Wang Shi finds one. Goes in for the slice and dice with a scythe. And Mufasa too quick on his feet to get out of that sticky situation. Had the painted refuge on his side, but didn't want to waste the pop just yet. Zareth with the Thompson flings around, sees the glue wall. Zareth wins out that gunfight perfectly with the headshot. And PE Sports pulling that one even when they were 1 man down. Later, 2 men down as they got another one knocked. But it was a absolute fantastic turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, I love the headshot I would say that's a drop shot because he was about to drop from that ledge while he made that flank. So I'm really loving how the PE Sports is moving right now. And, well, Super Bonfire with a little bit of boost for the team that would make them a little bit more stronger. So up close and personal is what they need right now because of Zane and Nero with that Thompson plus MP5s available for LBT gives him that distance. So up close is what they need, especially in this map of peak.
Let's see if or not it can stand up long enough. Allen sprayed down again as the Oscar user. Don't Cry couldn't get away from the situation as well. Had the coda, had the information, but didn't have the speed to get out of the sticky situation. Cherry, the final one with the AWM. And this one looks like it's a no-go. It's a 1v4 as the sniper. He gets hunted down, and Wang Shi just ripping through the rest of the players with the clue.
All right, 4-1 already in scoreline. PE Sports really changing our minds about our pick, and I'm loving it. Now, hopefully we'll see a little bit of movement from Mufasa and the rest of the teams, because we know for a fact that Heavy is that aggressive team, but that is being used by PE Sports against them, just luring them into one or funneling them into one area, and that's where they start falling down. But this might be the opportunity they're looking for. It's long-range engagement, especially from Shiryu on that AWM.
5-1 match point for PE Sports Neptune. This one could just be the end of it. Oh, Narrow doesn't go wide. Sticks onto Allen. Information given away. Now PE Sports in a sticky situation. Zareth, backstab! Timing is perfect as he He finds Don't Cry. Zareth with the double. M590. Shiryu the final one. Sentino swaps on out. And Zareth finds Shiryu in the nick of time as Don't Cry gets picked right back up. But not enough to save the day. PE Sports, what a reverse sweep, losing the first round and not a single one after that.
Oh, really? I'm loving this turnaround being done by PE Sports right now. Yes, you're right. Pistol rounds is not their cup of tea, but the moment they get their rhythm, they will go all along. And it's a 6-1 scoreline right now. And more promise for PE Sports. So hopefully this is something that Heavy would counter later on. We know that they have speed. They know that they have the confidence to go up close, but that should change. That needs to change, especially with the skills that they will be bringing in onto match number 2.
I am very, very impressed, right? I was not expecting that approach from the players because we saw a lot from the side of Heavy in that initial round. And it was the turnaround that I just wasn't seeing coming, right? Because it was mostly won out purely through those mechanical skills, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, mechanical skills is what PE Sports has shown differently in that engagement. And we did mention about the mistake that they have on placing those super bonfires, but afterwards, that's where the efficiency came in for PE Sports. So let's take a peek of what happened in this game between PE Sports and Heavy and how PE Sports did win this fight.
Again, we, of course, were a little bit more interested in what PE Sports had brought in as a draft. They had the Zane Nero Tatsuya clue. We know how dangerous the Zane can be up close and personal. We know how much of information that clue can give the rest of your team members. And that's what was used so well by these players, right? And you had the electrotherapy in the hands of LBT as well, just to make the lives of these players a little bit more difficult. And when it's a situation like that, Heavy just had no way to turn that around. And again, Neptune, the efficacy of having this little shape splitter out there on the battlefield didn't do much.
I mean, it's not that evident in the game. Having a shape splitter is not that evident at this point in time. So let's see if this is something that could change. We want this to change because Santino has brought in so many surprise hit, clutch moments, I would say. But there's just no opportunity for Heavy to bring that in. And even with Shiryu being left alone, he couldn't help the team on close battle because they don't have the economy to buy an extra gun for him to use up close.
Yeah, and again, we didn't really see the Painted Refuge do much. If you want to bring that Steffi in, your opponents need to be a super heavy nading squad. And it just didn't seem to be the case here for the side of PE Sports. And a little bit of a interesting pick coming on through here as well. When you look at the who pulled out in here, Farsighted, you get to increase the range and duration of scanning items. And guess who he brings in? Clue. So you can scan with that clue. Thanks to Hood, you get to scan a much wider radius around you. And in Clash Squad, Neptune, that's insane.
Exactly. I mean, if you can change the pace of the game because of that skill, and we've seen that happen so many times. Because initially, when we see new pet skills, we start to question how is it being used quite well by the team. But this is perfect, I would say, for the Farsighted in this kind of situation. But let's take a look on how more it was efficient in this game. PE Sports really did win a lot of those engagement, but the damage, I would say there was a fight that has been brought in by Heavy. It's just not converted into elimination.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we did see the Luna on Wang Shi earlier on as well with the fight of flight. And we also saw Kelly. So there's a very clear interest from the side of Wang Shi and how he wants to use out there, right? So he's got the extra speed off of that Kelly. He also has an extra firing rate off of the Luna. He's got the capability to spot out his opponents. This is an absolute clutch in terms of showing us what's viable out there. If you guys just rewind the broadcast a little bit, check out exactly what the passive as well as active skill combination of Wang Shi was. You should be able to fish out a lot of players, of course, providing you're quite good with your aim and your ability to take down players out there. A 22 KD average for Wang Shi. That is beyond insanity.
Yeah, I mean, that's 15 assists plus 7 elimination and only 1 death. That's just insane. I would say, like, adding up to the 22 compared to the rest. I mean, Zeref has been eliminated that much, but in terms of assists, we're not contributing because he's leading the fray in trying to get as much elimination as possible. Look at the damage from the guy, 28-32, and I'm loving it. Huang Shi and Seraph are 2 of the names that we just witnessed that has been included in the PE Sports lineup. So I guess they were the game changer for PE Sports.
They're definitely the game changers here for PE Sports. Seraph, 11 eliminations. Do I need to say more? When, you start off the game and Heavy gets the easy pistol rounds off of you. It looked quite one-sided out there. Could have been a misclick with the initial Super Bonfire, but they still did manage to get to the very edge of it, right? But that technically forced them to play a small little area behind the fences. And, as soon as Heavy spotted that out, they went in, they took advantage, they rushed the players of PE Sports. A small mistake can go a long way sometimes. But after that, the recovery play from PE Sports wasn't too bad at all. Good enough to get 6 rounds in a row. PE Sports definitely very delighted. And of course, LBT still there, making sure he holds their hands and gets them to the very top.
Well, let's see though. I mean, we had just witnessed Bermuda. Now we're switching it up. It's not Kalahari, it's Nextera, the next map for this match. So I'm really looking forward to how it will change the pace of the game. I'm pretty sure that some teams are taking advantage of this, especially with specific areas of the map wherein speed as well as what we've seen in Bermuda might not work for PE Sports. So I'm hoping that Heavy has chosen this with great strategy, and we're going to hear that we're going to hear that later on, or probably understand that later on. But let's take a peek on how they're going to treat the draft phase this time around, AJ, between Heavy and PE Sports.
The show's about to begin.
Guess it is. It was PE Sports, if I'm not mistaken, that initiated, or was it Heavy that initiated?
No, Heavy had the first ban. Then it would have been the ban of PE Sports, and Heavy would have had the first pick. So they banned out Koda first, and they pick Orion. The response pick was a double from the side of PE Sports. To counter that Orion, they have got the electrotherapy, which is brilliant if you ask me. I think they could also make good use of a Chrono in front to pair up with that electrotherapy, right? Because that Orion in his Crimson Crush, ability gets a little bit irritating, and you need to find some cover. If not, you'd be sitting ducks out there.
Talk about irritating. They're bringing in the Raiden. And when you know you can escape, you get tagged up with that spider, and boom, you're out, or slowed down, I would say. So this is quite a meta that we have been seeing from ranked games in Clash Squad mode, but this time around, I mean, they're trying to show that it can also work in a competitive scene.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So I'm really liking the drafts of Heavy this time around. 3 solid picks. PE Sports has got the Ignis. Not a big fan of that, but they've got the Clue once again. And again, the pairing of the Clue and Hoot, I do expect Wang Shi to bring that in. Brilliant combination. I have not thought of that at all on my own. So I gotta respect Wang Shi for figuring that out. Heavy, on the other hand, like you said, they've got the Raiden, very irritating active skill to go up against. When you're using it, it's fun. When your opponents are using it, it's anything but, right? And they've got the unlock as well to just turn the tides a little bit with the drop, the beat, active skill, creating a aura that increased movement speed. And I think Heavy kind of realized that they could not get away fast enough from BE Esports when they tried to turn around some of those situations. This is a good counter pick based off of that first round.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if this is something that that would affect and change the pace of the game right now. Because once you have that drop the beat, you will be able to heal up and pick up your teammates a little bit faster. And that's where Heavy was losing so much of those gameplays. But I had to look up the combination of Hood and Sensei Thing has been introduced from the previous Clash Squad mode that we've witnessed, that we've shoutcasted, and now we have a Hood, and they are just countering each other. One reduces the marking skills, the other one increases the information gameplay. So I'm loving this introduction of Hood as well in the game.
Yeah, no doubt at all. So we get the full skills locked in here. You've got a Narrow, Orion, Alok, Raiden on the side of Heavy. Very interesting draft. Very curious to see how they pull this one off. And of course, PE Esports, you've got Cassie, Ignis, Oscar, Clue. But I want to know what Heavy has to say about their map pick, why they have brought Azeni here. So we'll hear from them first and then catch up with you guys in a bit.
Lý do em chọn map Thế Kỷ là map của Heavy thì bởi vì Heavy bắn map này khá là thuần thục và chưa có nhiều thử nghiệm ở những map khác. Map thi đấu này tụi em đã chuẩn bị rất là kỹ lưỡng về các phần ban pick và về những từng vị trí trong map để chuẩn bị khi đối đầu với BE.
And there you have it. I'm seeing a pattern right here on the picks in terms of maps. It's because they're familiar, they know the map itself, they understand it better than the opponents. And again, I know, like, I don't want to bring any shade, but I guess everyone are familiar with all the maps. Whether it's Battle Royale, whether it's Clash Squad mode, there's always that familiarity. It's more of how you can use that knowledge to weave in and out of close quarter combats. And that's where we see most of the wins happen. Because Heavy really needs that information, that movement. Yes, they can move fast in the front line, but pulling away, that is the problem. And we witnessed that from Alan earlier with that valiant dash as he backs away, misses the window, and then got shut down.
This is the kind of situations you definitely want to be forcing with your active skill, right? You want to be giving yourself a massive advantage out there, but creating a situation like that is equally a part of the game as it is to take advantage of that situation. And that's what we didn't see Heavy do a lot with the active skills. It was very reactive. We did see an interesting draft come through from their side for sure, right? We had the Coda Oscar, Steffi, Sentino. I didn't see the Steffi do much once again. The Sentino was a very touch and go sort of an active skill. That Oscar wasn't really breaking a lot of those glue walls at all. But they did have the Coda. You know, I'm just wondering what's up with the informational play, because the Coda, the Aurora Vision, should have been able to spot out all of those players and kind of, you know, give that rough warning to say, you know what, who should watch out, who should back away, should we slow the pace down? But it looked like they just ran into it earlier, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, having that Aurora Vision, there's a counter though to the Aurora Vision. All you have to do is crouch or prone and you will be out of sight. That's one thing. If you have the distance against your opponents, even if they have that Coda, then you will still be able to take advantage of that. Just buy time, slow it down, take a moment until it expires, and then that's when you rush. So I guess that's one thing that some pro teams will need to use in terms of going against a Coda. But a clue, for instance, especially from what we've seen pick on this specific map or next map that we're going to play, it's just a timing. You just wait for it to expire. It blinks on your map, and the only problem though for the opponents is if they are quick enough, if they have that speed to be able to move away from the initial triggered location, that clue or that tracing step has found out.
Yeah, man. And, when you really go through the situation of, what these players are going to be devising out there, you need to look at the pacing of gameplay as well. Earlier in the first round, I liked what Heavy was doing. They took the fight to PE Sports.
Yeah.
But the second round onwards, I felt like the pacing was held by PE Sports. They didn't really allow Heavy to dictate the pacing anymore. But as we head on into Nextera, a place where Heavy has brought us in here for the play. This is a map pick of theirs. They started off the bad phase. They had the advantage with the first pick of the game. Everything should be on their side this time round. But let's see if or not the scores are as well.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, on the side of PE Sports, they have the portals to use, and they're heading into one side. Great position for the pinch right now, but, well, they are just following the leader at this point. Alok already in the front line, and Mufasa trying to break through the barrier. Great Crimson Crush timing for not to be taken down, but it's now a 2v2.
2v2 indeed. Don't Cry finds Zaref. PE Sports absolutely punished for that rush. You gotta love how they pulled that one off, but you gotta appreciate how the response came through from the rest of the Heavy players who initially got the tags onto Zaref as he was running on in. So they kind of anticipated this particular maneuver off of PE Sports. And I'm not surprised, right? Because they're from the exact same region. If anything, they should know each other the best. It was as if that particular round was scripted. PE knew exactly where to go. Heavy knew exactly where they were going to come from. But this second round, I do expect... Wait a minute, Heavy. Are they going to do the same thing?
No.
It would have been funny, though.
I mean, they did the same thing, but a waiting game for the side of PE Sport, from PE Sports, if I believe, was just there. So now the question remains. If they did the same thing, would they survive? Would PE Sports survive even longer at that point? Because it seems like they just head straight on against Heavy on that rotation.
Well, let's see exactly how.
Let's see.
They rotate this time.
This is a different side of the map. No switching sides for the moment. And, well, as we see those super bonfires, there's not so much a placement of the bonfires as well onto that next level. So all they have to do is pull up the glue wall down and dash. Seraph and blind shots with a headshot from what we've seen in Heavy has lost one of their players. Make that 2 players already.
Oh, that was an amazing connection with Wang Shi initially, and then they set up the glue walls right in front of the cyber drop, and the surprise play from that Zaref's Oscar breaking through the glue wall with the Valiant dash and just shutting them down through the smoke. Those blind shots, dude, they hit different. Alan, definitely not happy with that. Mufasa, the final play, just didn't have the gun for the clutch in that situation. The mini Uzi just not cutting it.
And that's one thing now. I mean, there's 2 ways that could have worked. It's either they have the Moko or they have the Shiru. Wherein the Moko, you shoot someone and then it gets marked up. Or you get a Shiru, you got shot and they're marked. And that's where you can land those shots, even if Smokes is in there. Speaking of Smokes, we rarely see the smoke vortex anymore. It's more of the super bonfire that's being pulled up by the teams right now.
Mufasa down already. Wang Chi. Opportunity just... What a glue wall. Smoke comes out as well. Sichuan! Just managed to tag him right back up. Don't cry, though. With the clutch. Alok there. Didn't use him. Unfortunately, Alan did throw out his spider. Backing up Don't Cry just a tad bit there. And PE Sports overwhelms that instead. Just purely through mechanical skills. You gotta love this neck-and-neck game between the 2.
Oh, exactly. The back and forth. This is what we didn't see in Bermuda. Now we are seeing it in Nextera. And we're seeing the Solara is, rather, the VSS is back in play in Nextera. And I guess it's it's my bad because I'm expecting it to only show up in Solara. So it's great that they can use that VSS as, again, and they have the capability to do so, especially with the passive that we've seen them use in early game.
Yeah, this time, straight up, VSS in play. Thompson in the hands of LBT. MP5 is the selection of Don't Cry. Mufasa looking for that range. Couple of plays tagged up. Allen returns right back in terms of firing. Catches Situan. Down on the ground, Seraph sneaking away with a sliver of health here. It's all about the sprays of the VSS. It's about who gets the connection first. Mufasa, glue walls shut down. Don't Cry, spotting out Wang Chi as well. And the numbers advantage here for the side of PE.
Oh, let's see now. PE Sports service back up. Don't Cry will be taken down by Wang Chi. Only 2 remains for the side of Heavy, and Mufasa fires back with VSS as well. Now, is that enough for him to survive? Allen or Siege 1 almost taken down. LBT with 1 headshot that could end it, and Allen goes for the shot against 2 and winning that fight. Now, Mufasa will be going down. It's now a 1v2, but Allen has more HP than Zaref.
Yeah, no doubt. More HP. Sarah's got no med kit. Out in the open. And Allen says, I've got a Thompson. And I've got more life than you.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence with having more HP than your opponent. I'm pretty sure they didn't know. But with how these players are communicating, they're giving that hint as well that how much they tagged against their opponents. And this is what I want to see. Or if I can hear their play or their comms, and I could understand it, then we'll have a full vision of how they are working this. But I love that jump as well as the turnaround to make sure that they get that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And the unlock has been coming in clutch, though, I have to say. Very rarely do you see that unlock being misused, but in the hands of the right player, the right amount of speed boost and HP top-up sometimes saves the day. And Alok, speaking of whom, is the final player there, but could not survive this time as PE Esports pulls the equalizer once they get 3 for 3.
Tito, Mufasa, Don't Cry is still up. And if they, if they could have changed things around, they could have get that 2-point lead against PE Sports. But on to Grab Labs, where, again, one of the maps that I don't love the most because of how we throw off your accuracy. But one thing that I'm seeing from players out here, the pro teams out here, is position-wise, they're quickly moving on a split and then repositioning into converging in the middle just to get this high ground. Now let's see if this works for both sides right here for the rush.
And let's see what they can pull away for this one. Then Raiden has to hop into action once again, but Allen, as I speak of that, Raiden gets knocked down first. Orion may be the savior as Mufasa finds one with the VSS. No elimination just yet. Sarah sprayed down. Pick up onto Allen. So then Raiden may be back in action, but Orion shut down back-to-back. Wang Chi finding Allen. Mufasa gets taken down as well. Bui has been found. Don't Cry, again the final player. The Alok. All he can do is drop his own health back up, but I think he's already used his active skill on the cooldown, has no way to recover, and PE Sports says, well, too bad you used it too early.
That's one thing. I mean, the timing, just understanding how it works, the skill works, you will be able to provide a counter even after the draft or post-draft. And this is what I'm loving and how they're treating this game right now. They just understand. And you were right earlier when you pointed out, they understand how, like, each of the players, each of the teams tick, thus the back and forth in terms of points. And PE Sports right now looks like they are adding up to the points, but struggling in taking a huge lead against Heavy.
Struggling indeed. But 2 rounds to end this. And definitely doing much better, Wang Chi. Man's got to learn to just click. You know, sometimes you don't want to warn them. Got the AWM on your side, but how often do you get a perfect opportunity, Allen? VSS strength, bro. C1 down on the ground. Mufasa managing to avoid the disaster, all thanks to the Crimson Crush, thanks to the Orion that he brought into this matchup. Wang Shi couldn't get away from that one this time round. LBT and Zeref. The save is pertinent, but Wang Shi could not get picked up. Zeref gets caught out. LBT, the final player, and Heavy returns fire for the equalizer.
Now, going back to how Mufasa managed to survive and made that work, I mean, he switched on that Crimson Crush, reduced the HP of the opponent, and then there was a backup coming from his teammates, or from Alan, just to make sure that they get that elimination. From that on, that's where they started off getting all of those elimination against PE Sports. Now, we're seeing reds right now in terms of weapon. If I'm not mistaken, this is M8087X that is being brought in by LBT. Deadly. It's not 2 shots anymore. It's 3 shots that you're going to receive. And this might be the plan of PE Sports to carry it over onto this game.
Great. Make a broken shorty even more broken. Thanks, Garina. But you gotta love it when you're the one using it. Mufasa down on the ground. Again, the Orion, the Crimson Crush, just not able to come in clutch. Don't cry. Alok down as well. Heavy losing one after the other. And Bui says bye-bye as PE Sports gets their 3rd cyber point, unlocking their cyber store in full and also getting the match point to their side. They are now blessed. They do have access to better gear, better gun, better armor, and a potential to annihilate Heavy in what could just be the final round.
And that's one thing. I mean, they were able to purchase that M8087X. Trogon is back in play right now. Thompson's will be in there as well, together with an AWM. PE Sports, weaponry-wise, seems to be a little bit stronger. Strategy, there's still a little bit of scraps. A little bit scrappy, I would say, in terms of movement and position, but they are making it work and surviving with more than Heavy. But will this be it? Will this be the end game? Because they are the match point.
But let's see if the conversion is a possibility here. Double glue wall melters. And Heavy can't just pull up those perfect defenses.
Well, let's see. There's something that they can really change. Ring around the rosy. Times being bought. Smokes being released. And Allen, no position just yet. LBT, just a waiting game. Once again, but there you have it. Clue has been triggered. Position has been spotted. But no movement coming from PE Sport, despite of the information that they have against Heavy. And then this is one counter against that clue. If you buy so much time, then that would expire. That skill would expire, refresh, and it would be happening later on. So a stalemate, I would say, for the final 15 seconds of this game. And I guess this is a smart move coming from Heavy because they don't want to lose out that easily. 9 seconds to go, and they have to run it 5 seconds until this game, and no one has been taken out just yet. And I guess it still continues on. The blue closes in, pushing everyone to go in against each other, but PE Sports is still in prime position.
Oh, this is a brave play. And now here comes a fantastic wall of fire. They do manage to block out a lot of that information and all of that chaos. A double knock that goes the way of Heavy, holding them to the match point, pushing us into a round number 11. Sudden death now as both teams stand on 5 victories apiece.
Oh my goodness. This is a back and forth that we didn't expect. But one thing for sure, with this kind of match, they have all the economy that they can use.
Oh, yeah.
And won't be surprised if we're going to bring all reds right there. But again, they need to, they only have 2 weapons though. So whatever is the best that they can have, 3 Winchesters. Make that 4 Winchesters for the fight of PE Sports. This is insane, AJ.
Let's go. It is...
Sour.
No, not that way. Okay, not that way. You're not going to go play that skin, all right? Mufasa, Allen is pushing the front lines here. Great rotation on the side of Heavy. And we do have to acknowledge the fact that C1 has the clue on his side. So the tracing steps should be able to give decent enough information to the side of PE Sports as he takes that high ground, you can see that tracing steps was used a little bit early. But boy, Nero used up already. Can't use his plushie. Zaref going in for the chase. And boy, perhaps a little too far away from the rest of his team members, gets punished with the Trogon.
Yeah, I mean, tracing steps plus the UAV is just overkill information, and that's why they get that first elimination. Buoy not picked up and will be confirmed. Don't Cry will be taken down. Team Booster will try to revive him, but there we have it. We have PE Sports winning the game. And this is just what we want to see from this team.
Yeah, Flamirage again for the distraction. Yeah. We know you guys are great in Vietnam. But PE Sports shutting down Heavy in a 2-0 Neptune.
Exactly, 2-0. This is something we didn't expect, but you know how PE Sports is. Expected and unexpected when it comes to this team. So, again, congratulations, PE Sports. They denied me of getting another hit on that prediction, but I'm still happy to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, so far, PE Sports, again, it's just a surprise. PE Sports gave us the surprise of this day, AJ, and I don't know what else to expect because the next match would be another banger of a game. AJ Global and Team Falcons, but PE Sports, Heavy, I'm expecting a little bit more fight in this matchup.
I didn't expect that, right? I think, in fact, both of us expected Heavy to get that victory earlier on. I expected it to be a little bit of an extended one. You expected it to be a swift one. But instead of that, PE Sports just turned the tables on all of us. And I have to say, it went down to the drafts, right? If you've got a better draft, you're going to probably have the higher chance of getting the victory there as well. And on top of everything else, we're talking about chemistry. We're talking about how Heavy is supposed to be the better, well-synced squad. But that doesn't seem to be the problem for PE Sports. These boys seem to know each other's movements very, very well, able to sync in with each other very well. And that's what you got to respect off of PE Sports. The pacing was decent, the usage of the active skills and the timing of these players going in for the push. You got to respect that. But of course, up against another Vietnamese squad, PE Sports has made this one look very easy. Up against the other regions here in Southeast Asia, I don't think the journey is going to be as smooth.
Yeah, let's see that. I mean, that's something that we need to prepare. But again, the addition of Wang Shi, the setup, is just game changer for this team. I mean, I'm loving that Seraph and Wang Shi are the ones popping off right here. But I feel a little bit of pain for LBT because in most instances, in most cases, if LBT is involved, he's the one leading the team. But we did mention about like playing and leading, similar to what we've seen in Jonah. Not a lot can do that. So that might be the case for LBT, for PE Sports right now. He's focused more on giving the command than giving so much of elimination as well as effort in getting all those points. But it is still favored PE Sports right now, regardless of how the back and forth of the points happen. They still manage to get that win.
And of course, it was a much more valiant effort on the side of Heavy, right? Because in the second game, they did manage to pull away a total of 5 rounds. Back and forth, they did go with PE Sports, but for the final count, I think they were shut down in a phenomenal fashion. The Raiden, I think, was that shock factor that gave them a little bit of advantage. But I didn't really see the Oscar do much for Boy this time.
Oh, let's see though. Let's see if that's something that would change. But speaking of Seraph, we have the Oscar right now really being used quite well. And there's so many instances wherein he used that to better advantage. When it comes to passive, it's pretty much I would say the usual from what we've seen in the previous season. 10 elimination, 45, 82 on the damage, 9 in assists, plus the Trogon, the return of the Trogon. And we rarely see this. We mostly see M590s as well as M1887, but the 3 shots coming from a Trogon really is helpful, especially in CQCs like Clash Squad mode. So I'm loving that this is being used. And we want this to spread like wildfire, similar to
Yeah.
a few seasons, a few updates before ago. Wherein the Trogon, it's still a coin flip, but most of the time, it is a win for the user.
Yeah, and clearly you see his plan, right? With the damage contribution, with the total eliminations, Zarif just wanted to get into the battles again and again. He had the Oscar, he had the capability to surprise. He also brings in the Rocky to reduce the cooldown of that Valiant dash so that he can continuously zip and zoom around the battlefield, just like how Tatsuya used to do in the good old days. But what makes his setup a little bit more attractive is the fact of those 3 passive skills, like you mentioned, Neptune. The extra layer of defense that is layered from each and every single one of those passive skills, right? The J-Beebs, you had the Shani, you also had the Joseph. So perfect. No doubt he's the MVP. On the opposite side, I have to say props to Alan as well. He did amazing with the Raiden. I didn't see the spider all that too many times, but it's probably because there was so much of action going on the battlefield at the very same time to spot that spider out. But he definitely did chip in quite a bit. Speaking of quite a bit, that's 3,639, but he does not top what Zarif did out there. 10 eliminations, 9 assists, 4,582 on the damage.
Oh, definitely. That is numbers that you can celebrate about. And again, the back and forth, compared to what we've seen in the first match, the back and forth in this match is quite different. It gives us an opportunity to think that Heavy can still get another point away, but unfortunate for them, they will be joining Evos Divine in the bottom half of their group. And, well, Buriram United Esports on the top half, they're halfway through, I would say, in getting into the upper bracket of this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are done with Group A. Group A, get out of here. We now want to check out Group B. We've got All Gamers Global, RRQ Kazu, Team Falcons, NWAG on standby to hop on into battle. This next series is going to be the battle between AG and Falcons. You got to love it. With Buriram and Fire Esports up on the top, again, we have to emphasize, in the group stage, no teams will be eliminated. But the top 2 teams on each group will be in the upper bracket, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be in the lower bracket. So the upper bracket teams will play a double elimination brackets, and of course the lower bracket squads can only, well, they technically cannot lose, because if you lose your series, you are out of the competition.
Exactly. A great modified double elimination bracket that we have right here. We're in. It doesn't have to extend that long, especially if you're not performing that well. And I know it's brutal, but it is necessary, because if it doesn't happen in the group stages, it's rare to happen onto the elimination stage. So I'm really looking forward for some teams to turn things around when they lose, but who will it be? Especially the next match that we have, AG Global going against Team Falcons. Again, global final champions and Southeast Asian champions. I'm loving this combination.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think the global Clash Squad champions in AG Global has got a lot to prove out there, because it was a phenomenal performance in Clash Squad during the global finals, right, in Jakarta. But we want to see if they could keep that up, or are they going to pull an Evos on us by getting to the top and then just chilling out, right? But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break before we head on into series number 3. When we come back, again, it's going to be AG Global up against Falcons.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026. The biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course, there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
A soir 27.
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother, Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day. And 2 games have now ended. That's the teams from Group A. We get to now move on our sides to Group B. And for the first matchup, we have got the champions of the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025, AG Global, taking on Falcons, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons really showed their prestige in terms of Clash Squad in Southeast Asia, but a global scene, it's AG Global who really went in a different level. And I don't know, again, from the global finals, there's a question or there's a hint wherein the focus was not more on Clash Squad. Now, this is just a tournament of its own. And thank you for the fans out there, for the love out there on chat. So keep those chats coming. Make sure to invite your friends to watch this because you don't want to miss this battle of today. A battle beginning of the year between AG Global and Team Falcons. But before all the games, we already played this in our mind and we saw that this might be a 2-1 favoring our global champions.
And there's a good reason exactly why, right? Because, C champions versus global champions, I think AG Global just had the slightly more difficult challenge to overcome. And Falcons, not saying that they didn't have a challenge at the end of the day, right? They definitely had a challenge, but they wanted to focus in Battle Royale. Unfortunately, that didn't go their way. So, yeah, it seems like Falcons is going to be trying very hard to make a comeback. But how do you make a comeback up against a player like Dew? He is a one-man walking terror machine.
I mean, exactly. I can still remember that moment, that 1v4 clutch against Fluxo. Sorry, Fluxo, to point you out. But that was just monstrous for Dew right there. And I was like, I was not seating, but I was at the edge of my toes at that moment while we were calling out those games because that could have been it for AG Global. No, they still managed to clutch it, and that's just Captain Dew for you. So, speaking of Captain, here we go. Dew, together with Nameless, Barros, and Cypher. And I'm loving this lineup that AG Global has to offer. I'm pretty sure they're going to show up this time around against Team Falcons.
I mean, no doubt. I think they're going to show up extremely strong. Again, like you said, Dew, he's got the clutch genes. Cypher has got what it takes to back Dew up. There was a good time when we were saying that Dew doesn't have enough backup from the rest of his team members. Many people were saying Dew needs a new team, and everybody was like, no, we will step it up. And even Dew stepped it up in Clash Squad. Cypher, obviously, one of the super slayers on the squad alongside him. But the lineup of Falcons, Pina, Karoro, Limit X7, as well as On Fire. If Dew is an amazing sniper, you can sure as hell say the same for Limit X7.
And that's one thing. I mean, in comparison to AG Global and Team Falcons, like, Clutch is more of a Kiroro signature. Sniper is a Limit X7 signature. Dew just took both on his own. And let's see if that spread of talent would be something that Team Falcons might use against AG Global. And you were right in pointing out that the support that Dew has for his team, the name of Cypher, really helped it out. And that's one thing that we keep seeing from Team Falcons from the past. But now, stepping into the present, let's see on how motivated they are right now as we look into the players. And oh my goodness, I thought we're seeing so much players, but that was a ninjutsu that it was pulled on me.
Yeah, I got a little confused as well. I'm like, wait a minute, they are playing as a whole football squad? Okay. No. This is a player in a player in a player kind of inception we've got going on right now in All Gamers Global. But I like that. We get it. You see Falcons? Falcons going with the easy way, right? One camera, everybody spotted out there. But you got to love it, man. I think at the end of the day, it's all about which team has more fun and all about which team has done their homework.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, in communication-wise, Team Falcons has a +1 already because they're facing each other compared to AG Global. But let's head over to map order. First ban was the first pick rather for the map would be AG Global, who chose Solara. And then Team Falcons will bring us to Bermuda and then Nextera for the third map. The first ban pick though would be coming in from the Team Falcons. So let's see on how they're going to change the pace of the game with that ban. And I don't know what surprise they're going to bring us in, because if I'm not mistaken, these teams are the ones who showed us a different side of Clash Squad when they started experimenting on those active and passive skill combination.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, with Falcons getting the first ban pick, they get to dictate the pace, right? They get to dictate exactly who they get to sneak away from the side of their opponents and what is that first skill they want to take. So they've got a big advantage here, and Orion is what they pull away from All Gamers Global. AG now with a potential ban here. The electrotherapy could be a good response. If they ban out an informational play, I'm afraid that might backfire against them, because if you ban out the Coda, Falcons could take the clue. But instead, it's going to be a very oppressive frontline attack here coming through from AG as they take out Oscar.
Hell, so I mean, it's tough against speed that has been banned. Let's see what will be the pick for side of Team Falcons at this point, because so far Zane has shown up in most instances than not, and it's proven to be an effective active skill that can be used. The only question though is who's going to utilize it. Pina or On Fire can be the best player to use that in the front line. Now, for Cypher picking from AG Global, I'm guessing that they would prioritize on what Do would use, just to make sure that it's not being taken away. But no, Cassie would be there. Basic therapy. Yeah. Now let's see on what would be the next pick.
Let's play a little
Yeah, I understand why All Gamers Global did this, right? Because Falcons are very deadly when it's up close and personal, and they need to have the defenses on their side. And to make things worse, Falcons already have the Zane on their side, which means they're going to be very tanky up front. So having the Cassie, having the electrotherapy, the basic therapy, and advance gives them that survivability. Has the Chrono on their side as well for those instant pickups. Falcons going to go for the more disabling sort of a strategy here, as they combine this Zane alongside that Narrow. The plushie stopping All Gamers Global from pulling up these defenses as they go in for the rush. I'm starting to see exactly what Team Falcons is trying to do here.
Well, let's see though. Rush approach. If in case they're going to lock in this Ignis, it would be a full rush coming from Team Falcons, tied up with that with that Zane, and then a little bit back up with that Nero. Now, how will AG Global counter this? We have yet to see what Do is going to use right now. I don't know if that will be the last pick, but there's plenty of options. There's a lot of options for Do and Coda. Information gameplay for AG Global.
And of course, Du's probably going to be hopping on to that Sentino. And we've still got the clue out there that hasn't been picked yet. So Falcons has to counter pick some sort of an informational play here. And what better counter for that Coda if not the clue? But of course, Falcons has got an opportunity to just go totally, sideways with this one and just choose to play the aggression. Maybe bring a healer on the front lines. I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped an Alok surprise pull here on the side of Team Falcons. Between Clue and Alok, they've got 8 seconds to make up their minds. But it's totally not even there. They lock in Asu. I mean, okay, if anybody thinks Falcons is going to play this slow, I'll be surprised. If Falcons actually plays it slow, I'll be double surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it's based on the combination they have right now. There's no slowing down. They have the speed, they have the toughness, they have the cover, and as well as the disablement of those glue walls, plus a little bit of information as well with the Nero. So Team Falcons are set to go for a rush. And I guess it's a great counter, even if they don't have the full extent of what Team Falcons is planning. The response of the picks for the side of AG Global is just to counter that, just to reverse the timing of what Team Falcons is planning.
Let's see what the lineup of Coda, Cassie, Chrono, Sentino can work from this standpoint of Magic on the side of All Gamers Global. Falcons, on the other hand, like you said, are looking very strong with a rush formation here. They've got the ability to block out those glue walls. They've got the ability to zoom around their opponents. They've got the ability to block out information with the Flame Mirage. And of course, with the extreme encounter off of Zane. So this is Team Falcons looking to take an upfront and personal battle. But we want to know exactly why AG picked this map. So we'll be back with you guys right after this short interview.
ครับวิลเลจแมปนี้มันเยอะทีมคิดว่าข้อได้เปรียบคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นการคุมพื้นที่ครับ
เพราะว่าทีมผมคุมพื้นที่ได้เก่งเล่นกลุ่มกันช่วยกันยิงอะไรเงี้ยครับ
Right, there we have it. I mean, I'm loving the answer right there. It's quite different from what we heard from the other teams. It's more of the control of the situation, control of the teams in the specific map. So, and that's what we love to see. And that's where they are winning as well, especially against a team like Falcons, who you know the switch up of passive aggressive and the surprise factor the team Falcons has to offer. That's one thing that AG Global can control.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think positional play is very important. Being able to control the map, a little bit more important than that. And that's exactly what makes AG so deadly, right? We saw the flashes of that during the global finals in Jakarta just a couple of months ago. And there's a high probability we see that here again as well. But of course, we also have to acknowledge that Falcons is a brand that has definitely invested a lot in their squads. So I'm pretty sure they would be looking for some return of investments as well off of the Falcons team. Nothing's free in life, Neptune. And they would have been demanding some sort of performance out here. That pressure alone should have been more than enough for Falcons to really put, the pedal to the metal, to really hit those grinds every single day, practicing to dominate once again. Because after EWC 24, we haven't really seen Falcons being super lethal. Yeah, in one of the C fights we saw them emerge as champions, but it still wasn't a consistent lethal form of Falcons that we want to see out there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say what Team Falcons did in EWC 24 was to motivate a lot of teams to make a change in their strategy. Like for Buriram United, wherein they were consistent in a specific pace, and Team Falcons are the ones who's always buying their time. The same goes in Clash Squad, Southeast Asia. They're always dominating, and we're in a point wherein I think when they were champions the second time, they barely try anymore. We don't have that much. We don't see that fire from Team Falcons. Thus, some of the teams are, I don't know, dumbfounded on how they can counter a team like Team Falcons. But now, AG Global has taken the reins, especially in the global scene, and Team Falcons wants to step up. They want to take back their throne. They want to take back their crown as not only the Clash Squad champs, but also, as you did mention, a chance to prove themselves after the global finals failure.
Let's see if or not we get some fishing tanks in the house today. We head on into Solara. This map is going to be a fun one as we start things off hot. A tiny little compound to play around with. This is right below the aquarium. Pina, Kororo on the red-hand side here on the flank. Time turner pulled out. Safety play from the side of Falcons. No aggression off of AG just yet. Just looking to pull that side to their side.
Elicido, they had the airdrop. Now, Kororo, shorty in hand, the finisher. Great timing. It seems like everyone was just waiting for a perfect moment to apply that finisher. But again, that flame mirage didn't get so much of damage, but the coverage or the cover as well in terms of visibility that helped them go for that push.
And Limit, the sniper, doing so well with the shorty. 777 on the damage, 2 eliminations. Didn't get touched. No helmet this time around, though. And obviously, they are brave because they know that their opponents would not have a lot of loot on them. Not a lot of resources on them because they're low in economy. And it's not even the second game, so no deagles for them. So nothing to worry about to protect their head.
Well, let's see now. I mean, we are in a little bit pause, but it is going to continue. AN94 for the hands of Limit. Now, this is going to be deadly, especially if they do have that enhanced hammer. They will be able to make those shots a little bit more sharper. But let's see now. 3 seconds for it to begin. And round number 2. Super Bonfire already placed, and everyone, finally, Smoke Vortex to cover it up. Best used in this map of Aquarium.
Absolutely, Nameless. On for the push, Pina. 180. Looks for a little bit of backup here out of Limit. SDAN on for the sprays, the assault rifle, giving him a And Dew with the bait and switch. But does he have the numbers here to stay alive? A sliver of health left here for Dew. Has to take action. On fire, back up on his feet. And Dew in a clutch situation. But could not get it done due to the low HP.
Yeah, that's due to the low HP. That's a really tough situation. And at some point, you will need to back away, but there's no time as well. The blue was closing in on him, and there's not so much of room for him to hide. But that glass could have saved him if Limit didn't move on with that jump, as well as a mini Uzi, switching over with that secondary. Now, that's 2-point lead already for Team Falcons, and power foul in hands of Dew. Now, this angle and archway we're in, they can converge in the middle, and that opening once you turn that corner might be what Dew needs to get that first knock.
Cyber airdrop time, baby. It's got to be fishing both of them out. Pina with a sharp headshot. Of all players, he manages to drop Dew down. That's pure luck if you ask me. But as the boys circle around, AG Global in so much of trouble, losing 3 players in a row. Nameless all alone now, Nep.
It's tough though. If you don't have the team booster, you don't have 7.5 seconds, you won't be able to go for that pickup. And it's just tough to see that they have been taken down quite quickly in the beginning, especially as Dew being targeted right there. But the time turner did save a little bit of time for them as well as a knock, but unfortunately no conversion. And I guess no one was completely eliminated for side of Team Falcons. Thus, they still maintain their weapon.
3 victories in a row, Falcons. Beating the crap out of the current world champs. Of course, this is the best of 3. AG Global has got steam to turn things around. But exposed now, Falcons, thanks to the Aurora vision off of that Coda. Popped just in the nick of time. But question is, Cypher Max 7 goes in for the chase. Great glue wall protection! And Limit nails him down, followed up by Pina. AG really getting packed, about to be sent home. Well, not home in that way, but Dew, again the final survivor of the squad.
It's tough though. I mean, it doesn't have that so much support, despite of having a weapon as well as speed. But against 3 and Mag 7, you don't have you have little chance to surviving that onslaught. Now, Dew, no HP recovered just yet, but he does have better position. Super medkit. Just make sure to top it off, plus that ice grenade. Now, he gets information, moves up and down quite quickly. It might be able to go in, but no, the Nero tags him. So his position is already relayed to the rest of the team.
Well, this is a one-sided battle for sure. I mean, I don't know what's doing, looking for clutch, because man was definitely running out of time. And finally, when he had to hop on it, you know exactly how that was going to crumble. That HG go 4 rounds down, Falcons 2 rounds from pulling the on the game.
It's tough though. It's tough for AG Globals at this point. Seems like they're losing coordination and doesn't have that much opening. And that's one thing about Solara. It's more of building plays. Like, doesn't have that much opening for Dew to make his way in the snipes. So let's see on how it works on the switcheroo in Eco Drain, as Dew takes the same position, but against him would be 2 players, Nameless, waiting for the opportunity. And earlier, the ideation of AG Global was pristine. Throw all those ice grenades and then glue walls to block their approach, but it's just the timing that was off.
Aurora, though, caught out in the open. The Tatsuya just a little bit too overzealous. Traded out alongside Nameless. Just could not get it done. The backup, the electrotherapy player, just out open and gets punished, but all alone tries for a sneaky turnaround. Doesn't even get 5 rounds in a row. Match for 1. Falcons, it looks like they're back.
Seems like they are back. And Wings is on full spread right now, so they can fly high. Now, let's see on how well they can get back into play. Double AWM for the side of On Fire and Limit, M590 on Pina, plus a Mag 7 in Karoro. So we are seeing the ideation that we've seen from the draft, but the delay is what's throwing what AG Global has what AG Global has planned out against that active skill pick earlier.
Falcons again going for the point. Not worrying much about their life. They've got the weapons to deal with the situation. But the problem now is it's round 6, bro. AG Global money as well. Enough to buy inwards to set up off this map side. But Karoro dropped down to the ground already. Cypher just absolutely sharp with the shotgun. Pina M590 about the timing. Could not get anything done up against Maro. Looks like the Mag 7s are really popped off.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if it's not a Trogon, it's Mag 7, and it seems like a chance for AG Global to bring this back. But Limit and On Fire still full health, especially with Super Bonfire up close and personal. Limit trying to go and make that shot, but unfortunately it's a 2v1 situation. There you have it. Team Falcons winning the first game.
6-0 is no joke. The boys are still pushing on in.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, AG Global still needs a lot of tweaking in their tactics right now just to make sure that they can go against Team Falcons. But as you mentioned, I mean, this is Team Falcons coming back from, I would say, from a rest from hiatus right now in terms of winning in Clash Quad. But as we look into the how they played it out, Team Falcon seems to be unstoppable.
I mean, wow, Neptune. Talk about a little bit of a turnaround. I don't like these predictions when we come back into a brand new year, bro. They've had too much of a cooldown to turn things around. And now Falcons are looking like, I have no idea what I want to say about these boys, because what a way to whoop the current world champions of Clash Squad in 6-0 clean game. I mean, they gave them no chance whatsoever.
Yeah, looking at the chat right now, it seems like the supporters has been divided. Earlier, it's more of an AG that we're seeing in the chat and a little bit of Falcons, but now more Falcons is coming up on the chat right now after that win. Now, let's see though. Probably AG Global is just warming up, just finding the rhythm as well as how Team Falcons are positioning themselves. And we are getting into a different map. So Solara was the first time that we've seen in this day. So there's not so much of reference on how the new meta has been worked out. So I will give that to Team Falcons to knowing how to play this game.
No, I think mechanically, Falcons just outplayed their opponents, right? Because again, you look at it from a standpoint of aggression and setup with the active skills. They had the Zane, they had the Tatsuya, they had the Flame Mirage as well, just on their side out of the Ignis, and they had the Narrow. They had everything within their arsenal to take a very aggressive mid-game. And then you look on the opposite side, on the side of AG Global, again, the Sentino. I'm not a big fan of the Sentino. Yes, you can work magic, maybe in a ranked match, but on such a high level of difficulty in the esports scene, these players are still trying to pull some sort of a magic off of that Sentino. It's just not working, Neptune, you know. But of course, alternatively, as the sniper, what can you use? Because obviously, Dew would prefer to use the Narrow, I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's either the Narrow or they can use an Iris, wherein it didn't work in most instances. So same story from what we are seeing in Sentino. Or if they have prepared enough, they can use Morse, and that could be something that would help them. But we know Dew as someone who is difficult to switch from a close range after being a sniper. Comparing to Limit X7, who can do it up close and personal. He was dubbed as the best sniper in the previous competitions. But as we call it, Limit X7, 10 elimination, 34-54 on the damage, and 10 assists. Nero being worn by the sniper Rocky to make sure that it cools down quite quick. And you have the usual Moko Otho as well as Luna. So that increases the odds of making those shots and tagging them up, slowing them down, and getting information out of it.
All I can say is, holy mama, look at those numbers, man. 10 eliminations, 10 assists. The AN-94, again, a sharp-shooting sniper with the assault rifle. You got to really appreciate this. And, of course, every time he finds a connection, he gets increased rate of fire as well. I wouldn't have expected that to be the passive skill of a sniper. But very clearly, Limit had already planned to not purely depend on the sniper, only to pull out the sniper when it's truly needed. And I think this is something that Rastia can learn from, right? Because Limit understands his limitations in Clash Squad. And he needs to get up close and personal sometimes. And I think he has just figured it out. 35% of the damage contribution came from this king. On the opposite side, we had Baros, just 3 eliminations. Honestly, nothing much from AG Global this time round. And Dew did not get a single elimination. And that's how I know AG Global is not serious yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it seems like we are rewinding from the early parts of last year, and this is the same result that we're seeing. I mean, if Dew is not performing, the rest of the teams will not get that win. And same story from what we've seen in Evos Divine earlier. If Rastia is not doing that much elimination, then the rest of the teams couldn't follow through. But Team Falcons, regardless, it seems like whether it's Limit X7, whether it's Pina who's doing the work, whether it's On Fire or Kiroro just an assist, and we know the Kiroro factor. That's the clutch guy that they have on Team Falcons. So he's he might be slowing down, but it hasn't slowed down the rest of the team.
It hasn't slowed down the rest of the team at all. And you gotta love how Falcons are making this comeback. You know, like I said, big investments. You gotta take the returns of investments as well. I'm very sure they've got some fire lit under their bums because you carry quite a big brand. And when you go back into the Esports World Cup, you're gonna be carrying the Falcons right back into the place. And you know how many Falcon fans are there waiting for the brand to win another club championship, right? So this is a situation where the Falcons has to build up little by little and not pile the pressure on themselves to perform only when they get to the Esports World Cup. It would be great for their confidence. It would be great for their momentum to start really picking up these victories one after the other from the very start. And they're no strangers to getting a couple of victories in Clash Squad, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Team Falcons, well, it's a good start for the year for this team, or for this day. But AG Global, I mean, it seems like they're not faced. They're not actually faced. They do still have that confidence, and they still have that mechanical skills. Now, going into the map order, we're going to go into Bermuda. So, surprisingly, the Solara map was a pick by AG Global, and they still managed to win it. Now, we're going to the pick of Team Falcons, and it seems like they have a better chance of winning this game.
Well, somebody's about to get their butts whooped if they are not ready to surprise the world. And somebody is unfortunately the world champions for Clash Squad. So this is totally unexpected. And this is why we told you, when we get to Clash Masters, we are going to blow your minds. We didn't know how, but we were confident. Chrono taken out on the side of All Gamers Global. They get the first pick later on as well. And Team Falcons will go ahead to ban that Sentino out. And, you know, I guess efficacy-wise, obviously the teams are not using it to perfection. But some teams just don't want to be surprised by Dew suddenly popping up on the battlefield.
Yeah, we might not be seeing it, but there's something about that Santino if Team Falcons is willing to ban it. Now, the only question is, what would be brought in by AG Global for Zoo? But before we go there, we go for the Orion. So they are taking it for their side. And no Saifa will be able to use that to perfection as long as he has better backup at this point.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And obviously, there are situations where we've seen Nameless hop onto the Orion as well. Falcons could just steal that Iris away, really force a wild pick out of Liu, but instead they choose to play the counter towards that Orion by making sure they've got a decently surprising front line, or at least a front line that's capable of surprise elements. The Valiant Dash is that perfect weapon, but they get a double pick here. So again, they can, because they've already punished Liu once, they might as well double punish him by taking away that Iris, because you know that is definitely the second pick for Liu.
But there's a risk though. If they choose an Iris, then Du might be, or the rest of the teams might be able to pull that Nero.
That's true.
To their
That's
side.
true.
So I'm looking forward to that. But no, they want to go with an Ignis. There's still a good chance that they're still playing with playing mind games against AG Global. Again, Oscar and Ignis, it's a rush build.
Yeah.
But it's more of the timing, the delay of the rush that Team Falcons is playing with.
And obviously, if Team Falcons wants to do that, I think it is imperative that they get a scout on their side, right? It's either the coda or the clue. AG Global now gets a double pick, so Nero will be snatched away. Zane is, oh my. All right. AG is saying, all right, bro, I'll meet you in the middle of the battlefield.
All right. So we have Orion and Zane on the front lines as expected. Now let's see though. Like they only have Ignis and Oscar, which I would say Ignis is not that tough. A little bit soft. But with the help of Cassie, then that would fix it and they would have a better counter. So
Let's play a little
2 for 1 on the counter against Cassie, I would say, with against Zane rather, with either an Oscar or Ignis Cassie combination. So let's see. Team Falcons might have something in play here.
I mean, this is the final pick. I wonder what limit is going to choose. And they bring the Steffi for the Painted Refuge. I guess they're anticipating some wild nades off of the players on the side of AG Global, especially in the deeper rounds, obviously. And On Fire is going to be the guy who's been rocking that Steffi all this while. So he's going to definitely be using that Steffi. But as far as Du is concerned, Nero is definitely a possibility for the use of the sniper on the side of AG Global. But the information play that we talked about, Neptune, that's the one thing that Falcons has not focused on, which Du helps complete for his squad.
All right, so let's see though. So we have information, we have frontline capability, and we have a sniper build. AG Global, in terms of skills, seems like they are a stronger pick right here. But that's Steffi. Now, we're looking at Bermuda, and one thing I would say for Bermuda is there's so many fences and coverage, but not so much of ceiling. So they can use those grenades, or AG Global can use that grenade, and probably it's something that Team Falcons is anticipating at this point, thus pulling in that Steffi.
Yeah, absolutely. And you gotta respect the fact that Falcons also wants to pull probably another strong game up against All Gamers Global. That electrotherapy off of the Cassie is going to be quite irritating to deal with. But I'm just wondering, the efficacy of the Steffi and Ignis out there. Ignis, I understand, but the Steffi, it's totally, response-based, right? You got to see exactly how your opponents kind of, work their way in. But granted, Steffi is not only useful for preventing the grenades from touching you, it also restores your armor, right? And it also reduces damage by some percentage, right? So this is a possibility or a viable thing out there as well. But we want to know exactly why they picked this map. So we'll be back with you right after this.
ที่เลือกแผนที่นี้เพราะว่าเป็นแมปที่วิลเลจเยอะครับจากการซ้อมกับหลายๆทีมแผนนี้ก็น่าคิดว่าน่าจะเหมาะสำหรับทีมผมครับเพราะว่ามีสโมกแล้วก็ระเบิดสามารถโซนพื้นที่รับได้ดีครับ
Alright, so I guess I get an idea of how Team Falcons is gauging their approach, not just for the map picks, but also with all the active skills.
Yeah.
Because you did mention that against their practice, or if not, the actual matches against their opponents. So they're going through the data, they're going through experience as well to find out how to approach each game, which is smart, I would say. And that's something that you would expect with a team like Team Falcons, because they have all the support in terms of manpower, right?
Yeah.
with their staff, they have analysts, they have people to look into those data and numbers and give them all those information. So I'm loving this. I'm loving this side of Fire Esports from Team Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what you got to do with all of your resources, man. You got to pump it in to where they belong. And you've got great mechanical skills as far as the players are concerned. But if you've got a little bit of data off of your opponents, if you've got data off of the meta, then it kind of completes the whole cycle. You get to go out there, chill, just do your stuff, and absolutely dominate the competition, just like how they dominated AG in that first game. But I know AG, usually they are known as a very good comeback and a clutch squad. So there's a high probability we flip the script here on this game number 2 that kicks off on Bermuda shortly. The battle between AG Global and Falcons, where Falcons have already won 1 game to their side. In a best of 3, it means if Falcon wins this map as well, they will shut down AG 2-0. But if AG wins, they buy themselves a little bit of an extension. Smoke Vortex straight up just to open up the mid part of the game. You can see the super bonfire just set up there as well, just so that they can get up front and get boosted up.
Yeah, super bonfire being lit up with that Ignis Flame Mirage. But let's see, Nameless in good position. A little bit of roll. And will he be able to? No! It was still rolling, and he stepped in onto the airdrop, throwing it off and missing that opportunity for the shot. Hopefully, they can recover, and Pina is almost being taken down right now. No pickup capability if Pina will be able to go in for that shot. But there you have it, AG Global first point.
I am just shocked. Pina did have the scythe as well, and absolutely unfortunate as the airdrop just messed up his gameplay there. Obviously, everybody wants the scythe, but, you know, you can't get a little too excited when you go in there for the drop. AG Global with the first round thanks to that.
Yeah, well, let's see now. We have G36 being pulled in by both Elimination 7 as well as On Fire. A Deagle from Saifa, or would it be transferred over to Do? Now, let's see. AG Global still a full stack into the mid, splitting up just in this order, but no, Nameless out in the open. Knowing that Elimination 7 can reach a rooftop plus On Fire on second floor, that is deadly for Team Falcons.
Scythe in the hands of Nameless, but in round number 2, you are asking for trouble if you try for it. Nameless with a grenade. And we do have the Deagles in play as well. I don't have to remind everyone what happens when Limit picks up the Deagle. But what's the crazy part about this is, brings in the G36 instead of the Deagle. Don't you feel that is a little sus, Neptune?
I think it's a long range that they're aiming for, but as you can see, Elimination 7, rooftop. Only a few HP remaining for their opponent, but Crimson Crush, will he recover that much? Unfortunately, Elimination 7 for 3.
Oh my goodness. Up on the roof. G36 in hand. Just punishing player after player. Just getting those tags in. Not allowing Cypher to get the approach. And of course, the Orion saving Nameless for quite a little bit. But up against 3 players, not even the Crimson Crush can save you from your dreams being crushed. And Falcons only 1 round back.
Let's see. So far, it's 1-for-1. The scores economy might be somewhat equal at this point. Now, Team Falcons heading straight. Now, this is what AG Global might be able to take advantage of, but we're not seeing someone going in on the second floor from that compound behind this central building. And Elimination 7 is the ones taking reins on the second floor once again. They have a chance to get to the roof, but they need to be cautious not to be spotted.
Barros, a sliver of health left on him. AG Global. Well, looks like we're about to head into game 3 if this is the case. Falcons. What a name. A nade onto Nameless on top of everything else. And to think that it was the Steffi that was stolen on the side of Falcons. They were not looking to protect themselves off of those nades. They were planning to use the nades, and they didn't want their opponents to have the Steffi.
That's one thing, though. I mean, I'm now I'm thinking about it. Now, it's not. You did mention about the additional skills, additional benefits of having a Steffi, but it can also be used as a bait. If you pull that and like just leave it in the ground or leave it one player with a Steffi on, then it can bait your opponents to move around or to wait before they trigger anything. And they can like that's probably one thing the Team Falcons have been doing, just to delay the push of AG Global.
Great blue wall here by Pina. Oh, beautifully dodges the Flame Mirage as well as he rotates towards the top. Nameless pulling out the Crimson Crush so early, but finds on fire as he warps out of the orb. Beautifully done with the timing. And now Kororo has got an opportunity here for the pickup, but the backstab is timely. Dew going in for the pressure. Nameless finds one. Time Turner pulled out as well, making his job a tad bit easier. But Falcons in trouble as Pina left standing all alone.
Run, Pina, run. For the damage coming from the blue. Not so much to run out for. Now, Barros already taking side, Pina rather, on a Deagle. But the blue will damage him even more. The finisher coming from Barros, bringing the score 2-4-2 in this game.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. A little bit of what we were seeing off of the game between PE and Heavy. But the battle between AG and Falcons, I tell you, it's a little bit more exciting, I have to say, with the way they're moving. But of course, still back and forth, keeping the fan base a little nervous. Like you said, earlier, a lot of AG fans, of course, they're the global champions. But now all of a sudden, Falcons having some fans as well, Neptune.
Now let's see though. I mean, AG might gather a lot more fans. Nameless is really equipped to go for the damage. Scar level 3 in hand. Guerrero already taking point with a Deagle and a rush on to Pina. Now Nameless, so if not for the smoke, he might have been gone in the shot already, but with the Nero being pulled out, that pulls them away from the engagement.
Yeah, Pina sprayed down, even though he had the electrotherapy connected onto him. Basic therapy just not saving his life. Kororo, a sliver of health left on him. Cypher traded out on fire, will expire. No pickups just yet, as AG Global looks to overtake Falcons on the number of round victories. Kororo shut down as well with the MP5, and Barros picking up a double for himself to make sure AG gets ahead.
Now, great positioning. It seems like the timing of AG Global is improving over time, because they reeled everyone from Team Falcons in, or frontliners from Team Falcons in the middle, and they boxed him out, especially with that Nero being pulled out. It just throws up the speed of what Team Falcons can use in terms of repositioning. So let's see if this can work, because there's not so much of moving space, especially in peak, and Team Falcons might be able to get this chance up close and personal against AG.
And this time round, Falcons sticking together, moving straight in here for the cyber drop, looking for the second point of the cyber drop. Initially on the first cyber point, obviously gaining a little bit of an advantage here, but it's not enough. Aimless stepping away from harm's sight. Pina with the wild sprays onto Nameless, finds nothing. Oh, that second connection, Pina finds him and nails him down finally. MP5 for the win as Falcon picks up their second cyber point, but Barros steps right back in there, hits a double, limit on the ground. Pina expires, on fire, can't hold his own against two, but he separates them with the glue wall, puts one down with the M590, gets the pickup as well, leaving Dew all alone in a clutch situation, as On Fire pulls the trigger one last time. And AG Global, wow, what a comeback, what a step up.
Well, let's see though, and On Fire was pristine on the M590, but I'm pretty sure Ativa was in play from that moment, especially with the quick pickup that has been done. But unfortunately for AG Global, they couldn't recover. So that will be a loss in their economy right now. And as you can see, they have to invest or reinvest, I would say, from a couple of level 2s, M59, and they lost that Scar as well. Limit X7 though, double AWM, making it deadly, especially in this part of the woods.
Yeah, making it rain with the coins, bro. Double AWMY. That stuff's not cheap, my friend. But of course, they're all equaled up. Double cyber points on the side of Falcons, which still means they have a great advantage in this game. And on fire, what a pop out from that chrono. And it wasn't even theirs to begin with. So this is fantastic from the overall looks of things. Once again, cyber point supremacy. Karoro, Limit, everybody dancing into round 4 victory.
They're just baiting in AG Global, thinking that they could win. Now, Team Falcons seems like they're carrying it, and you know how it is in Clash Squad mode. At this level, at this point in time of this round or of this match, the snowball effect would be detrimental for the opponents, especially for AG Global, I would say, because economy as it keeps increasing. The weapons would be increasing as well, and for AG Global, they're only left to force buy just to make sure that they have enough to go against Team Falcons.
Yeah. Shout out to the Observer, showing us a wrecked car, giving us a good view of it. But what's better than that is I like how he panned away from it, getting back into the action. UAV out of the skies first. That's going to be priority number 1 as Nameless and Barros wrap around the wall. Great blue wall barricade here by Team Falcons. Nameless just walking straight in here. Has to be careful, but obviously is brave because of that Orion. Going in for the distraction. On fire on the other hand. Flanking around. Has the level 3 MP5. Big gun in hand. But AG backing away.
Yeah, let's see. Guerrero with nade cooking. Will it be popping off against AG Global? I think that would be retracted. And there you have it, on fire, going down. Pina will be going down. AG Global seems like the timing is what they were playing up, making sure that they have the distance as well as the zone to help them out on the damage. And only one remains, and AG Global equalizes it 4-4. It's not over yet.
Yeah, great initial aggression, forcing Falcons to wrap around the warehouse. And then choosing to not move because they knew they had the advantage. Because with the position that they forced Falcons to take, when the circle starts moving in, Falcons will be pressured to approach AG Global. And with that advantage, they just overwhelm them. This is a superb setup on the side of AG Global. But 4 apiece in this game number 2. There are only 2 more rounds for us to see exactly who gets to oust each other. And on fire, looking for the opportunity here. 3 wins, and I hope this one goes the distance by the looks of things.
Now let's see though. I mean, Hangar is one that snipers really love because of that elevation and rooftop. But on fire, putting so much of damage, Kiroro managed to go for a knock with the ice grenade. Now, Limit X7 up close and personal. This one I'm talking about up close and personal. You can pull off that snipe, but unfortunately he gets shot first. Support on the second floor doesn't work, and it is Du who made that win possible for AG Global.
Yeah, like I said, man, if Du had 0 eliminations in that previous game, it just meant that AG Global was not trying just yet. And now look at them slowly stack up. On match point, double cyber points victory on the side of AG Global. So they get to access the cyber store as well. So Falcons have no advantage anymore. In fact, they are at a disadvantage. 1 more round loss. And AG Global gets to push this into a game number 3. How crazy it'll be if they end up winning it 2-1.
Yeah, I do agree. Now, Shipyard, when we thought that the snipers will be keeping distance, probably it's because it is a potential last game. So they want to stick together. They want to get that elevation and give way for either Cypher or Du to make those snipes. But the spread is not looking good for AG Global, especially with how it is going to end up if Team Falcons rotate. What? Great escape from Kiroro.
Yeah, Kiroro got tagged up by the plushie as well. So they got information off of him. He lost a little bit of HP on the way out, but great footwork from Kororo. Knowing his way around the containers, managing to slip away in the nick of time, and now Steffi pulled out extra defense, and Pina just turns the 180. Great play on the painted refuge and response as well. Timely attack, but AG losing those players. Barros down and out as well. Limit and Kororo put down. Pina just got picked right back up and rolled right back down. Nameless! What a play! What a comeback! All Gamers Global are not done just yet.
Oh, it seems like it can go either way. It's our prediction going true, or it would be Team Falcons winning this game. But I'm loving, now we're getting a 1-1 the scoreline right now. It's not a total sweep. So these are champs going against champs, and I'm loving the storyline being built by both of these teams.
Oh, yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. And we needed them to step up, Neptune, and they did exactly that, right? Of course, it seemed a little rickety as the fights were going a little back and forth, but at the end of the day, they managed to get it done. And a couple of times, I have to say, Dakota saved their life. They had the time turner on their side as well. And Nameless came in clutch multiple times. You know, again, that time turner, we saw it in play, more times than what their opponents, Falcons, would have liked to see out there. Many a times where they could have gotten taken down because of such aggressive open pushes out in the open. But time turner pops out. The boys are absolutely safe. And because Falcons were playing that a little too safe, they didn't want to get up in their faces. They couldn't take advantage of the time turner as well.
Yeah, I guess it's from what we've witnessed as well. It's a battle of time turner against a flame mirage, wherein you can cover your approach with that flame mirage, but once you pop that time turner, all you have to do is step left and right to make those shots.
Yep.
If someone rush, and as you explained, if someone rush from Team Falcons, you pop it off, you step away, and you're still safe. So a smart move coming from AG Global right now. When we thought Team Falcons is going to bring it home, well, AG Global says no.
And hell no, they say, man. I mean, great play overall. I mean, the Orion, the Zane, everything came clutch for them, right? They had the Narrow, as well as the Coda for the very end. And that's one of the benefits of being able to access the Cyber Store as well. Being able to purchase the active skill cards. A huge victory for the side of AG. But by the end of it, Falcons, obviously, they had the same advantage. They could access the Cyber Store as well. Both teams had 2 cyber points each. So they were neck and neck. And what it came down to was the mechanical skills, as well as the pacing of AG Global towards those final rounds.
Yeah, and speaking of final round, it seems like how both team position is not it's not the signature of Shipyard, because most of the time for Shipyard, either you take the platform from the other side or from one side, or from both sides, I would say. And both teams has 2 best snipers in the league when it comes to Southeast Asia, but they didn't play it that. They just work in the middle with those containers in Shipyard, and probably that's what Team Falcons was not expecting AG Global will do. And I'm loving that they are adapting. It's not just Team Falcons who's doing the dynamics of CS. AG Global is bringing back their prestige in this mode.
No doubt at all. They are bringing the prestige back to this mode. AG Global. With the one and only due in performance for that second game. 5 eliminations, but what's more important is the 17 assists, 3,850 on the damage. Has the Sensei take there as well. In case he gets spotted out, in case he gets tagged up, he gets to just, quickly nullify that and continue moving around. Had the plushie out of that Narrow. And that's the kind of disruptive ability you want to be able to play if you want to overwhelm Falcons.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, as we look in the scoreboard right now, we're seeing great performance for a team from both teams to be exact. But you can see that despite of being the MVP, we can see performances from Battles with that 10 elimination and equal amount of damage by Nameless. But the damage brought in by Sypha that really helped out the team. He's like most of the time is there in the engagement because of the assist that he has brought in as well. It's just unfortunate that Limit is the only one who's getting all those elimination, most of the elimination, and the rest of the teams couldn't pull through.
Yeah. And obviously it wasn't fully their fault because AG just stepped it up this time round. Nameless, he was shining in that fight. But let's take a look at some of the performance here. Finally, the KD averages have been kind of equal out a little bit more. We see a little bit more of a humble stats out here. Overall, highest damage off of Limit X7. This is a little bit surprising because, I thought Dew did well, but Limit clearly was chugging in a lot of damage. A lot of those shots were finding their connections, but the lack of a follow-up from the rest of his team members definitely put them in a pickle. But it's not too far. It wasn't too far between the two squads, which gives me a lot of confidence for the side of Falcon to pick up a decent game off of Nextera shortly as well.
Bro, I mean, the assist coming from 2, that's 17 assists. So even if he's not getting that elimination, he's always part of the play. He's always putting in those damage against Team Falcons. And there's nothing less that we expect from Dew at that point. Hopefully, we see that once again, or I'm looking forward to a close fight once again in the next map.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Am I looking forward to a close fight? I'm looking for a dominant, one-sided shutdown, right? Because we've seen we've seen AG Global go down to a very aggressive form of Falcons. We saw a head-to-head, neck-to-neck, toe-to-toe battle between the two. Now I want to see the opposite side shut down, which means I'm expecting AG Global to stomp in this final round. But are the Falcons stompable? That's the question.
Yeah. Well, let's see though. Let's see, because so far we did predict that AG Global will be taking this 2-1.
Yes.
But that would depend on how Team Falcons will be adapting to this. We've seen Team Falcons lose and then they come back a little bit stronger. Now, AG Global, hopefully they're not too overconfident, or that first round was just to check the pace of Team Falcons, apply all those corrections, and thus they won, and then add more pressure coming from their team against Team Falcons.
Yeah, and you have to keep your head absolutely calm, absolutely cool, collected as you head on out there. Look at their coach just hopping on, just playing some games. That's how confident you need to be if you are on the side of Falcons. AG Global, on the other hand, they're probably going to be worrying about this next one because it's Falcons that gets the first ban and pick. Although, I have to say, AG managed to get the map pick, so they do have a slight advantage here.
Well, let's see now. I mean, Nextera, looking at each part of the map, like a square, this is something that they have both advantage. But let's head over to draft right now, find out how they want to play it out when it comes to choosing those skills and banning and choosing those skills.
Let's see exactly how they take this one, right? So straight off, Falcons with the first ban, and they take Orion out of the equation. A counter ban here from the side of All Gamers Global, making sure the Chrono will not be able to save Falcons the way AG Global was able to use the Time Turner earlier. But again, first ban and also the first pick from the side of Falcons, and the Valiant Dash is going to be that prime pick. Now, if Falcons are going to be taking a very aggressive fight with the Oscar, a good counter here, the Electrotherapy as well as the Zane, especially because AG gets to go with a double pick. This could be a crucial one, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they can go for at least half of what they pulled in earlier, then they will be able to have that advantage. So let's see if they can bring that Zane in. one, and it seems like it now. It's only the Cassie that they will need to really counter that Oscar. But no, they don't want to lose that Nero for Do. Just make sure that they have the advantage, the do factor at this point.
Yeah, but now Team Falcons has got the opportunity with the Cassie, right? They get a double pick. So first of all, they prioritize the informational play off of Coda. And if there's ever a battle between Clue and Coda, obviously the Aurora vision kind of serves you a little bit better. Team Falcons still hasn't gone in here for the lock-in yet. So there could just be a potential that they swap this one out for that electrotherapy as well. So 5 more seconds to go.
Find my way back home.
And it's the Coda that gets confirmed. So again, it's a double pick from the side of Falcons now.
Yeah, Santino.
Okay.
Let's see.
Somebody show me some beautiful Santino play, man. We've seen this guy come out so many times.
I mean, again, there might be something that we're not seeing that Team Falcons is, because earlier they banned it, now they're using it. So I believe that they'll be able to pull off something with that Santino. Now, the only question is, so that's the counter to Du's Nero, I believe. What are they going to bring in? Cassie is still in play. So they might be able to use it, or they can counter the Aurora Vision with the tracing steps. But no, they're denying them of that Ignis that has been used in both instances by Team Falcons. And what else? What else can be offered by AG Global to pick Steffi? All right. Interesting.
Yeah, I like that. I like the Steffi pick. Remind me again, wasn't Dew using the Santino when he had the 1v4 clutch?
Oh, great question.
I think he did, but of course we'll double check that again. Because in the hands of the right player, the Santino becomes extremely important, right? Also, if you do get your mannequin shut down, the player that shoots down the mannequin gets marked for a few seconds. So that's a big advantage. But what's more important than that is the ability to confuse and distract your opponents with the mannequin, which I think Team Falcons might be trying to go for this time around. It could work up against All Gamers Global, who look like they are on quite a balanced sort of a approach to this game. They've got the Zane, who's going to be very strong, but not necessarily in the aggressive manner. Ignis to block out the information. And then Steffi and Nero, I see them being quite defensive as well, right? To disrupt possibly is the potential here out of Nero, but to disrupt and then instantly rush in for the fight, I don't see this lineup of active skills doing it unless All Gamers Global are going to fully bet on their mechanical skills now.
I mean, it seems like it. There's not so much of movement for AG Global. Team Falcons would have to rush, and we've seen that earlier. When Team Falcons has a potential to go against AG Global quite quickly, all they have to do is bait them in the middle, wait, and then just break off their position. So hopefully AG Global can pull this off. Otherwise, Team Falcons might just do it as quickly as what we've seen in game number 1.
Yeah, and this is Falcons' opportunity to really stun the world and give themselves a better chance at ending up in the upper bracket when it comes to the week 2 of plays, right? But we've got the map interview video coming up for you guys as well. Let's see exactly what All Gamers Global have to say in terms of why they picked this map to play on.
ก็เหตุผลเดิมเลยครับพี่เพราะว่าทีมพวกผมช่วยกันเล่นได้ดีมากกว่าแล้วแมปมันเล็กกว่าทะเลทรายด้วยครับดีกว่าที่ไปแยกกันเล่นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแต่ว่าก็เปลี่ยนไปตามกลยุทธ์ตามแผนที่เราซ้อมมายังไงเราก็เล่นอย่างนั้นในแข่ง
Right. Loving the question right there, the economy strategy. So it's more of the dynamics of Clash Squad that players know, the teams know how to use it. But I guess in terms of the survivors out there is watching, it's underrated on how well these players are using it to their advantage. And well, we can see that some teams are struggling in surviving because of the economy, the economy strategy that they have in game. So hopefully this is where we see that I would say the peak of usage from both of these teams.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, when you've got your back up against the wall, you need to make sure you play this one a little bit safer, right? You can't just go out there, throw your hands up in the air and say, YOLO, because it's a video game. You don't live only once. There are multiple rounds to play. You gotta, you gotta strategize.
And that's one thing. Speaking of strategize, I was strategizing how to answer your question earlier, and you were right. Dude did use Santino on that clutch that he pulled off against Team Fluxo. So again, if that's something that Team Falcons was considering when they are banning and picking this, then hopefully Dude knows how to counter this as well.
Yeah, man. Like I said, Santino, very useful in the hands of a ultimately skilled player like you. Not many of the others can really pull it off because it's about timing, it's about coordination, because you got to remember exactly where your mannequin is. You got to be able to recalibrate yourself if at all you do switch places with your mannequin. So that's going to be quite a little bit of headache as well. To manage that in a situation, it's not only going to disrupt the focus of your opponents, it's going to disrupt your own focus as well, right? Because it's such a tricky active skill to use. But with it banned out, I guess we get to see the forcing of Dew to be a little bit more conservative in how he pushes out there.
Well, let's see now. Let's see on how that will work. Now we're jumping into next era, and if I'm not mistaken, our maps would start off on Deca Square, and the portals that threw off the game, threw off the opponents in the game of PN Heavy. Well, same approach, but the only difference is the split being done by Team Falcons.
Yeah, and look at the super bonfire laid out there. They practiced this one quite a number of times, got there in the nick of time, knew exactly where to camp. So the layout of the super bonfire, I think, is super clutch out here. But AG Global's just overwhelming them on this pistol round. On fire down, Kororo found as well. Cypher looking for another full find. Exactly that. Although Dew gets traded out here by Limit. M500 from afar. Pina spotted out. Limit trying to go in here for the backup. But it looks like Pina's going to get hunted down before he gets here.
Let's see. I mean, they are in the split right now, and if one gets tagged, information will be relayed. Pina will be taken down, and a reversal has been done. 1v2 situation. If he can make that hit, that could have been clutch, but unfortunately, Sci-Fi Nameless is ready for it. And the first point goes to AG Global.
Yeah, AG Global, very aggressive on this one. With the initial takedown onto On Fire, obviously getting the numbers advantage for themselves. But what was beautiful is the fact that AG Global did not allow Falcons to dictate the pace, right? They saw the super bonfires, they got a couple of shots on in, and then quickly repositioned themselves so that they could flank around the players of Falcons who had already invaded their space. And I thought that maybe having that backup of Pina just holding the backlines might save Falcons there. But AG Global, very well aware of the space around them, taking him out of the equation as well. And of course, AG with the first round nip.
Yeah, first round now. Switch on position. Now, it's quite different from what we've seen earlier. Only a couple of players going in for that push, but that will cost them Limit X7. Nameless already on that Kingfisher waiting game on the rotate. But Cypher is regrouping with them. But Barros taking down Keroro on that rooftop and didn't even expect that you can reach that part.
Yeah, and great plays coming through from these players. Just absolute awareness of the map as well as the magic that they can pull out of it with a little bit of creativity off of the glue wall, right? Getting it as a boost, jumping up high enough, and of course the VSS, the super weapon with the rate of fire, allowing him to get that knock. And AG Global 2 rounds in a row, making this one look well planned, well executed. Third round in, they still should have the advantage. But Falcons, this is where they get to turn the tides a little bit for themselves. They may not be able to afford everything in the shop, but good enough guns to overwhelm AG if they slow the pace down.
Now let's see and how they can slow it down. Great rotation being done by AG Global, all stacked on one side. And this is what you need, especially in that platform right here. If one gets knocked down, that's easy pick up. And they did manage to split up Team Falcons. Pina is already on one side, so it's just one jump and he will be taken out.
Yeah, Due's really low. No medkit. So this is a sticky situation. The boys didn't expect that at all. As Cypher turns around, Kingfisher looking for a couple of heads, finding absolutely none. On fire, in trouble. VSS in hand. And it looks like the Nero gets taken out of the equation. Could be a misplaced toss there.
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit of panic. He saw the opponent trying to make sure that he gets damage before getting that shot. But right now, it's more of the timing. AG Global stack on one side, another one from Team Falcons would be knocked down, but Nameless will be taken out as well. Cypher needs a little bit of cover. Not so much of glue wall can be used to protect him, and AG Global still managed to win that fight. It's now 3-0.
This is trouble. So the force buy out of Falcons just didn't work out, and like I said, they needed to slow down the pace. And they did not slow down the pace. Instead, they just wanted to get a little bit of a hold on that upper floor. But on the way up, multiple players got tagged really badly off of the VSS. All the VSSs, in fact, held by the AG Global players. I mean, you want to stack that gun. The gun is a good gun.
Oh yeah, definitely. And let's see though, all the players, VSS, hopefully they have the boost in there as well with an enhanced hammer. And only Nameless, I believe, is the one getting a Kingfisher. They don't have a range though, but let's see on how they will turn things around. AG Global just buying time as they go in for the flank, splitting Team Falcons up.
Okay, Mannequin taken down, but the boy just got marked, so he can't really get super aggressive just yet. Great play off that Nero. Dew, low in HP, and the distraction allows Nameless to shut down Limit. What a team play. Information given. And the Nero plushie getting the job done. Pina with the counter as he takes Cypher out of the equation, but I feel like the damage has been done already. Karoro down on the floor. Pina, the final player left here with barely anything on him.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, with the blue closing in, you know, it's comparing to Battle Royale, the blue damage or the zone damage is quite steep in Clash Squad. So you don't want to hang on the edge of the circle, but what can you do? You only have one opening and everyone from AG Global has their sights on you.
AG Global asking, wait, what Mustachio? You wonder, one-sided smash courtesy of AG Global? Okay. 4-0. 2 more rounds from is absolutely whooping Falcons back into shape after giving them the first game earlier, looking like they were nothing. And again, like I said, if Dew was not getting a single elimination, then there's something definitely off with this game, right? But again, if you look at the setup now, AG Global, because there's no medkits in the current state of the game, you just have to be really careful with your approach. Multiple times, Dew has been forced to play it slow because he lost a little bit too much of life early on.
Let's see though if they'll be able to recover from that. Karoro up close and personal. Cypher was taken down. Team Booster will help them to be picked up. But let's see if there's something that Team Falcons can recover from. Cypher might be recovering. Hopefully there is time for them to move. But Nameless right now up close and personal. Mini Uzi doesn't even have to get a primary to go for knockdown.
On fire. Final player alive in a 1v. Nope, make that none v for match point, series point for AG Global. 5-0 they sit here on the final game available between these two teams out of Thailand. And AG, a mirror flip of that first game here in the final one.
I guess it is what AG Global is playing with. They just was reading Team Falcons gameplay, and now they are giving up, or they are showing up on how to counter it. Now let's see if this will happen. Same as was expected. VSS still in play, but MAV2B from the hands of AG Global, if I'm seeing that correctly.
think you definitely saw that one. Correct. Oh, beautiful. Mannequin's out. Cypher gets marked. No need to worry because just about 5 seconds for that to get cooled down. Barros, on the other hand, from a far side, for shuts down Kororo. Spots him out in the open. On fire. Taken down as well. Nameless Pina. Nameless looking for the shutdown. And unfortunately for Falcons, they just got rolled over in this first game. Somebody better prepare for a barbecued Falcon. AG Global's throwing a party.
And they ended it in the same map where they grabbed that championship in zip way. So I guess this could have been part of the plan for AG Global. Just to make sure that they have more information from the beginning. Make it as if, make it look as if they are a losing game because of the amount of points that Team Falcons did gather on that game number 1, and then just crush them towards the end.
And now everyone who switched sides from AG Global to Falcons are thinking, wait, do you think anyone will remember that I said I'm supporting Falcons now? Now, we understand, don't worry. It's tough. In Southeast Asia, it's very tough. Okay, when you watch this particular competition, you will feel like one time you're supporting this team, another time you're supporting that team, and that's absolutely fine. We are all in here to enjoy some great Clash Squad Free Fire perfection. And of course, to spot who our Clash Masters are. Our very first Clash Masters, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really looking forward to how this is going to turn up right now. Though, what we're seeing in terms of gameplay, in terms of performance, is just a preview of what's going to happen. Because this is just day number 1, AJ. Day number 1, and we're seeing great lens being done by the team. But it's a good thing that AG and Team Falcons battle didn't disappoint. They really went for the full 3 matches, and AG Global still take that, maybe not the throne, not the crown, but the win against Team Falcons.
Yeah, and that's what we were looking for in the battle between Fire Esports and Heavy earlier on as well. It was a little unfortunate that we didn't get to see it play out the way we thought it would. But Falcons versus AG, we had our money on exactly how this one was going to break down. And thankfully, AG Global just saved our faces. The Falcons, on the other hand, they definitely made us a tad bit nervous with the first game because it seemed like they were overwhelmingly strong. Again, Dew had nothing from that game number 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it might be an off game. It might be a plan perfectly drawn out by AG Global. But, well, we've seen the result, we've seen the points, and now let's see who's the MVP in that game. And won't be surprised if it would be Dew, but I would love to see someone else as well. Yeah. But none other than the captain himself, Dew. 4 elimination, not so much. Damage 2693, but the assist. This is the reason why he is needed by this team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And he's got the VSS, he's got the firearms expert off of Nikita as well, which means you've got extra reload speed. And every time you hit the enemy gets a healing deduction as well. This guy is very irritating to go up against. He also has the auto memory miss. If he gets a knock, the opponents and their teammates around them get slowed down a little bit. He has the Moko to mark them up. Dew was doing a lot in that fight. And let's not forget, he also had Sensei Ting on him, which means if you did happen to have the marker on him, he just shrugs it off instantaneously. We didn't see many of those narrow plushy moments, but those few moments where we did see them, it was a very, very difficult tool for Falcons to get rid of because they just kept giving away their position and surprising them.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, another fun fact about this team of AG Global, especially in the final round, is 3 of their players has the Sensei tick.
Oh yeah,
and it's just phenomenal that you can use that without sacrificing the performance of your team. I guess they just know what the goal is. Get away from the view, especially if your opponent has a Moko on you, and That's where you make their role. And you can see that delay, that pause being done by AG Global before they go for a rush. And probably that's a reason as well. They're just waiting for it to expire, for those marks to expire, and then they can go for the elimination.
And this time, it will be Falcons that will be keeping their chins very close to their throats. One elimination apiece here, as you can see from the side of Limit as well as Pina. 2 eliminations overall as they went up against a very strong All Gamers Global. Once again, the reigning, defending world champions for Clash Squad. Falcons couldn't get the job done, but that is not the final game of the day. We have one more coming up for you guys. It's RRQ Kazu, the winners of Clash Squad pre-season for Southeast Asia last year, taking on WAG, the lethal ones out of Vietnam.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how RRQ Kazu is going to play this Clash Squad, because like you did mention preseason, so everyone is, I'm not saying everyone is not familiar just yet, but the mastermind did their work on understanding how to use the active skills, the passive skills in games like Clash Squad and competitive scene. But WAG seems like have adapted more of that in the latter part of the year. So early parts, RRQ Kazu have that advantage. Later part, WAG planned out most of it. So it's a great combination of battle as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think RRQ is the kind of team to stay down at the bottom for very long, right? They have tasted a little bit of what it is like at the top. Only problem is they have not managed to grab a major trophy for themselves just yet. Again, this matchup right after this is going to be one you do not want to miss. If you are a fan of the Southeast Asian leg in the world of Free Fire Esports, RRQ from Indonesia takes on WAG from Vietnam. Let us know in the comment section, who do you think is going to get the victory? What sort of a scoreline you think is going to be by the end of the game between these two? Neptune and I will show you guys our predictions, not now of course, after a little bit later before we set the match up. We're going to be taking a quick short break. When we come back, it is going to be the final series of the day. We'll catch you guys there. Don't go anywhere.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A 12 and 7
your shovels because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Free Fire Clash Master Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. Back in the caster's desk, I am Lieutenant General Garcia, joined by the one and only Mustacho AJ, and we are off to our last leg for today's matches. This is RRQ Kazu go against WAG, and which region would be dominant in this matchup, AJ?
I don't know. My predictions have not been absolutely on point today. I can be forgiven because we are seeing them after a long, long time. Okay, we have not seen these combinations in a while. So, but of course, on a more serious note, I think RRQ should be making a big statement out there today. But that's what I think.
Let's see.
Okay, but WAG. WAG has been quite good, so I think they'll be able to take at least one map away.
Let's see now. I mean, the better team from the past versus the better team from the recent past, I would say. But it's a new year. Something might change. RRQ Kazu just might have that, I would say, the beginning of the season buff for them, and they might be able to win this game. But for me, my prediction would be WAG 2-1 against RRQ Kazu, just based on the record, just based on the numbers that they've showed up from last year.
How do you look younger than your photo in here, bro? Usually people look a little bit older. Look at the exact opposite. So for that reason, we are going to disqualify your prediction, okay?
I got skinnier
You sent in
as well.
a fake photo.
Right, I got skinnier as well.
Got skinnier. But of course, he thinks WAG is going to do it. I think RRQ is going to do it. We both think it's going to go to game number 3. What do you guys think? Let us know in the comment section for sure. And let us know exactly what you thought about that beating that Falcons got as well. I mean, some of you guys are voicing out, and I see some people who were supporting Falcons earlier now saying that, oh, Falcons lost. AG Global's great. You guys are cheeky, I tell you. But I understand.
We got receipts though. We got receipts.
Yeah, we got screenshots, you know.
We got screenshots.
But Falcons, you know, I think they're a really strong team. It's just unfortunate the fashion that they went down earlier on. But we have to focus on a team that has taken a little bit of a dip as well. RRQ, Dus Abe Ranzai, as well as Ma'al 77. I'm just going to call them Abe and Ranzai, okay? They at Jakarta, I expected them to light the whole stadium up. They did for the first portion of the first game. And then I didn't see RRQ pop off. And I was shocked because I was thinking home ground buff. But that just turned into a super nerf. So, but I'm expecting that to be a little bit of a blessing in disguise so that they can come on here and become the Clash masters.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, online, there's not so much of pressure of the crowd, and we know the somewhat know the personality of some of the teams, and they don't want to come up out in open play and get that energy from the crowd. But let's see though, for WAG, fan favorites, especially when we're talking about their own region, we have Tikui, Wang M, we have Nan7 and Xbor, and with a combination of Xbor and Tikui, it's a great counter to that Maal and Toots combination for RRQ Kazu. So I guess it's quite balanced when we talk about rosters, but again, we want to see how they're going to start and end these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And Xbor, we all know him to be a deadly sharpshooter out there. Alongside Tikui, one of the specialist CQC players when he needs to get up close and personal. Does great on the long range fights as well. I mean, there's just no denying that Tikui is a natural when it comes to dominating out there in a good game of Free Fire. But we spot out exactly how the boys are feeling on the side of WAG. You can see there are moments before starting off the match and they're still practicing.
I can see as well that their camera is very clear. I'm loving that from the team of WAG. But again, it's more of the focus that they have right now. They just know how to warm themselves up. They understand their own players. They understand themselves. And we've seen even from Battle Royale, from Clash Squad in the previous tournaments that the communication was on point. It's just that they couldn't close it out at a championship. So this might be the chance for them to start it off. But let's see on which maps they will be playing on. So we pick from WAG with Bermuda, and on the third game, if it goes, third game would be Nextera. And RRQ, no surprise that they'll be picking Kalahari because that's where they're best at.
Okay, map advantage-wise, obviously WAG here with the a little bit of the edge over RRQ. And on top of that, for the first game, it's their map pick, and WAG also gets the first ban and pick. So this has got to be rough for RRQ.
Yeah, let's see though. So far, we have RRQ taking their first ban, and rather, it is WAG taking the first ban, which is Cassie, and then Zane will be taken out for the side of RRQ. Now, first pick, this is where things start rolling. So that will dictate on how the counter of RRQ would be based on their gameplay or their game style, but still no idea on what would be the first pick. I'm expecting probably an Oscar Tatsuya for WAG because we know that they love to rush that fast.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? And there's a good reason why RRQ took that Zane out, because they know WAG likes to play it a little close, especially this Tikui guy. So Oscar Orion, very deadly pick here for the side of WAG. But that, of course, leaves the Oscar out for the taking. We also need to think about the informational play as well. But WAG is just on their first pick, so they still do have some time added. Either way, the informational play characters, Clue as well as Koda, have not been banned out, so there can be a decent enough response unless they leave that all the way to the end. But I expect a decent response counter pick for the frontline aggression here, Neptune.
Now let's see though. I mean, dudes, I'm pretty sure Grenader, what would be the best in the front lines right now? Oh no, they are prioritizing on what Maal will be using. So let's see on how they are going to use that. Nero is in play as well, so great combination. Now, I don't know if Maal will be using Santino or Nero, because I guess for his game style, he would be best on a Nero, and then someone else can use that Santino.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, of course, if you've got the Nero on your side, it's a great disruptor. Santino is a great disruptor as well. RRQ is looking to just shock the world out of WAG. But WAG sticking their feet firm to the ground. You've got the Orion for the aggression. You've got Koda for the information play that I was talking about earlier on as well. And the Oscar, the initial prediction from the both of us, finally gets pulled out. WAG is looking very strong in terms of rushing capability. They obviously need one extra skill for their sniper as well. The Narrow has been grabbed already. There could be an Iris here. What do you think, Nip?
I don't know. An Iris would be a great possibility unless they don't want to stick with that. Xbor has made his way to move from a sniper to a frontliner, a midliner when it comes to Battle Royale. So he can switch it up. For RRQ though, the Clue would be a great use, a great pick right now, just to counter that Coda, or they can go with Tatsuya. But Ignis though, I mean, I'm not seeing the play that can be done by RRQ right now. But with Dutz on that, with that Ignis, he might be able to get close and then lob those nades.
Yeah, and you gotta appreciate the surprise factor focus here by RRQ, because every single active skill has got the opportunity to disrupt the focus of WAG, right? Ignis gets to break their players apart, also gets to Kenta, you really wanna I would not mind. This is very creative. You gotta love it. So Kenta is obviously going to be able to absorb a whole lot of damage, right? You've got those shields, the kind of forms a few meters in front of you, and it reduces 60% of the incoming damage from the front only. Very specifically, the front. That's the only irritating part about Kenta. Your side, your back, yeah, good luck.
There's one thing though, if you're going to use a Kenta, make sure you have a flash as a pet, because definitely your back would be a little bit protected. So both sides covered, but quite surprisingly, I mean, last time we saw Kenta being used in Clash Squad was from, if I'm mistaken, Buriram United. Wasana used that, but it was miserable. So let's see how well RRQ can play this out, with Homer being pulled in by WAG for their side. So their sniper, again, not so much of a sniper build for WAG, but a Homer was a surprise as well.
Yeah. Kenta. This is very interesting.
I Kenta.
Well, you can, I can. But this guy, whether or not he can walk away with a decent enough Kenta use out here, I don't hate Kenta, right? If it's an active skill card you pick off of the floor. Being the main pick for Clash Squad, it's still not a bad idea, right? Because you technically get the defense, and you still get the defense as you're shooting. It's just that the defense reduces. Only downside is you don't get to protect your sides and your back. But if you have good teamwork with the rest of your team members, you've got that Ignis, the Narrow kind of disrupting the positioning of certain players in a certain direction. I think this Kenta can be a huge success for the squad.
I don't know. Again, this might be a bluff, but let's take a peek on what WAG has to say on their pick of their map.
Team em chọn Bermuda làm game thi đấu đầu tiên, tại vì khá chắc là mình có thể giành chiến thắng tại map đấu đấy để mang về trận thắng đầu tiên. Lợi thế của tụi em ở bản đồ này chính là chơi nhuần nhuyễn map này khá là nhiều, nên là hiểu rất rõ cái góc đi nên mới chọn bản đồ này.
It's all about how comfortable you are on the maps. And if you're confident that you have scrimmed enough on it, you've practiced enough on it, then what the hell? You gotta go for your map, right? At this point, the state of the competition is still such where they don't have a lot of preference information from the opposing teams, because we have never forced them to pick their maps in the past, right? We do have some sort of data based on map victories, but nobody actually picked those maps. So we didn't know which maps some teams like, some teams don't like. So I really appreciate what production is doing here with the interviews, as well as the implementation of the picks and bans here on the maps, because we get to see really now how these teams kind of chart their fate from the very get-go, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, it's a great storyline right now because from the beginning of Clash Squad, competitive scene, the draft gives us a story, but it doesn't really show that's only part of it. Now the map, or we're giving the story of the map as well. So we're like putting ourselves in the minds of these players. Hopefully those answers might improve, like extend probably, to give us specific details on why they're picking those maps. Because right now, again, I'm seeing a pattern because of comfortability, and it's only what was it, Team Falcon or AG Global who gave a different answer. Wherein it's more detailed on how they are thinking, their mindset towards each game, and probably that's one reason as well why they did win against Team Falcon. So WAG, yes, they're comfortable on this, but no surprise that other teams are also comfortable in the Bermuda map.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, right? At the end of the day, there's not many maps to pick from where you can run away from your opponents all that too much. It's not a huge factor like how Battle Royale is, where the map makes a big difference. This one, it makes it a difference, but a fairly small difference in my opinion, because it's just down to the compounds that you play in. You've got some elevations, but you know, roughly it's just still map bound based, right? They like Kalahari because it's bigger, you know, more elevation, so on and so forth. So if you look at WAG now and you look at their draft, they have got the Homer, Orion, Koda, Oscar. It's a great frontline pushing squad. They don't really have a long-range capability skill here, if you ask me, which kind of tells me they're going to be playing a very aggressive game, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they can close the gap. They do have that Ignis, so I'm loving that they're playing to how WAG is expected to play. I guess that's what I'm thinking about. My assumption on how RRQ Kazu is. And we didn't dub them as a mastermind for nothing. They are dynamic in terms of the team. They know how to switch things around when needed. It's just the closing. It's just the translation into a win that they really need to prioritize at this point. But we'll have to see though. Again, this is the first time after a long time that we are going to see both teams play, and surprises might happen similar to what we've seen in the earlier matches.
When you said, and again, I thought you were going to talk about Kenta, but so I'm very curious on how effective this is going to be. And the Kenta's pulled by Ma'al, who's labeled as a rusher, okay? And you've got Runzale in here, and he's the sniper of the squad. I'm wondering what is going on, right? You've got a little bit of a twist coming through here from RRQ when it comes to roles of the players themselves.
Well, let's see though. I mean, a little bit of switch doesn't hurt, especially when we did mention that Xbor made that a little bit of transition in the previous tournament.
That's true.
So if Ma'al can do better in the close range, then he can be that winning factor for the team, because we know that a long range he already have that capability. But as a sniper, if you maintain a sniper role using that Kenta, it works pretty much like a Chrono with a time turner, but the only difference is you can fire back. So if you think about it, most instances that Ma'al is being taken down is from long range sniped. And if he can pull that Kenta, still fight back against the sniper or anyone else, then he has a better fighting chance.
Now, I don't know, the player that's the most excited about, you know, Clash Squad is Ma'al. Because in BR, when he rushes forward, it does not end well. In CS, when he rushes forward, you can't blame the guy. And now he's just assumed the role. He's like, I will rush, I will practice these CQCs so that one day when I get back into the position, my heart goes out to Ma'al. It was not an easy run in Riyadh for the guy. He was definitely broken that RRQ got so close yet could not get the job done. But let's see if or not they're able to bring some glory back to the RRQ brand here on the Southeast Asian level by being the very first Clash Masters title holders.
Oh, great story. I mean, I'm love to see that because so far, again, we did talk about Thailand already on the Southeast Asia as well as a global scale, both Team Falcons and AG Global. But if in case RRQ, this is the first that they can bring to the table after a long time, not just for Indonesia because Evos Finals already got that title on EWC, but RRQ Kazu can bring back that prestige in Southeast Asia, then we might expect a different story ending towards major tournaments, world tournaments like EWC or Global Finals.
Yeah, and obviously these are all of the preheat as we get there on our esports roadmap. You guys clearly have seen exactly what the journey is going to look like. There's a lot of side missions here of how much can you take away from the prize pool. how much of fame can you grab on the way up to the top? It's a big question for sure. RRQ all geared up, WAG all ready. We're about to kick the game off, guys, so please bear with us. It's not going to take too long from here. Again, we've got a Ignis, Nero, Sentino, Kenta lineup on the side of RRQ. WAG is going to be walking in with Homer, Orion, Koda, as well as Oscar. May the best one win. I cannot wait to see the clash between these two after a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for Lucky to jump into chat because I'm pretty sure he has something to say with that Kenta. I remember when Wasana pulled that off, he had plenty to say. So, I don't know.
I think Lucky's taking a break today. I think he forgot that our esports season has started and kicked off in a big way. It's like, oh, wait, C's today? Dude, I missed day one. That's what he's going to say tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely will have a lot to say about Kenta. Everybody has got a lot to say about Kenta. I'm very sure Sumal needs to shut everybody's mouths up, including mine. But again, I don't think it's such a bad idea. It's just,
it's just new.
Pick it. Yeah,
it's just new. I mean, something that can throw off the meta. But if they can make it work, then it's good. But if they can't make it work, it's kind of bad. So let's see. I had to pull in at least one AJ for the day.
I understand. If they can't make it work, it's all right. At least we got some form of entertainment out there. Because it's either they're going to throw out a curveball with the Kenta use, or they're going to throw their chances of winning this first game out the window. Either way, WAG will welcome the challenge because they're taking this straight up to the faces of RRQ. Yeah. RRQ has a possibility of surprising them. Right, there's a lot of surprise elements again. You've got the Sentino, the Shape Splitter, very good in certain situations if you can get in the thick of action and then get into a previous position that was a little bit better. I don't know, man. It requires a lot of coordination. I'm not too great on that. But the Nero, on the other hand, with that plushie, great disruptive capability. Instant panic is what you send the way of your opponents. I mean, they're either panicking to get out of there, to reduce damage, to obviously their mark, they can't do anything about that, or they're panicking to shoot the plushie. And sometimes in that panic, they fail.
Exactly. I mean, you shoot it up, you even get marked, so you're still a loss at that moment. And it's more of the timing that the Nero users are implying in these games. If you put it in a position wherein they're stuck in a corner, one corner, or even surrounded by glue walls, that would be a loss for them because the damage would be exponential or continuously. And if it's not in view of shots and you're still in the range of the damage of the plushie, then that would be it. But there's no more waiting. We're going to start the final match of today. This is Bermuda, battle between RRQ Kazu against WAG.
May the best one win, but by how much? First airdrop, down the middle, narrow send, straight. Was that the plushie? Oh, that's the Homer. Okay, all right. I was like, this is such a tiny plushie. Both squads going for the side for sure. But it's going to be the Super Bonfire play first from the side of RRQ as they boost themselves right up for this encounter.
All right, I mean, that boost has been canceled because of rotation being done by WHE right now. But let's see if they can fire back. Tikui
nice.
almost an HP. But with that Valiant dash, he managed to pull away. Only a few HP remaining for Ranzai, and there you have it. A knockdown on here, despite of being using that Kenta on his side. Now, Abaye goes for the shot, and Wang M is down. It's now a 3v3 situation wherein Tikui needs to recover.
Technically speaking, your Shape Splitter is a body double with 200 HP, which is actually a huge clutch in Clash Squad, giving you a second chance, but providing you've got great mechanical skills and get to switch places before you get annihilated. Requires too much of coordination once again from me. Crimson Crush! Down to crush their hopes. Tikui gets the beautiful headshot off of that. Nan barely needed to do anything, and now spots out Maal as well. Final player up on his feet, but a great jump shot off of that M500 keeps Maal in play. Nan takes Abaye out of the equation. Left off of the fence! What a shot by Nan!
Bro, that was just a cheat. I mean, you have that pointy thing, and it just goes across that fence, and that was an instant headshot, bro.
Oh, GG. That was... Every day you learn something new. Great jump slice.
Jump slice. New term, bro.
Great jump slice. As WAG pulls the first round, you gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, WAG sliced and diced RRQ at that point, Maal to be exact. But Maal is going for a payback, G36 in hand. Will he be flying like a G6 at this point? But as you see, the breakup on formation by RRQ Kazu, they did manage to get the rooftop. So Dutz has a capability to go for a headshot against Tikui or Nan, but that would require a lot of patience. There goes a smoke, and that covers the approach, and it is RRQ who loses one of the players first.
Tikui, great play initially, but Ranzai manages to trade one out with the mini Uzi, gets the headshot. Dutz follows up with the MP5 as well. X-Bo and Wang M in a situation where they need to find a couple of more shots onto Ranzai, who's backed away. No medkit. You can't get cheeky these days in Clash Squad. You can't recover, bro.
Yeah, you can't recover unless you buy it off or pick it up from an airdrop. Now, let's see, though. That's one important factor as well, why some of the teams are using passives and active skills to help you recover. And that's the importance of Cassie from what we've seen in the previous games. Now, Ranzai, nowhere to go, no chance to rush aggressively, and X-Bor's just waiting for the opportunity for a headshot with the Deagle.
Yeah, smart enough to bring a medkit. And you will be able to survive a little bit longer, unless, of course, you want to depend on your active skill. We've seen some people do that. G36 still, Wang M, X-Ball has the Deagle in hand. Looking for the circle to just force everybody into this engagement. Ranzai, mini Uzi, really low. Just one turn around, X-Ball, big mistake, and Ranzai still finds it, but Wang M with a clutch on the double.
Oh, yeah. I mean, though they don't have information on the health of Ranzai, it's just a position WAG has, just to make sure that they have one player who might be able to clutch it up. And weapon as well as an HP coming from Wang M made it happen. So, as you can see, it's 2-0 right now, and we're heading to Clock Tower. Now, position-wise, RRQ Kazu might be faster to get into the compound in the middle, but let's see on how well they will be able to play it against WAG.
X-Bo has not managed to get a single elimination yet. In the 2 rounds, the WAG has managed to find some dominance. As we head on into this 3rd round, Flame Mirage sent straight in. Wang M just tagged up a little bit here as they smash down the blue ball up to the 2nd floor. X-Bo going for the long way round. He wants that backstab. Abaye finds one. Ooh. But the rest of the boys is dropping by to say hello.
Yeah, say hello through the smokes. They try shoot down and get information out of those markers. Abaye, well, only few HP missing from his full health. He still has a good chance to fire it up with an MP5, but MP5 also being weared or used by Tikui right now. and also has that elevation. So it's a good thing that RRQ can get onto the ground floor, reposition, and then make a shot. But a pickup would be attempted, and RRQ at bay managed to go for reposition. Just make sure that he will not be taken out that easily, but unfortunately he goes down to as well.
But X-Ball looking for the clutch here. Spots out Ranze, who's really low, but has the MP5, great rate of fire. I don't know if or not. Oh, Tikui is crawling his way through. X-Ball looking for the pickup. Right at the back, X-Ball just needs one jump shot. And the MP5 does not get it. But Tikui, who's right back in here, comes in for the clutch. Denied by Ranze. MP5. And that sneaky pickup.
I guess at this point in time, we can say that Kenta can. He did go for that clutch. And you did point out, I mean, HP is already low, but he managed to recover, pull that Kenta, goes for a 1v2 clutch, and we were not expecting pickup can be done, but it is close enough for that wall, for that fence, to utilize that pickup. But unfortunately, WAG still loses that fight.
Yeah, and RRQ has got one round here thanks to Ranze and his clutch plays. Hold up. Popped already. Information to the side of the boys on WAG. They playing its slaves in Nan. Escapes that level 2 MP5. Man doesn't even have a med kit. This is going to get tricky.
Let's see though if he can recover. Or probably buying a little bit more time. But Wang M, one of the players that has at least full health, will be taken down. Bay, getting shots, taking shots as well, and hiding out. X-Bordo loses a few HP on that jump, but is closing onto Ma'al. And Tikui might be able to bring him down.
See how well he does with this one. Nuns managed to back away decently, gets tagged up yet again. Finally found. Ranze just around the corner. The Kenta. The Kenta. You gotta love it.
All right, so those are a clutch moment wherein the Kenta is viable. And I don't believe that I'm going to say this, but yeah. Kenta might be our new meta for 2026 right now in Clash Squad. Now, let's see though. I mean, scores are still tied up, but Ranze is doing quite well. 4-2-1 on the KDA, and he's showing that Kenta is MVP of this game.
Ranze 2 rounds in a row, saving RRQ. Getting the defenses in, getting the eliminations out there as well. But this time up close and personal, tagged up by the Homer as well. Ranze in trouble. And Wang M does not deliver the full-on blow, allowing Ranze to recover.
Let's see it out. Bay, great reposition to get those shots, but no knockdown as yet. Wang M try to go and move the rest of the squad. Great usage of the Super Bonfire. So they don't have meds, but at least they have Super Bonfire to top up their health. And that's probably one reason why we're seeing a lot of players laying it out, especially in position wherein they can take up on their approach.
Yeah. A little slowed down here on the approach, but it's exactly what these boys need to recover. Next ball sneaking into a better spot as Nan gets tagged up. Oh, this time so much more safer play here. Big compound to mess around with as well. So they do get to avoid this engagement for quite a little while.
Yeah, I mean, they know the elevation would be beneficial for snipers right here, like Ma'al and X-Board, and they are sitting still, not really showing up that much until the final moment. A great regroup being done by WAG and RRQ Kazu, though they are close to each other. They're still spread out. Now, speaking of spread, Abe for the backstab, and will he be able to go for the shot? Now, he is just all around the place, not really focusing on one, but that gives more chance for Ranze to go and eat them up with the points. The score is now 3-2, favoring RRQ Kazu.
Oh, the turnaround by the Indonesians. You gotta appreciate that for sure. But of course, how long do they get to hold on to this is going to be the question. WAG, they did have a great start. They already have a cyber point to their side. And looking at the fact that this is the first game, and Cyberpoint should be able to give them some goodies out of the cyber store in terms of a decent gun.
Let's see though. Peak, close quarter combat is ensuing. Homer tags them up, slows them up a little bit. But here comes Ranze. Kenta makes him a little bit too confident for the rush. And there you have it. The breakdown of the blue wall, forcing Non-7 to back away. And they will be getting a few of those loots. But it's still WAG who gets that cyber point.
Oh my goodness me. So I don't know how WAG sneaked off that cyber point, but this is just an annihilation right now. Ma'al with the narrow is flying on in, pretending to be a CQC player. And rushing on in like he worried not about his own life. But that obviously paid off well as RRQ pulls away yet another round. 4-2 scoreline so far. And RRQ 2-round victories away from closing this game 1 out.
Very close right now. And another potential sniper's nest, especially in this map of Bermuda, wherein from both sides, they are deploying UAVs, but one has been gunned down and the rest is still up. Now, position-wise, they can converge in the middle, but it is Ranze who gets tagged up first.
Beautiful shot off of WAG. Ranze, X4 and Wang M both playing with the AWM. Wang M just nailing. Holy mama, Wang M on fire. Tags up a Baye again. Does he have what it takes to take him out of the equation, or switches it out with a shake splitter?
Nice.
Beautiful play.
Yeah, managed to get away from that glue wall trap, but the base still goes down. X4 now going for a shot. Ma'al has been hit by a hollow respawn. M82B, it's WAG trying to tie it up. Score is 3-4, still favoring RRQ, but a potential comeback from WAG is possible.
Yeah, this is danger zone because again, WAG, 2 cyber points to their side already. You get the super energizer. You got this active skill cards as well. They're aiming for the level 4 West by the looks of it. And that's exactly what they need to catch up, equalize, and overtake RRQ to get the victory here. Cyber points, definitely the focus. Unfortunately, not in this round.
Let's see though. Let's see. As Dutso uses that AWM damage Wang M. A follow-up by Ma'al with that Nero, and one shot from Ranze. Great plan of approach, just to force WAG in one corner.
Oh, Ranze spots Wang M. Knows exactly what he needs to do. Uh-oh. No medkit on your hands, and I'm going to hunt you down. M590, but the smoke keeps him safe for a little bit. And Wang M backs away as Ranze chickens out of that challenge.
Oh, Ma'al almost trapped. Glue walls did save him, and is a little switcheroo in terms of position. Dudes right now, let's see if he'll be able to make that shot once again. Probably damage them before the rush comes in. With 35 seconds until the blue closes in, there's plenty of time for them to spread out, but hopefully they have a better plan of approach. Homer tags Ranze up. He gets information on where he is located. But up close and personal, he might be able to deal with the Bay.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Limited medkits out there. You got to get to the airdrop. And if you risk your life to get to the airdrop, you might get close to a medkit but lose your life. That's the dilemma. That's an unfortunate dilemma in this game. So a couple of players have managed to get it. The rest of them have to play this slow. They got to respect their opponents, and they don't want to give away too much of their life too early. They got to time this one well, which is why the informational play is just so crucial, Neptune.
Oh, yeah. Let's see the information. It means as well that RRQ managed to get that information that 3 players will be in the area as that Nero has popped them, and they did take it out. But the Blues closing in. Great reposition from Obey when we thought that he will be trapped with the Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dutz, AWM finding the connection. And Ranze, out of nowhere, with the M590 finds Tikui, puts him on the ground. And X-Ball picked right back up here, trying to keep the numbers all equal. Ranze could not go in for the aggressive push. And Nan's going to be up on his feet as the trade comes back through from the tiny corner. And X-Ball and Nan pick it up. They pick up the select. X-Ball came back from the verge of death, as a matter of fact, got picked right back up. And Nan with that supreme snipe off of that AWM. RRQ didn't spot him out there. Guess why? Because they've got no informational play.
And love the ring around Rose that WAG played in there as well. They got into the spawns of RRQ, and then as they force them outside of the next phase of the blue, as it closes out, that's where they take advantage, forcing them out in the open for those shots. Now, it might happen here, but those elevation would be crucial for both Maal as well as X-Bor if they can make those shots, if they can make that travel. But runs a little bit too aggressive against 9-7, and it's a good thing that with that they can recover with the Steffi as well.
Yeah, Steffi pulled out. Damage reduction is definitely there, but is it going to be enough? Orion flies in, and he barricades that Orion in with the glue wall. But in the meantime, WAG running away with the game. 3 cyber points in the bag. Level 4 vest in the bag. They definitely can look forward to overwhelming RRQ now. Game point on the side of WAG. Cyber Store fully unlocked for WAG on their final round, and they've got the economy to get this done.
Yeah, economy weaponry as well for WAG, full stack on AWM. And there's no other place in Bermuda that you can use it. If you can get that elevation or even at least an opening outside of those containers, you will be able to make those shots. But Wang M, a little bit too aggressive with that shot, plus a glue wall. But here comes a Nero, and it is Dutz who goes down first from that MP5 from Wang M.
Wang M takes him out. MP5 goes in for the turnaround as well and gets a doubly. Spots out Maal, shuts him down. 1 triple. Could not. As Ranze pops him with the M590, but WAG turns things around and rips the game away from RRQ. And we saw exactly what they did, Neptune. And first of all, the Kenda was not bad, but it was just not sustainable. The active skill just not staying up long enough to make a big impact. And the lack of informational play, the lack of a clue on their side really severely damaged their chances. And I know what RRQ was doing, because if technically you get to unlock the cyber store, you get to buy the active skill card, that clue. But yeah, they did not get a single cyber point.
I guess that's the denial as well that WAG was doing, stealing all those cyber points away from RRQ. And if you remember that peak, we were asking why WAG did manage to get the cyber point, because there's 2 stage at this point for airdrops, for cyber drops. So if WAG steps in first, they get that point first before unlocking the airdrop. And it was RRQ who did unlock it. But unfortunate for them towards the latter part, when the cyber port or cyber points are needed or crucially needed, that's where WAG took advantage and bring better weapons.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And the initial first few rounds where WAG just gave it away, it wasn't given away, just so easily, right? They were definitely trying to get a easier win off of RRQ, but RRQ put up a tough fight, almost looking like they were able to run away with that matchup. But WAG needed some adjustments, and all of which they brought right after that. Informational play off of that Coda, off of that Aurora Vision, definitely helped them turn the tides. And I have to say, 9-7, what a sniper.
I mean, 9-7, and this is probably one reason why X4 has been changing it up, because if you can add another sniper to your team, you will be a stronger contender, especially in Clash Quad, because yes, your sniper might be taken out, and then a backup comes in, grabs your snipes, and you can still make those shots or make those win. But for RRQ, it is Rans that caught my eye with the use of that Kenta as well as the movement and timing as well. But you did point out that it doesn't sustain that much, especially against multiple opponents. So that's what they need to fix if they plan to use it in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way they made their way back in this fight shows WAG has got nothing but fight within them. I mean, great plays, right? You saw a couple of those instances where there was just pure denial of Abe's shape splitter. Again, we didn't see much of a fancy play with that. But on the side of WAG, there was very clear pathing in terms of what were the game conditions they needed to achieve to get the victory, and they started ticking each and every single one of them off of the list to end up with the victory. And X-Bor, the well-deserved MVP title holder of this game. 7 eliminations, 15 assists in total, had the homer, had the Rocky to rock on, spamming those active skills. Of course, having the homer active skill refresh a little bit faster allowed him to be yet super disruptive all over again and again to the opponents.
Yeah, exactly. That's one thing that really changed it up. Now, Leon as well is in there. I know it's surprise. Actually, this match is a bunch of surprises because they're bringing in different active skill. They're bringing a different a passive skill as well that would help them out in this game. And I guess for the side of WAG, it did help them out.
Yeah, and especially because you don't really have a lot of med kits to play around with. And the buzzer beater off of that Leon just helps you recover a little bit, right? Not a lot, but at least a quarter of your HP bar. So it's decent enough, I guess. And X-Bor just allowed to live a little bit longer thanks to the combination of passive skills there. And thanks to Leon keeping him up on his feet. 7 eliminations tied up with Ranze, who played a damn good game off of the Kenta, I have to say. Ranze looks like that kind of nerd that figured out the Kenta use before anybody else. Good on you, Ranze. I want to see more. But, it didn't really last very long. Again, that Kenta was very, very shiny initially in those rounds, but towards, rounds 4, 5, and 6, you didn't see that pop out all too many times.
Yeah, exactly. And well, let's see on what else will be brought into the table. As we look at the scores right now, it seems like it's quite even.
Yeah.
And it's more of the winning each round that is changing the pace of the game for both RRQ and WAG. But WAG already have 1 point their side. RRQ have yet to get one, or probably been taken away or taken home by WAG if they can sweep it in a 2-0.
I'm getting a little hungry, so I think a 2-0 is I think a 2-0 is what I'm going to vote for this time around. So, I'm sorry, RRQ. So let's see if or not RRQ can satisfy my hunger by just letting WAG walk all over them, or are they going to pump our adrenaline up by getting this victory, keeping us a little bit more hungry, Neptune? You've been fasting since yesterday, so you know what I'm talking about. Let's see if they have got their game faces on first of all. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the game face if I've seen one.
Game face or forehead is most I've seen right there, but definitely game face is on for both the teams, especially for RRQ if they want to get back in play, because WAG, again, they played them like a fiddle, giving them the opportunity from the beginning, but towards the end, it's just WAG who took it home, and it was quite fast. Now, as we take a look, a preview once again on the map, Kalahari would be our second map for this match, and RRQ did pick this, so this might be an advantage they'll have unless WAG says differently.
Yeah, I think they're going to struggle a little bit here, because if you look at, unless of course Ma'al shows us that he's still one of the most supreme snipers out there, because I'm really impressed with what Nan could do with that AWM earlier. I did not see such sniping supremacy out of RRQ. And this next map is going to be a little bit more focused on that long range engagements. We also have to remember the VSS is a huge fan favorite right now. The players are all spamming it out there. So you definitely need to think about what active skills can save you in those long ranges. And RRQ goes for the Oscar ban initially. I think WAG has got this right on the money. They take out what the snipers will be dependent on. That narrow is going to be that first ban off of WAG.
Yeah, they know that in Kalahari, Maal is a threat and Maal uses that narrow. But there's a good opportunity for him to use the different skills right here. But first, they need to use that Orion, because once it comes to up close and personal, Ranz, if I'm not mistaken, he will be the one using it. Ranze would be up in their faces with that Crimson Crush.
Okay, they are like Kalahari, okay, long distance. Nope, we want to CQC this all the way home. So it's an Orion countered by a Zane pick. Give me the electrotherapy so I can have a little bit of fun. Yeah, boy! WAG is going to whoop on the front lines.
Oh, yeah, indeed. They will be stronger. And, well, the only question is, will they be faster as well? Because later on, they might be able to pick a little bit of speed, but
okay.
Yeah, they're disappointing you, bro.
No, I think this is a good one. I think this is a good one because, you know, informational play really saved their skin earlier game. And RRQ had nothing. RRQ had no clue, literally, and no active skill card as well. So if they had a clue, they would bring in a clue now.
Yeah, definitely. That's what they need. Hopefully they understand that that's what they need right now. But Santino, again, still going into the hands of Maal. Now, Ranze, I believe that Orion will be Ranze. So it's more of what Dudes will be using or potentially be using. And I think they are still going to bring in... Yeah, so Clue is in there, but Ignis would be one of the picks that I'm eyeing that they will choose.
I was already planning to say that if RRQ does not choose that clue, I would say they're walking into this game clueless. But damn it, they brought the clue. So it's okay.
Still managed to pull it off.
but WAG now can finally bring in that electrotherapy, right? Because I think they need a really strong fight at the front when they are going up against the Orion. But there is a potential for their defensive play here as well. At the end, they do get a double pick. So even with the Steffi on their side, there is still that viability of that Cassie pull. And of course, RRQ, how do they respond to that? What would you drag in, Neptune? There's still that Oscar. Oh no, they banned the Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for RRQ, I'm still looking into Ignis because Dudes needs to close the gap. That's his strength. And that's why Steffi has been pulled in by WAG because they know in Kalahari, it's like Dudes mapped out every nade spot, every hiding spot that you can use at a grenade. So why not pull a Steffi? Iris will be in there. So mid to latter part of the game, they would have that advantage for WAG.
Bro, so WAG started off the draft by going CQC focus, and then they realized that RRQ wants to fight close by, and they're like, no, we are going to maintain our distance. Thank you very much. So you have a clue, but we are going to change the rules of the game, says WAG. This is a very smart draft from WAG. RRQ has an opportunity here. Final pull. You say Ignis. I agree with you. But as they close the distance down, this is where I'm thinking X-Ball and Nan want to try to shut them down from afar using their long-range capability. It is that Ignis locked in. I'm loving the drafts from both sides. But WAG, this was a more responsive draft to what RRQ was bringing out. So I wonder if or not they're going to be comfortable with this.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to an Iris and Steffi, I'm still gearing towards rather Iris and a Cassie. I'm still gearing towards a Cassie because a sniper can use that coda, this advantage, especially if their X4 can go up close and personal. He can time it wherein he used that Aurora Vision and then managed to get a snipe on that close or mid to close range. But I don't know. I'm still seeing if this is more viable, especially with aggression that we might be, aggression not on speed, but more of the firepower that we might be seeing from RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the only way they can pull off this draft victory is if WAG keeps their distance from RRQ and force them to play their long-range game. Obviously, RRQ will refuse to bow down to that strategy, and they'll be trying to close the gap using the Sentino, using the Ignis's Flame Mirage. But it's all about how WAG executes them before they can get close enough. And this is the perfect map to do that, right? You've got lots of, lines of sight as well as great distances to cover if you can pull that sniper out. But of course, we want to hear from the map pickers exactly why they want to play here. So let's get to that interview.
Ya alasannya lebih ini aja sih, kayak kita lebih pede di map Kalahari sih, karena kan perangnya kayak perang jauh gitu lah, lebih seru aja. Ya kita di Kalahari lebih pede lah, karena kita kan punya Maal juga ya, penguasaan mapnya cukup luas lah, jadi ya kita lebih percaya diri di map Kalahari.
All right, I do agree with what Dude said. It is the confidence that they have in Kalahari. In most instances, even in Battle Royale, this is where they're rocking it, and they do have that special that special sniper from Maal that would help them win those fights, unless I would say instances wherein he's left behind. And that's one reason why the Santino is crucial for Maal to use, because he can reposition and get a little bit of backup from the rest of the team.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say unless Nan out-snipes him, because that's what was happening earlier. I don't know. RRQ said they picked this map because they like to play long range. But then they bring in a draft that plays close range, and WAG has brought in the draft for the long range. So I'm confused.
I guess that's the plan. I mean, RRQ, mastermind, trying to mess with our heads. The same with the opponents. And you saw the draft as well. The responsive approach that WAG was doing is just to play out based on what RRQ is bringing in onto the draft. So, and if that is the plan all along, then they can still go for long range, then using their skills on the latter part of each round, wherein they are forced to go into CQC.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think WAG still can play CQC with their draft. And RRQ is going to struggle long range with their draft. I've got questions. I've got questions with the strategy and the execution. But of course, if they win this somehow, because like they said, they've got a really good sniper on their side, who was technically named the Russia earlier on the drafts. So I was thinking maybe he switched his role. So apparently not. He's still the sniper. And I'm liking that, right? Because Maal is a damn good sniper, and Nan needs to be shut down. Problem is, WAG might have that double snipe setup just to abuse the players on the side of RRQ, who need to bring out those plays as well, right? We've got Abe, who should be able to have that double snipe setup activation on their side as well, if Maal and Abe both go long range this time.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, Maal, Abe, long range battle that can be countered by Nan and X-Bor. And there's no other place to make that work, none other than Kalahari. But we're starting off with a maze for 2 rounds, and pistol round would be the first. And Dutz, a little bit too aggressive though. And on the other side, T-Koi almost being taken down, making sure that they have a 1-up against WAG.
Yeah, beautifully done by X-Bor. In the right place, right time to take Dutz out. Fantastic shape splitter moment by Maal as he manages to swap sides but gets knocked down by the circle instead. A little bit of a whoopsie with the shape splitter. One simple bullet his way. RRQ gets the first round.
Again, I don't know how Dutz is doing it. It seems like he mapped it. He practiced how much is needed to be able to land those nades. And it's a perfect timing as well, as exploded on impact. So let's see if we can do it once again as we go for round 2 in the maze. And Ranzai a little bit too close though against 2 players of the WAG.
Let's see if Ranzai can get this one. Oh, beautiful Crimson Crush on the timing, but still gets shut down by T-Kui. Abe comes in for the backup. A tad bit late.
First blood.
does manage to pick up his buddy either way. So being late to the party wasn't really a problem in that point of time. X-Ball all alone, not going to get it done as Dude sprays him down with the VSS from afar. RRQ 2-0 up, and that forced buy from WHE did not pay off.
Yeah, forced buy on that VSS that cost them a lot, and it will just be going over to RRQ on to the next round. Now, the question though is, will they be able to make this work? VSS all around, actually from both sides. So forced buy doesn't matter. It's only a few difference in terms of economy at this point. So
yeah,
I guess WAG still has a fighting chance to grab a point and probably increase their chances later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Nan. Out in the open, pulls out the Steffi for the defense. Gonna be protected from Abe as well in the meantime. Wang M with the BSS. Beautiful sprays. Ranze shows up. Ranze goes down. Abe shows up. Wang M goes down. A little bit of a trade, but only 7 HP left on him. I guess the man did exactly what he was supposed to do. Wang M single-handedly sorting out 2 players, and RRQ about to go down unless Dudes can pull off a miracle play, which he will not. X-Ball hits the triple.
Oh yeah, a triple from X-Bor expected for a previous sniper now wearing an SMG. And I'm really loving how WAG is treating this. The speed and the open area, not giving any chance for Maal to make those shots on the long range, and not even giving some of the players from RRQ to use their active skill. Now, Santa Catarina would be our playing ground, and well, still VSS forced to be bought by RRQ right now, while WAG has more utilities that they can use in this game.
Again, WAG focusing on the cyber point. RRQ, on the other hand, is looking for the eliminations. It's not the best idea as of this point. Dudes down on the ground. They don't have to worry about the bomber anymore. Ranze found as well. The lethal player on the side of RRQ. And now the job just got so much more easier for WAG to find the equalizer.
Yeah, let's see now. Abe is the only one remaining. Dutz has been taken down, and there you have it. A shot from afar. I guess they have to wait for that shape splitter to shift and then shut him down. So, a great plan for WAG. They know exactly how each skill works, especially for that Sandino, and they just play it to the T, especially with their manpower advantage.
They are not looking so solid this time round. WAG acquired that cyber point off of round 3. Needs to wait till round 6 to get another point. But as the first one should give them enough as we are in this second game.
Oh, let's see. Elevation being taken by WAG already. And this is something that we expect from X-Bor. Shots onto Maal and the rest of the team, and Maal goes down first. The pickup is possible, but unfortunately, the rest of the teams are far away. And on the other side, from the spawns, one of the players from RRQ is trying to gun them down, while Nan and a couple of players from WAG is just dwindling their HP.
Without Maal, they still don't have to worry because the VSSs are in place, so everybody gets to be a long-range player and still deal with it like it's a phenomenal assault rifle. Dude's down, Tikui. What a connection. There was the sound of a AWM shot as well. And WAG just making sure they don't give RRQ any room to breathe at all. This is that ranged play that I was talking about earlier, Neptune. You know, this was the counter draft by WAG that's working their way. And RRQ, the team that picked this map because they wanted to play ranged play, drafted a CQC group. And they're definitely struggling because of that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely question. I thought it was a great play. It was a little bit of mind games from the side of RRQ, but it is going against them. 2v3 situation, and they've lost their long-range capability as well, and even the Grenader. So all they have to do is, WAG has to do is play with time, and similar to what we've seen earlier, if they get forced in a corner, WAG might be able to hit them with the damage of the zone. But no, there's no waiting. WAG wins this fight. Now it's 3-2.
And the lead to the side of the Vietnamese squad. RRQ initially very impressive. And usually it snowballs into round 3, 4 because of the economy. But because it's a VSS game, because it's a VSS map, because WAG drafted to play long range, they are smiling year to year right now. As we get into round number 6, Cyber Airdrop will show up again, which will drag WAG down the middle. Let's see how our RRQ handles this.
Let's see. One of the most favorite of snipers, and X4 is showing that he is one of the best snipers. Damage after damage has been dealt onto RRQ. And Nan right now closing the gap with a max 7. On the other side, Wang M. Great position to box them out. A base already down, and WAG might be winning this once again.
Jose trying to patch himself right back up here. But WAG says, no way, Jose. RRQ did manage to sneak away the cyber point, though, so that's a small little victory in the grand scheme of things then.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing. Small victory against a big win.
No.
But WAG, that's nothing. That's something that you don't want to risk. And, well, only a couple of more points for WAG, and they might be going home smiling with a 2-0 against RRQ.
Yeah, Abu Zaid from the YouTube chat has a great question. Where the hell is 18 Deer? So he'll definitely do very well up against WAG. But, you know, Ranze is carrying the squad for the time being as the Orion player. Let's see if or not he can get it done once again. Wang M just walks across him. Disrespect in full display there. And finds a bay as well with the backstab. This is a deadly play off of WAG. And a deadly one gets you a lot of points. Wang M cooking up that nade with the backup.
Let's see now. A little bit of heal with that inhaler. Tikoy up close and personal, but a time turner might have saved him. But for how long? That is the question.
Wow.
Both of them with so much potential, but one of them has a low HP. Only Dutz remains against 4 players, and I don't think the Grenader and the captain will be able to clutch this.
But that was a bloody good play from Ranze, I have to say. Initially with the Crimson Crush, played the Orion so well. Tried to dodge all of the shots off of his opponent, did well with that. And the surprise play with the time turner, the active skill card coming in clutch thanks to the cyber airdrop point. Once again, such crucial advantage that the cyber points can give you in a match like that. Unfortunate that it was a 1v1 that turned 2v1 because out of nowhere, Wang M uses the VSS to take him down. So Ranze could have actually gotten off a phenomenal play off of that 1v1. Just unfortunate. Very unlucky.
Yeah. Very unlucky indeed. Now, seems like it's not a luck factor anymore, especially if WAG grabs 1 point, because this is it. Match point and series point as Dutz to close the gap. Ranze up close, but ice grenade on them, damaging them severely. And with the help of a super bonfire, seems like WAG is not damaged at all.
Absolutely. 1-1 on the cyber point. So both of them have got a few advantages that they can play in here. But Wang Ham has got a med kit. That's a big thing. WAG players all have med kits. Can't say the same for RRQ. Dutz the final player. 6-2. What a reversal in terms of scoreline. RRQ with the initial 2 rounds and WAG just kicking them off of the board with a 2-0 series victory, making that one look way too easy.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough looking at RRQ. There were some potential, but unfortunately, WAG just wants to end it. And 2-0 sweep that we didn't expect out of both of these teams, only proving that WAG is carrying over what they had from 2025 to this year. And, well, I guess the adjustment needs to be done by a lot if they want to go against this team.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I agree with you. Lots of adjustments needed from the side of RRQ. But again, I think the coach or the analyst dropped the ball big time again with the picks on the active skills and the strategy of execution. Something wasn't sitting right in that matchup. So I'm just a little curious as to why they pulled that off. But WAG, on the other hand, that was just perfection. The on-the-spot response draft taken up against RRQ. That's what you need if you want to be called or crowned, I have to say, Clash Masters by the end of this run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the dynamics of how they treat the draft and then the dynamics of how they played with what the skills they picked.
Yes.
Because we've seen that earlier in the latter game wherein they were losing 2 rounds and then they adjusted their approach similar to the draft itself. So we're seeing the mindset of WAG in this matter, and seems like we'll have a different mastermind by the end of this competition. WAG seems like they played with RRQ's mind.
Yeah, I mean, it was great drafting, great execution, great mechanical skills, great addition of Nan 7, my goodness. And now we've got a double snipe solid setup for this Vietnamese squad, who I cannot wait to see in action for Battle Royale later on. But as far as RRQ is concerned, man, I've got my questions, because this squad is usually very proactive, but I have not seen the best of them in the recent times. And this game definitely has got me waiting, wanting more out of this Indonesian team.
I mean, well, let's see though. There's still plenty of opportunity, or probably not plenty, but there's still opportunity for them to make this change. And WAG has, hopefully they have an open up book that would be read by RRQ or any other teams when they played against them, especially in the next match or next series that they are going to play in this group stage. But I'm loving the response of WAG. Ransay, for RRQ, great addition. It's more of the execution and the timing of those execution that needs to be worked on. And they might be at a level that can beat WAG or probably even more teams.
Yeah. And let's take a look at the MVP of this matchup as well, as WAG scores yet another phenomenal victory. And X-Ball, 8 eliminations, 15 on the assist, rocking it with the Rocky on making sure he can tag up as many players, damage as many players as possible behind those glue walls, just ripping through them with the VSS as well. This is the perfect setup. And why is this guy carrying in the enhanced hammer? I don't know, but that's the kind of player X-Ball is. He's the sniping backup assist player of WAG, and I love it.
Yeah, and in the current meta of Clash Squad right now, there should be at least one with an enhanced hammer. And if you can give that to someone like Explorer who gets more elimination and then more chances that you can enhance a number of weapons. And VSS is something that you need to enhance definitely in this play. But again, the stats right now, in terms of elimination, you see that it's more favoring WAG because it just translates to the number of points they have towards these matches.
Yeah, no doubt. And of course, in situations where you want to go out there and you want to challenge your opponents, you want to make sure you're playing a careful game as well. RRQ didn't seem like they were playing a careful game. They were going right up for the necks of WAG, and WAG had the perfect counters for them, right? Let's take a look at some of these KDAs. And, you know, Maal had a rough game out there. He only had 1 elimination in total. That's a rough one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, given the fact that Kalahari is one of their favorite maps, but with the movement of WAG, it doesn't give Maal that opportunity to take those elimination damage. Yes, it is quite close to some of the players from RRQ, like the aggressive ones like Ranze, but finisher is what they need at that point. But let's see on how it end up on to the next game, as we have completed the standings and we identified right now who is halfway through into getting into the upper bracket for both teams, or for both groups.
Heavy as well as Evos Divine from Group A, Team Falcons and RRQ Kazu from Group B did not see, exactly what they wanted to see by the end of today. But we still have got 2 more days of play. Every single team will have 3 games to play before we tally up the points and see who ends up in the upper bracket, who ends up in the lower bracket. The upper bracket teams have got an extra life. The lower bracket teams have got no extra life at all. If they lose in the elimination brackets, they will get kicked out of the competition immediately, right? So you do not want to be on the bottom 2 ranking by the time we end the group standings on Sunday. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And let's take a peek on what will be happening on tomorrow's battle as we switch up the matches. We're going to start off with Evos Divine going against Heavy, Buriram United going against Fire Esports. Third match would be AG Global against RRQ Kazu. And the final match would be Team Falcons going against WAG. And hopefully we see everyone out here because it's getting more exciting, AJ.
Oh yeah, Falcons versus WAG. WAG was teasing the Falcons earlier with their little hand sign. So I am sure they are gearing up for this battle up against Falcons. The final match of tomorrow is going to be absolutely exciting. The opener, Evos versus Heavy, I think this is where we get to see, if not Evos, gets to step it up, shine a little bit. Buriram versus Fire Esports. I feel bad for Fire Esports already, man. Buriram's looking too strong this season.
Yeah, I mean, heart goes to Fire Esports as well. It would be tough, especially in the number of wins that they need to be able to get to the top 2. But I guess Fire Esports would be able to play it off. They will be able to strategize against Buriram United, against strategy against mechanical skills. I guess that would be the theme of that match.
Yeah, if there's something that Fire Esports is not, it's a sore loser, right? They're always chill. They take a loss as if it's just a little bit of a chip on their chin and they continue moving on. They learn from that experience and they grow. How much can they pull away from Buriram? Definitely a big question on my mind. Can they shock the world by beating Buriram? That will blow my mind.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if we can take out, especially from what we've seen Buriram United done with Evos Divine, then that definitely is mind-blowing. But there you have it. 4 matches and 4 wins. But I want to see more of that. I'm Neptune together with AJ. We're going to end the day. We're going to see you more tomorrow for Clash Masters. So, see you then.